Munich, 1923. The heavy, suffocating air inside the Bergerbrockler smells of stale beer, cheap tobacco, and the sharp, metallic tang of freshly spilled blood. If you want to understand the darkest, most terrifying organization in modern human history, you cannot start with the sprawling concentration camps, the midnight arrests, or the polished black uniforms that would eventually cast a shadow over all of Europe. You have to start here, in the dim, chaotic, violently unpredictable beer halls of Bavaria, in a country that had completely lost its mind, its pride, and its way. You have to start with a handful of deeply damaged men who were desperately looking for a god to protect, because they had absolutely nothing else left to live for. To comprehend the birth of the Schutzstaffel, the SS, we must first step into the shattered psychology of a defeated nation. Imagine, for a moment, that you are a young German man in the early 1920s. Just a few years prior, you were told you were fighting a glorious, righteous war. You spent months, perhaps years, living in the unimaginable squalor of the trenches. You watched your childhood friends blown apart by artillery. You survived gas attacks that left you coughing up blood, shivering in mud that smelled of decaying flesh. You endured all of this because you believed it was for the fatherland. And then, suddenly, in November 1918, it is over. But you didn't lose on the battlefield. You were told to lay down your arms while you were still standing on foreign soil. You return home, but there is no hero's welcome. There are no parades. The empire you bled for has collapsed. The Kaiser has fled in exile. In his place is a fragile, chaotic new democracy, the Weimar Republic, and it is a government that feels entirely alien to you. When you walk the streets of Munich or Berlin in your tattered uniform, people don't look at you with respect. They look at you with pity, or worse, with outright hostility. The society you fought to protect seems to have moved on, leaving you adrift in a world you no longer recognize. You are a man built for war, suddenly forced to exist in a deeply unstable peace. For millions of these veterans, the psychological whiplash was simply too much to bear. They could not turn off the adrenaline. They could not unlearn the brutal, binary worldview of the trenches, us versus them, kill or be killed. They missed the brotherhood of the front line, that profound, unspoken bond that only exists between men who have faced death together. In civilian life, they were unemployed mechanics, starving watchmakers, displaced farmers. But in a uniform, with a rifle in their hands, they were somebody. They had purpose. This profound sense of alienation gave rise to the Freikorps, right-wing paramilitary militias made up of angry, disillusioned veterans. They roamed the streets of Germany, violently clashing with communist groups, engaging in a bloody, undeclared civil war on the cobblestones of their own cities. They were men addicted to violence, men who felt deeply betrayed by their own government. They believed in a dangerous, intoxicating myth, the Dolchstoßlegende, the stab-in-the-back myth. They convinced themselves that the German army had never been defeated in the field, but had been betrayed by politicians, leftists, and Jews on the home front. It was a lie, of course, but it was a comforting lie. It meant they weren't losers. It meant they were victims of a grand conspiracy. And victims demand vengeance. It is in this toxic, volatile soil that a French political agitator named Adolf Hitler begins to plant his seeds. In the early 1920s, Hitler is not the supreme dictator of a fascist empire. He is merely a local rabble-rouser in Munich, a fiercely compelling orator who has discovered he possesses a dark, hypnotic talent for channeling the rage of the masses. He speaks in the massive beer halls of the city, cavernous rooms that can hold 2,000 or 3,000 people at a time. Try to visualize the atmosphere of these rallies. They are nothing like modern political events. They are gladiatorial arenas. The air is thick with cigar smoke and the smell of spilled Lowenbrau. The crowds are a volatile mix of curious onlookers, desperate citizens seeking answers, and organized groups of political enemies who have come specifically to silence the speaker. Heckling is constant. But it rarely stops at words. A political disagreement in a Munich beer hall usually ends with heavy, stone beer steins flying through the air, wooden chair legs being used as clubs, and men being beaten unconscious on the floor. Hitler's speeches are intentionally provocative. He attacks the government, the Treaty of Versailles, the communists, the Jews. He screams about betrayal and national resurrection. His words act as a match struck in a room filled with gasoline. Consequently, every time he steps onto a podium, his life is in immediate, physical danger. To survive, the early Nazi Party creates the Saalschutz, the hall protection. These are the earliest iterations of the stormtroopers, the men who would eventually become the infamous SA, the Sturmabteilung. Their job is simple: stand at the doors, line the aisles, and brutally crush anyone who tries to disrupt Hitler's speech. These early guards are not polished soldiers. They are brawlers. They are butchers, bakers, and unemployed laborers who find a dark joy in the cracked knuckles and bruised ribs of a beer hall riot. Among them is a man named Emil Maurice, a former watchmaker with a fiery temper and a deeply ingrained hatred for the modern world. Maurice doesn't want to fix clocks, he wants to break skulls for a cause. He becomes one of Hitler's closest early companions, a man willing to throw himself into a crowd of 100 angry communists armed with nothing but a rubber truncheon and a fanatical devotion to his leader. But as the Nazi Party grows throughout 1921 and 1922, so does the SA. And here lies a critical problem for Hitler. The SA is becoming a massive, unruly army of street thugs. They are incredibly useful for terrorizing political opponents, but they are loyal to their own commanders, not solely to Hitler. They are chaotic, boisterous, and impossible to control. Hitler, a man deeply consumed by paranoia and a grandiose belief in his own messianic destiny, realizes that in a sea of thousands of brown-shirt brawlers, he needs a shield that belongs only to him. He needs a Praetorian Guard. He needs a small, elite, fiercely loyal inner circle whose only purpose in life is his physical preservation. In early 1923, a new unit is quietly formed. It is very small, initially just 8 men. They call it the Stoßtrupp Hitler, Shock Troop Hitler. These men are carefully selected. They are not just tough, they are zealots. They are commanded by a man named Julius Schreck, a hard-faced veteran who operates with a chilling, quiet intensity. Schreck understands what Hitler wants. He doesn't want thugs who fight for the thrill of the brawl. He wants men who will stand perfectly still in the face of a mob, men who will pull a trigger without hesitation, men who consider their own lives entirely forfeit the moment they put on the uniform. To separate themselves visually from the thousands of brown-shirt SA men, the Stoßtrupp Hitler adopts a unique piece of headgear. They wear black ski caps, and pinned to the front of these caps is a small, silver emblem, the Totenkopf, the Death's Head. This skull and crossbones is not an invention of the Nazi Party. It is a deeply traditional military symbol in Germany, dating back to the elite hussar cavalry of the Prussian King Frederick the Great. For centuries, the Death's Head meant one thing: I take no prisoners, and I expect no mercy. I am willing to die for my cause. By adopting this emblem, Schreck and his men are sending a profound psychological message to the world, and to themselves. They are crossing a threshold. They are declaring that they are no longer bound by the normal rules of society, morality, or law. They belong to a brotherhood of death. To understand the absolute devotion of these early bodyguards, we have to look at the devastating economic reality surrounding them in 1923. This is the year of the Great German Hyperinflation. It is an economic catastrophe of such magnitude that it fundamentally breaks the psychological reality of the nation. Imagine waking up one morning, walking to the bakery to buy a loaf of bread, and finding that the price has doubled overnight. By the end of the week, it has multiplied by 10. By the end of the month, your entire life savings, the money you worked 40 years to put in the bank, the money meant to feed your children and secure your old age, cannot buy a cup of coffee. The currency becomes utterly worthless. People are literally burning stacks of paper marks in their stoves because the paper provides more warmth than the coal it could buy. Children build forts in the streets out of bricks of worthless cash. This isn't just an economic crisis, it is a profound humiliation. It strips men of their dignity. It makes a mockery of hard work, honesty, and planning for the future. When the rules of society suddenly cease to function, people look for extreme solutions. They look for someone to blame, and they look for a savior who promises to burn the broken system to the ground and build something new. For the men of the Schutzstaffel Hitler, that savior is the man they are guarding. They don't just protect his body, they protect the fragile hope he represents to them. They need him to succeed, because if he is just another failed politician, then their lives are truly meaningless. Their devotion borders on religious worship. This fanatical loyalty is put to the ultimate test on a freezing, damp day in November 1923. Hitler, believing the moment is ripe to overthrow the Bavarian government and trigger a national revolution, launches what history will remember as the Beer Hall Putsch. It begins on the night of November 8th. Hitler, flanked by his trusted bodyguards in their death's head caps, bursts into the Burgerbrockler, climbs onto a chair, fires his pistol into the ceiling to silence the terrified crowd, and declares that the national revolution has begun. The initial hours are a chaotic mix of theatrical bravado and amateurish blunders. The bodyguards are busy holding government officials hostage, barricading doors, and securing the perimeter. They feel the intoxicating rush of history in their veins. For one night, these marginalized men feel like the masters of Germany. But the plan unravels spectacularly by morning. The police and the military do not join the revolution as Hitler had hoped. Instead, they mobilize to crush it. Desperate, Hitler decides on a deeply theatrical gamble. On the morning of November 9th, he leads a column of 2,000 armed supporters out of the beer hall and marches toward the center of Munich. At the very front of this column, surrounding Hitler, are the men of the Schutzstaffel. The air is bitterly cold. The men march with their arms linked, singing patriotic songs, their boots striking the damp cobblestones in rhythm. They believe, perhaps naively, that the police will not fire upon veterans, that the sheer force of their will and their numbers will cause the government forces to step aside. They march into the narrow Residenzstrasse, a street that acts as a natural funnel, leading into a large open square known as the Odeonsplatz. At the end of this narrow street, blocking their path to the square, stands a line of Bavarian state police, armed with carbines. For an agonizingly long moment, the two groups stand facing each other. The tension is unbearable. You can hear the nervous breathing of the men, the shuffling of boots, the barked orders echoing off the stone facades of the buildings. Then, a single shot rings out. To this day, no one knows exactly who fired it. But it acts as the spark in the powder keg. The police unleash a devastating volley of rifle fire directly into the tightly packed front ranks of the marchers. In the narrow street, the noise is deafening, a terrifying, concussive roar of gunpowder and screaming. The effect is instantaneous and catastrophic. Men in the front ranks are torn apart. The man marching directly to Hitler's left, Max Erwin von Stubner-Richter, is struck in the lungs. As he falls, dead before he hits the ground, his arm is locked with Hitler's. The dead weight of his body wrenches Hitler violently to the cobblestones, dislocating Hitler's shoulder. This is the moment of truth for a bodyguard. In the span of 3 seconds, the grand illusion of the revolution is shattered by the brutal reality of flying lead. Panic sweeps through the mob. 2,000 men break and run, scrambling over each other, seeking cover in doorways and alleys as the bullets crack the stone around them. But not the Schutzstaffel. In the center of the slaughter, as bullets tear through coats and flesh, a bodyguard named Ulrich Graf sees Hitler go down. Graf is a former amateur wrestler, a butcher by trade, and a man whose loyalty is absolute. He does not run. He does not seek cover. He throws his massive body directly on top of the fallen, screaming Hitler. Graf takes a devastating barrage of bullets. He is shot repeatedly, in the arm, in the chest. He bleeds out onto the cobblestones, using his own flesh to absorb the fatal rounds meant for his leader. 14 Nazi supporters and 4 police officers die in that brief, agonizing firefight. The blood runs into the gutters of the Residenstrasse. The putsch is a total, humiliating failure. Hitler is dragged away, injured and suicidal, eventually captured and imprisoned. For the Schutzstaffel Hitler, it seems like the end of the dream. The unit is banned by the government. The men are scattered, arrested, or driven into hiding. Their uniforms are confiscated. Their leader is locked behind the iron doors of Landsberg prison. But history is rarely a straight line, and failure is often the most potent fertilizer for fanaticism. Inside Landsberg prison, Hitler is given a comfortable cell. He is treated not as a violent insurrectionist, but as a misguided patriot by sympathetic judges. He has time to read, time to dictate his manifesto, Mein Kampf, and most importantly, time to think. He reflects on the disaster at the Odeonsplatz. He realizes that a mass, chaotic uprising will never work in a modern state. To take power, he must use the democratic system to destroy the democratic system. He needs to build a shadow state, a parallel organization that mirrors the government in every way. And as he remembers the men who fled in panic under police fire, and the few men who stayed and bled for him, his paranoia solidifies into a core philosophy. The massive SA, the street-brawling army, is unreliable. It is a beast that cannot be fully tamed. When he is finally released from prison in December 1924, he rebuilds the Nazi Party from the ground up. And in April of 1925, he issues a quiet, highly specific order to his old comrade, Julius Schreck. He tells Schreck to create a new guard. It must be small. It must be completely independent from the sprawling SA. Above all, it must be untainted, pure in its loyalty, and bound by a single, unbreakable oath not to the party, not to Germany, but to Adolf Hitler himself. Before we dive into the chilling resurrection of this new guard, it is vital to remember how easily the realities of history can fade into abstract concepts. To truly grasp the magnitude of the global conflict that this small, dark brotherhood would eventually help ignite, sometimes you need to step out of the European theater and look at the sheer scale of the war that enveloped the entire world. It's incredibly important to visualize the history of these global conflicts, to see the machinery, the uniforms, and the unimaginable stakes across all fronts. For those of you who want to connect tangibly with this era, I highly recommend exploring Amazon for WW2 memorabilia, or sitting down to watch the incredible, visceral movie Midway on Prime Video. It offers a powerful look at the immense sacrifices made in the Pacific Theater, reminding us of the global inferno that the ideologies we are discussing today eventually sparked. Please, to keep yourself safe, only use the secure link I've placed in the description below. If you try to search for this on the internet, the top results are unfortunately often fake websites designed to scam you, and I want to make sure you are protected. Returning to the spring of 1925, Julius Schreck takes Hitler's directive and begins to build. He calls this new, elite formation the Schutzstaffel, the Protection Squadron, the SS. At this moment, if you had looked at the newly formed SS, you would not have seen the terrifying architects of the Holocaust. You would have seen a pathetic, almost comical organization. At its inception, the SS consists of 8 men in Munich. Across the rest of Germany, local party branches are ordered to recruit a maximum of 1 leader and 10 men for their own SS units. In Berlin, the maximum is raised to 20. They are a microscopic fraction of a fractured political party that most of Germany believes is a joke. But the foundation being poured by Schreck is deeply sinister. The criteria for joining the SA was simply a willingness to fight. The criteria for joining the early SS is entirely different. To join the Schutzstaffel, you must be between the ages of 23 and 35. You must have a clean criminal record, save for political crimes committed for the party. You must be physically strong, of a certain height, and you must provide 2 references guaranteeing your character. But the most important qualification is psychological. You must possess a chilling capacity for unquestioning obedience. Shrek drafts a set of regulations that are strictly enforced. While the SA men are famous for their drunken, boisterous brawls in the taverns, the SS man is forbidden to drink while in uniform. He is forbidden to participate in the internal arguments of the party. He is not a debater, he is a weapon. He is expected to stand at the back of the beer hall, arms folded, face impassive, projecting an aura of cold, silent menace. They reclaim the black ski caps. They pin the silver death's head back onto their foreheads. They adopt a uniform that subtly distinguishes them, brown shirts, yes, but with black borders on their swastika armbands, and a black tie. They are taught from day one that they are better than everyone else. They are the elite. They are the chosen few. This psychological conditioning is crucial. When you tell a marginalized, angry young man that he is actually a superior being, that he belongs to a sacred brotherhood that stands above the law, you create a deeply dangerous human being. You create a man who will happily surrender his own conscience to the will of the group. In these early days, their duties are mundane but intimate. They guard the doors of Hitler's apartment. They stand next to his car when he speaks. They follow him to the bathroom in crowded restaurants. They are the silent, black-clad shadows that allow the leader to sleep peacefully at night. But beneath this mundane reality, a mythology is taking root. They begin to view themselves not as a political security detail, but as an order of holy knights. They are the modern Templars, fighting a sacred war for the soul of the nation. The outside world is corrupt, weak, and dying. Only the Brotherhood is pure. Only the leader is infallible. If you were a citizen of Munich in 1926, you would pass these men on the street and likely dismiss them as fringe lunatics playing dress-up. They held no state power. They could not arrest you. They were merely the fanatical bodyguards of a loudmouthed politician whose moment seemed to have passed. But history is shaped by those who play the long game. The SS was intentionally kept small, tightly coiled like a spring. It was an incubator. Inside this tiny, exclusive brotherhood, a culture of absolute ruthlessness was being perfected. The men were being tested. They were learning how to shut off their empathy. They were learning that the only moral compass that mattered was the word of Adolf Hitler. They did not know it yet, but they were preparing. They were laying the psychological groundwork for an organization that would eventually swallow the German police force, build an empire of concentration camps, field private armies on the Eastern Front, and systematically engineer the murder of millions. All the horrors that were to come, the midnight knocks on the door, the cattle cars, the gas chambers, none of it was possible without the psychological framework established in these early years. Before you can convince a man to murder an innocent family, you must first convince him that he belongs to a higher order of humanity, that the normal rules do not apply to him, and that unquestioning obedience to his leader is the highest moral virtue a man can possess. That framework was forged in the stale air of the Bavarian beer halls. It was cemented in the blood spilled on the Odeonsplatz. It was organized in the quiet, calculating mind of Julius Schreck. By 1929, the SS had grown to a modest force of about 280 men nationwide. They were disciplined, terrifyingly loyal, and completely isolated from the chaotic noise of the larger SA. They were exactly the weapon Hitler had desired. But a weapon is only as dangerous as the hand that wields it. Julius Schreck had built the foundation. He had created the elite guard. But he lacked the vision to turn this tiny bodyguard unit into a globe-spanning empire of terror. For that, Hitler needed someone else. He needed a man who looked nothing like a soldier. He needed a man who was quiet, meticulous, and completely devoid of human warmth. He needed a mild-mannered, bespectacled former chicken farmer who possessed a mind like a steel trap and a soul as cold as a Bavarian winter. The stage is set. The death's head has been chosen. The oath of blood has been sworn. The tiny, dark seed has been planted in the fertile, broken soil of Weimar Germany. And as the decade draws to a close, that seed is about to be handed over to a man who will water it with the blood of a continent. A man who will take this small band of beer hall brawlers and transform them into the Black Order. The era of the bodyguard is ending. The era of Heinrich Himmler is about to begin. If you were to close your eyes and imagine the architect of the most terrifying empire of death in human history, you would almost certainly picture a monster. You would picture a man of imposing physical stature, someone with cold, commanding eyes, a booming voice that could shatter glass, and a presence that instantly filled a room with dread. You would imagine a hardened warrior, a veteran of brutal combat, someone whose very silhouette spoke of violence and domination. But history is rarely that cinematic, and evil is almost never that obvious. When you open your eyes and look at the man who actually built the SS into a continent-spanning machine of terror, the reality is deeply, profoundly unsettling. Because the man who took command of the Schutzstaffel in 1929 was not a warrior. He was not physically imposing. He had a weak, receding chin, a slightly flabby physique, pale skin that rarely saw the sun, and a persistent, nervous stomach condition. He wore thick, wire-rimmed pince-nez glasses that gave him the permanent look of a startled schoolteacher. He was soft-spoken, notoriously polite, and painstakingly pedantic. Before he became the master of the Black Order, he was a failed fertilizer salesman and a struggling chicken farmer in the quiet Bavarian town of Waltrudering. His name was Heinrich Himmler. And understanding him, understanding the agonizingly banal, meticulously organized mind of this unassuming bureaucrat, is the only way to comprehend how the SS transformed from a tiny, irrelevant band of street-brawling bodyguards into a quasi-religious cult of racial supremacy that would eventually hold the lives of millions in its meticulously manicured hands. To understand the terrifying vision of the chicken farmer, we first have to look inside the quiet, deeply insecure mind of the boy. Heinrich Himmler was born in 1900 into a comfortable, conservative, middle-class Bavarian family. His father was a strict schoolmaster, a man who instilled in his son an absolute, unyielding obsession with order, hierarchy, and record-keeping. We actually know a great deal about the young Himmler because he kept a diary. But it is not a diary filled with the sweeping emotional revelations or fiery passions of a future revolutionary. It is a diary that reads like an accounting ledger. Young Heinrich recorded everything with a suffocating, pathological attention to detail. He logged every cup of tea he drank, every train ticket he purchased, the exact temperature of the water when he bathed, and the precise times he went to bed and woke up. He was a young man terrified of the unpredictable chaos of the human experience, and so he tried to control his universe through lists, categories, and relentless, suffocating order. If he could just organize the world perfectly, he believed, he would be safe. But there was a deep, aching wound in Himmler's psyche, a psychological complex that he shared with a specific generation of young German men. He missed the Great War. While millions of men slightly older than him were enduring the apocalyptic horrors of the trenches, men like Adolf Hitler, men who returned home with the grim, blood-soaked credentials of combat veterans, Himmler was just a teenager sitting in a quiet classroom. He desperately wanted to fight. He wanted the glory, the medals, the initiation into that dark brotherhood of the front line. But the war ended just as he finally entered officer training. He was denied his trial by fire. He was forced back into civilian life, returning to a shattered, humiliated Germany, carrying the unbearable weight of feeling utterly inadequate. He was a man who worshipped the idea of the ruthless, blonde, blue-eyed Germanic warrior, yet every time he looked in the mirror, he saw a sickly, nearsighted clerk. So, like many men who feel small in a chaotic world, he sought out radical politics. He joined the right-wing paramilitary groups roaming Munich. He carried a flag during Hitler's failed beer hall putsch in 1923, though he was careful to stay far away from the actual gunfire. He was a follower, a devoted functionary who found deep psychological comfort in the strict rules and fanatical certainty of the early Nazi Party. And then he retreated to the countryside. In the late 1920s, Himmler tried to make a living raising chickens. It was a miserable failure. He was constantly stressed, heavily in debt, and frustrated by the stubborn reality of farming. But it was here, amidst the chicken coops, staring at livestock, that the seeds of the greatest tragedy of the 20th century began to take root in his hyper-organized mind. Himmler became obsessed with animal husbandry. He studied how breeding could amplify certain traits and eliminate others. He looked at the scientific, methodical way a farmer could engineer a better flock of chickens by ruthlessly culling the weak and selectively mating the strong. And then, his pedantic, deeply flawed mind made a catastrophic leap. He looked at the chaotic, starving, politically fractured society of Weimar Germany, and he thought, what if you applied the exact same principles of the chicken yard to human beings? What if you could breed a master race? When Adolf Hitler appointed Heinrich Himmler as the Reichsführer of the SS in January 1929, the organization was essentially a joke. It was a tiny faction of fewer than 300 men, heavily overshadowed by the million-strong SA, the brown-shirt stormtroopers. Hitler handed the SS to Himmler not because Himmler was a brilliant commander, but because Himmler was unfailingly loyal, utterly devoid of personal charisma, and therefore no political threat. But Hitler vastly underestimated the quiet, methodical ambition of his former chicken farmer. Himmler looked at the 300 rough, rowdy bodyguards of the SS, and he did not see a political security detail. He saw the foundation of a new human epic. He saw the vanguard of a genetically pure, pseudo-religious order of knights that would reshape the biological destiny of the planet. And so, he began to build. But to build his order, he needed raw material. He needed young men. We must pause here to step out of the minds of the dictators and into the worn, muddy boots of the ordinary German citizens who answered Himmler's call. It is incredibly easy to look back at history and label every young man who put on a black uniform as a born psychopath. But the terrifying truth is much more complicated and much more human. Imagine you are a 20-year-old German man in 1930. The Great Depression has hit your country like a physical shockwave. The unemployment rate is skyrocketing. You live in a cramped, freezing apartment. Your father, a proud veteran, is out of work and broken in spirit. Your mother waters down the soup every night just to make it stretch. When you walk down the street, you see political gangs beating each other to death with metal pipes over a few scraps of bread. There is no hope, no direction, no future. You feel invisible, worthless, and profoundly afraid of tomorrow. Then, a poster catches your eye. Or a recruiter stops you on the street. He doesn't offer you a job, he offers you an identity. He tells you that your poverty is not your fault. He tells you that you are secretly the heir to a grand, ancient, noble bloodline. He tells you that you are part of an elite, chosen race meant to rule the world. If you pass the stringent physical examinations, if your eyes are the right color, if your skull has the right measurements, if your ancestry can be proven pure back to the year 1750, you are invited into the brotherhood. And suddenly, everything changes. You are given a uniform. And not just any uniform. The SS uniform was designed with psychological warfare in mind. It was pitch black, tailored to fit perfectly, adorned with striking silver runes and the terrifying death's head emblem. When you put that uniform on, you are no longer a starving, unemployed nobody. When you walk down the street, people step out of your way. Women look at you with admiration, men look at you with fear. But the psychological hook went far deeper than the clothing. Himmler understood that to secure absolute, unbreakable loyalty, you have to offer young men more than just a paycheck. You have to offer them absolute moral certainty in an uncertain world. You have to become their father, their priest, and their God. When a young man joined Himmler's SS, he was not just joining a paramilitary group, he was joining a cult. He was systematically separated from his previous life. His ties to his family, his church, and his community were deliberately severed and replaced by the SS Brotherhood. Himmler instituted a staggering array of rules to manage every intimate detail of his men's lives. In 1931, he created the RUSHA, the Race and Settlement Main Office. This was a massive bureaucracy designed entirely to control who an SS man was allowed to marry. If an SS officer fell in love, he could not simply propose. He had to submit a photograph of his fiancée, along with a detailed family tree, to Himmler's office. A panel of racial experts would measure the woman's facial features, investigate her ancestry, and evaluate her physical fitness. If she was deemed unsuitable, if she had a drop of the wrong blood, or if her cheekbones were the wrong shape, the marriage was forbidden. If the SS man married her anyway, he was expelled from the order in disgrace. Imagine the profound psychological damage this inflicts. These young men were being conditioned to view love, intimacy, and human connection not as matters of the heart, but as biological transactions. They were being trained to look at their fellow human beings, even the women they loved, as livestock to be evaluated for breeding stock. When you convince a human being that biology is the only metric of a person's worth, you strip away their empathy. If human value is just a matter of blood purity, then someone with impure blood has no value at all. They aren't human. They are a pest. They are a disease. This was the dark, invisible psychological poison Himmler was injecting into his men every single day. He was methodically destroying their capacity for normal human compassion, preparing them for the horrors they would soon be asked to commit. To cement this new reality, Himmler began to weave a bizarre, intoxicating tapestry of occultism and pseudo-history into the daily life of the SS. Himmler was deeply hostile to traditional Christianity. He viewed it as a weak, forgiving religion based on Jewish foundations. He wanted to replace it entirely with a new, neo-pagan warrior religion based on ancient Germanic myths. He introduced SS naming ceremonies to replace Christian baptisms. When an SS man had a child, they gathered in a torchlit room where an SS commander would hold a dagger over the infant and dedicate the child to the Führer. He introduced SS wedding ceremonies, replacing the cross with the swastika, the priest with a commanding officer, and the Bible with a copy of Mein Kampf. He instituted the celebration of the winter solstice, replacing Christmas with pagan rituals involving bonfires, ancient runes, and oaths of eternal loyalty sworn in the freezing dark. The centerpiece of this bizarre fantasy world was a massive, triangular Renaissance fortress in Westphalia called Wilsberg Castle. Himmler leased the ruin in 1934 and began pouring millions of marks into transforming it into the spiritual center of the SS world. He saw Wilsberg as the modern equivalent of Camelot. He literally viewed his top SS generals as his Knights of the Round Table. Inside the castle, he constructed a room called the Obergruppenfürsel, the Hall of the Supreme Generals. It was a circular room with heavy oak paneling and a massive, round table. On the floor of this room, inlaid in dark green marble, was a symbol Himmler himself helped popularize, the Sonnenrad, the black sun 12 radial lightning bolts extending from a central circle. Directly beneath this hall was a crypt. A chilling, circular vault with smooth stone walls and a recessed altar in the center. Himmler designed this crypt to be the eternal resting place for the ashes of his top commanders, a place where the living SS elite would gather to commune with the spirits of their dead comrades. Try to visualize this scene, because it is vital to understanding the delusion of the men who would orchestrate the Holocaust. Picture highly educated men, doctors, lawyers, military commanders, men who would later systematically organize the logistics of mass murder via railway schedules and poison gas. Picture these same men gathering in a stone crypt beneath the castle in the dead of night, wearing silver death's head rings, standing in absolute silence around an eternal flame, pretending they were the reincarnated souls of ancient Teutonic knights. It sounds like a dark fantasy novel. It sounds completely absurd. And it was absurd. But it was a deadly, intoxicating absurdity. By wrapping his men in this impenetrable cloak of mysticism, secrecy, and ritual, Himmler convinced them that they were operating on a higher moral plane than the rest of humanity. When you believe you are a holy warrior enacting the biological destiny of the universe, the normal laws of human morality no longer apply to you. Murder is no longer murder, it is a sacred duty. Cruelty is no longer cruelty, it is strength. Pity is no longer a virtue, it is a weakness to be violently purged. The reality of what Himmler was building, this cult of absolute fanaticism, was often deliberately hidden from the German public behind closed doors, polished propaganda, and smiling recruitment posters. The Nazis were masters of hiding their true darkness behind a facade of order and tradition. To truly grasp the harsh, uncensored realities of this era, the realities that propaganda deliberately erased, you sometimes have to look beyond the history books and the standard archives. For those of you who want to explore the unvarnished, deeply sobering truth of the Second World War, I highly recommend checking out the digital collections available on Gumroad for Unseen Media. They offer digital products containing raw, unedited, and incredibly powerful images and videos from the war, material that is simply too restricted, too raw, or too intense to be shown on standard platforms like this one. It connects you directly to the harsh, uncensored realities of the conflict that these ideologies unleashed. Please, to keep yourself safe, only use the secure link I've placed in the description below. If you try to search for this on the internet, the top results are unfortunately often fake websites designed to scam you, and I want to make sure you are protected. By 1933, as Adolf Hitler officially became the Chancellor of Germany, Heinrich Himmler's patient, meticulous work had paid off. The SS had grown from 280 men to over 50,000. But they were still theoretically subordinate to the SA, the million-strong army of brown-shirt street brawlers led by Ernst Röhm. The men of the SS looked at the SA with quiet, burning contempt. The SS saw themselves as cold, disciplined, sober, and biologically pure. They saw the SA as a drunken, chaotic, undisciplined mob. And more importantly, Himmler recognized that as long as the SA existed, his Black Order would never have total control over the state. Himmler had successfully built the psychological framework of his cult. He had taken desperate young men, stripped them of their humanity, rewired their brains with pseudoscience and occult rituals, and bound them to him with an oath of blood. He had created a loaded weapon. It was perfectly oiled, highly polished, and terrifyingly precise. Now, he just needed an excuse to pull the trigger. The chicken farmer had built his flock of devoted executioners. He had conditioned them to believe that the highest honor a man could achieve was to abandon his own conscience and obey orders without a second thought, no matter how brutal those orders might be. They were ready to prove their loyalty. They were ready to shed blood. Not the blood of their enemies in a foreign trench, but the blood of their own countrymen, their own comrades, in the dark of night. The vision was complete. The Black Order was forged. And the ultimate test of their terrifying, unblinking obedience was rapidly approaching. A storm was gathering over Germany, a night of sudden, shocking violence that would forever sever the SS from the rest of humanity and plunge the nation into an abyss from which it would never return. Imagine waking in the suffocating heat of a summer night to the sound of heavy boots splintering your bedroom door, only to find that the men pointing guns at your chest are the very same friends you drank with just yesterday. By the early summer of 1934, a thick, suffocating tension had settled over Germany, a kind of psychological humidity that made it hard to breathe. Adolf Hitler had been chancellor for over a year. To the outside world, and even to many ordinary Germans, it seemed as though the Nazi Party had entirely conquered the nation. The swastika flew over public buildings, political opponents had been thrown into makeshift prisons, and the chaotic, violent days of the Weimar Republic were supposed to be over. The German people craved stability above all else. They wanted to go to work, feed their families, and sleep through the night without hearing the staccato crack of gunfire in the streets. But beneath the surface of this new, forced order, a massive, incredibly dangerous fault line was shifting. The Nazi movement was tearing itself apart from the inside, and the Schutzstaffel, the SS, was quietly sharpening its knives in the dark. To understand the sheer, chilling betrayal that was about to unfold, you have to understand the tragic, deeply human flaw at the center of the Sturmabteilung, the SA. The SA, the brown shirts, were the original brawlers. These were the men who had fought in the beer halls, who had bled on the cobblestones, who had been beaten by police batons, and who had violently paved the way for Hitler's rise to power. There were roughly 3 million of them by 1934. Let that number sink in. 3 million angry, hardened men. That was an army vastly larger than the official German military, the Reichswehr, which was restricted by the Treaty of Versailles to a mere 100,000 troops. At the head of this massive, restless brown-shirted army was a man named Ernst Röhm. Röhm is a fascinating, tragic figure in the dark tapestry of the Third Reich. He was a combat-hardened veteran of the First World War, a man whose face was heavily scarred from a bullet wound, giving him a brutal, intimidating appearance. But Röhm was also one of Adolf Hitler's oldest and closest friends. He was one of the very few men in the world who addressed Hitler using the familiar German pronoun du, rather than the formal Sie. He called him Adi. They had shared dreams in the damp cellars of Munich. They had stood shoulder to shoulder when the world thought they were nothing but fringe lunatics. But Röhm fundamentally misunderstood what had happened in 1933. Röhm was a revolutionary. He believed deeply, passionately, in what he called the Second Revolution. He looked around and saw that Hitler was now compromising with the conservative elites, the wealthy industrialists, and the aristocratic generals of the traditional army. Röhm felt betrayed. He felt that the working-class men of the SA, the men who had actually done the dirty work, the men with missing teeth and empty wallets, were being pushed aside now that Hitler wore a fine suit and attended state dinners. Röhm wanted his SA to absorb the traditional German military. He wanted to sweep away the old aristocrats and put his street fighters in charge of the nation's defense. The traditional military, predictably, looked at Röhm and his millions of rowdy brawlers with absolute, unbridled horror. The old Prussian generals despised the SA. They saw them as a dangerous, undisciplined mob of thugs. And they gave Hitler an ultimatum. The President of Germany, the aging, revered Field Marshal Paul von Hindenburg, was dying. When he died, Hitler wanted to combine the offices of Chancellor and President, making himself the undisputed dictator of Germany. But the army made it clear, they would only support Hitler, they would only swear allegiance to him, if he eliminated the threat of Ernst Röhm and the SA. Hitler was agonizingly trapped. He owed his power to the SA, and he genuinely cared for Röhm. For months, he hesitated. He paced the halls of the Chancellery, sweating, arguing, trying to find a compromise that did not require him to slaughter his oldest friends. He was paralyzed by a very human sense of loyalty clashing against a monstrous political ambition. But while Hitler hesitated, Heinrich Himmler did not. Himmler, the former chicken farmer who had built the SS into a fanatical, deeply disciplined cult, saw Röhm's ambition not as a political problem, but as the ultimate opportunity. Himmler knew that as long as the SA existed, the SS would always be a subordinate organization. The black uniformed guards would forever be stuck in the shadow of the brown shirts. If Himmler wanted his vision of a racially pure, pseudo-religious order of knights to control Germany, the SA had to be completely and utterly destroyed. And Himmler had exactly the right weapon for the job. His name was Reinhard Heydrich. If Himmler was the cold, bureaucratic architect of the SS, Heydrich was its terrifying, predatory engine. Heydrich was young, tall, blonde, and possessed a mind of terrifying, sociopathic brilliance. He was a disgraced former naval officer who had joined the SS and quickly built its intelligence-gathering apparatus, the Sicherheitsdienst, or SD. Heydrich did not just follow orders, he anticipated them. He understood that to force Hitler's hand, they needed to manufacture a crisis so severe that Hitler would have no choice but to act. Together, Himmler and Heydrich began to weave a tapestry of lethal lies. In the spring of 1934, inside quiet, sunlit offices in Berlin, men in sharp uniforms sat at heavy oak desks, drinking coffee, smoking cigarettes, and calmly inventing a massive conspiracy. They fabricated evidence, forged documents, and manufactured testimonies claiming that Ernst Röhm was being paid by the French government to launch an armed coup against Hitler. They called it the Röhm Putsch. The sheer banality of this process is what makes it so chilling. They didn't declare war in a fiery speech. They typed up death lists. They used carbon paper. They organized names alphabetically. They cross-referenced addresses. They treated mass murder as an administrative task. Heydrich's agents compiled lists of not just SA leaders, but anyone who had ever crossed the SS, anyone who had opposed the Nazi Party in the past, conservative politicians, Catholic critics, journalists, anyone they wanted gone. As the heat of June pressed down on Germany, the pressure on Hitler became unbearable. Himmler and Heydrich kept feeding him these forged dossiers, whispering in his ear that his oldest friend was preparing to march on Berlin. Finally, the paranoia broke him. Hitler made the decision to cross the Rubicon. He ordered the SS to prepare for a nationwide purge. The stage was set for June 30th, 1934. A weekend that would forever be known as the Night of the Long Knives. Ernst Röhm and the top leadership of the SA had absolutely no idea what was coming. Hitler had actually ordered them to take the month off, to go on a leave of absence to cool tensions. Röhm had taken his inner circle to a beautiful, idyllic spa town in the Bavarian Alps called Bad WWII. They were staying at the Hanselbauer Hotel, a charming inn on the shores of Lake Tegernsee. Try to picture this setting. It is the height of summer in Bavaria. The mountains are a vibrant green, the lake is like glass, reflecting the clear blue sky. The men of the SA are on vacation. They are drinking heavily, laughing, resting their battered bodies. They are completely unarmed, vulnerable, completely secure in the belief that they are the untouchable kings of the new Germany. In the early, misty hours of June 30th, before the sun had even crested the mountains, a column of dark vehicles sped along the winding roads toward Bad WWII. Inside those cars was Adolf Hitler himself, gripping a pistol, in a state of frenzied, manic agitation. Accompanying him were heavily armed detachments of the SS, led by men whose faces were blank masks of absolute, unwavering obedience. When they arrived at the Hanselbauer Hotel, the SS did not knock politely. They stormed the building. Imagine the absolute, surreal confusion of that moment. You are a hardened SA commander. You have fought communists in the streets, you have bled for the swastika. You are abruptly jolted awake by the splintering of wood. You open your eyes to see men in black uniforms, men you consider your younger brothers in the movement, pointing submachine guns at your face. Hitler personally kicked open the door to Ernst Röhm's bedroom. Röhm was in bed, groggy, hungover, and utterly disoriented. Hitler, his face flushed with hysterical rage, screamed that Röhm was under arrest for high treason. Röhm, staring at his oldest friend, could barely process the words. He thought it was a joke, or a mistake. He tried to speak, tried to reason with Adi, but he was roughly dragged out of bed by the SS guards, pushed out into the corridor in his pajamas, and shoved into a waiting car. Throughout the hotel, the scene was repeated. SA leaders were pulled from their beds, beaten, and herded into the courtyard. Some were caught in the beds of younger men, a fact Hitler later used to publicly justify the purge on moral grounds, despite having known and ignored Röhm's homosexuality for over a decade. The psychological whiplash experienced by these victims is almost impossible to overstate. As they were loaded into trucks and driven to Stadelheim prison in Munich, many of them truly believed that there had been a military coup against Hitler. They thought the SS was rescuing them. Even as they were pushed against the brick walls of the prison courtyard, even as the SS firing squads raised their rifles, some of these men puffed out their chests and shouted, "Heil Hitler!" right before the bullets tore through their hearts. They died not understanding that the man they were cheering for was the one who had signed their death warrants. But the tragedy of WWII was only a tiny fraction of the horror unfolding across the country. The code word Kolibri, hummingbird, had been sent out. Across Germany, the SS death squads were unleashed. And it is here, deeply embedded in the mechanics of this sweeping purge, that we witness the profound psychological transformation of the SS man. The men who pulled the triggers that weekend were not killing nameless, faceless enemies in a trench. They were knocking on the doors of their neighbors. They were walking into the offices of men they had shared meals with. To look an unarmed man in the eye, a man begging for his life, a man whose children are screaming in the next room, and to shoot him dead purely because a piece of paper told you to, that requires a complete severance from basic human morality. Himmler knew this. He knew that by forcing his men to murder their own comrades, he was binding them to him in a covenant of blood. Once you have murdered an innocent person for the organization, you can never go back to normal society. You belong entirely to the cult. You are complicit. Before we push deeper into the dark, bloody aftermath of this weekend, and the tragic final moments of Ernst Röhm, it is important to reflect on why we tell these specific, deeply uncomfortable human stories. History is not just a collection of dates, it is the agonizing record of human frailty, betrayal, and consequence. It takes an immense amount of time, archival research, and emotional energy to unearth these personal narratives and stitch them together into these comprehensive documentaries. If you find value in this kind of deep, unflinching historical storytelling, and you want to help keep this history alive, I would be incredibly grateful if you considered leaving a small tip, even just $1, on my Ko-Fi page. It directly supports the massive research required to bring these human stories to light. Please, to keep yourself safe, only use the secure link I've placed in the description below. If you try to search for this on the internet, the top results are unfortunately often fake websites designed to scam you, and I want to make sure you are protected. While Hitler was confronting Rome and Bavaria, the true slaughter was being orchestrated in Berlin by Hermann Göring and Reinhard Heydrich. In Berlin, the purge had absolutely nothing to do with an SA mutiny. It was a cold, calculated settling of old scores. The SS was given the list, and they simply drove through the city, checking off names. They murdered General Kurt von Schleicher, the former Chancellor of Germany, shooting him down in his own study. When his wife rushed into the room upon hearing the gunfire, the SS men shot her too, leaving them both bleeding out on the carpet. They murdered Gregor Strasser, one of the original founders of the Nazi Party, a man who had once been Hitler's equal, simply because he represented an alternative political voice. He was shot in a Gestapo cell. They murdered Gustav von Kahr, the old Bavarian politician who had thwarted Hitler's beer hall putsch a decade earlier. Von Kahr was 71 years old. The SS dragged him from his home, took him to a swamp outside Munich, and hacked him to death with pickaxes. And then there were the deeply tragic, terrifying mistakes. The sheer chaos of a bureaucracy handed a license to kill. There was a music critic in Munich named Willy Schmid. He was sitting in his living room, playing the cello for his wife and children on a quiet Saturday evening. The SS kicked in his door, dragged him away, and shot him. They had mistaken him for a local SA leader with a similar last name. The state later sent his widow a closed coffin and a cynical apology, casually brushing off the destruction of a family as a clerical error. The terror of that weekend was absolute. The German public, peering from behind drawn curtains, saw government vehicles speeding through the streets, heard the crack of rifles in the suburbs, and realized with a cold, sinking dread that the rules of civilization had been suspended. There were no arrest warrants. There were no trials. There were no judges. The SS was the judge, jury, and executioner. By Sunday, July 1st, the purge was winding down. Hundreds of people were dead. But Ernst Röhm, the man whose alleged treason had started it all, was still alive in a cell in Stadelheim prison. Hitler was still hesitating. Despite everything, despite ordering the execution of hundreds, he could not bring himself to give the final order for his oldest friend. But Himmler and Göring pressed him relentlessly. They argued that if Rome was allowed to live, he would become a martyr, a rallying point for revenge. Finally, exhausted and depleted, Hitler gave in. But he insisted that Rome must be given the opportunity to do the honorable thing. He must be allowed to commit suicide. 2 SS officers, Theodor Eicke and Michael Lippert, were dispatched to Stadelheim prison. Eicke was a brutal, hardened fanatic who would later go on to command the concentration camp system. They walked down the cold, echoing stone corridor and unlocked the heavy iron door to Rome's cell. Rome was sitting on his cot, shirtless, sweating in the summer heat. Eicke walked to a small wooden table in the cell. He placed a pistol on the table, loaded with a single bullet. Beside the pistol, he placed a special edition of the Nazi newspaper, the Völkischer Beobachter, which carried the fabricated headlines about the SS treason. Eicke looked at the broken SA commander and said, "You have 10 minutes to use this. If you do not, we will do it for you." The 2 SS men walked out, locked the door, and stood in the corridor, looking at their watches. Inside the cell, Ernst Röhm stared at the gun. We can only imagine the profound isolation, the crushing weight of betrayal he felt in those 10 minutes. He had dedicated his life to this movement. He had loved Adolf Hitler. He had built the army that put him in power. And his reward was a single bullet on a wooden table. But Röhm possessed a stubborn, defiant pride. He refused to give Hitler the easy way out. He refused to legitimize the lies by taking his own life. 10 minutes passed. The corridor was silent. Eicke and Lippert unlocked the door and stepped back into the cell with their pistols drawn. Röhm stood up. He walked to the center of the cell, bared his scarred chest, and looked the 2 SS men in the eyes. His last words were defiant. He said, "If I am to be killed, let Adolf do it himself." Eicke and Lippert did not hesitate. They raised their pistols and fired point blank into Röhm's chest. He collapsed to the stone floor, dead. With the echo of those gunshots, an era died in Germany, and a much darker, much more terrifying era was born. The Night of the Long Knives was the crucible in which the true SS was forged. On July 20th, 1934, Hitler officially rewarded Heinrich Himmler's loyalty. He decreed that the Schutzstaffel was now completely independent from the SA. The SS was no longer just a bodyguard unit, it was a sovereign power within the state, answerable only to Hitler himself. But the most profound, lasting consequence of that bloody weekend was psychological. Hitler stood before the Reichstag 2 weeks later and openly admitted to the murders. He did not hide them. He proudly claimed that in that hour of national emergency, he, Adolf Hitler, was the supreme judge of the German people. He had acted outside the law to save the nation. And the German public, terrified of the chaos the SA had represented, largely applauded him. The traditional military, relieved that their rivals were gone, swore a new oath of unconditional obedience to Hitler personally. This was the true tragedy of the summer of 1934. The German people, in their desperate desire for order, accepted murder as a legitimate tool of state policy. They accepted that the law was no longer based on justice, or a constitution, or basic human rights. The law was whatever Adolf Hitler said it was. For the men in the black uniforms, the lesson was clear. They had murdered their own comrades, and instead of being punished, they had been elevated. They had been told that their brutality was a virtue. They had been told that to serve the Führer meant abandoning their own consciences. Heinrich Himmler's vision had been realized. He had built his cult. He had forged his weapon in blood. The SS now stood unopposed. They were the masters of the shadows. And as they looked out over the silenced, compliant nation of Germany, they began to build the next phase of their terrifying empire. The bodyguards had become the executioners. And their work was only just beginning. Imagine the sudden, suffocating silence that falls over a crowded dinner table when a careless joke is told, and every single person in the room realizes, with a cold, jagged spike of dread, that the walls themselves might be listening. To understand the true horror of the Third Reich, you must look past the battlefield and peer into the quiet, pristine neighborhoods of 1930s Germany. In the aftermath of the Night of the Long Knives, a profound psychological shift occurred across the nation. The German people had watched their chancellor murder his closest friends and openly boast about it. And instead of rising up in outrage, the nation, desperate for order and terrified of the alternative, had largely bowed its head and accepted it. That submission was the turning point. It was the moment the door clicked shut on the Weimar Republic, and the locks were engaged. The Schutzstaffel, the SS, was no longer just an elite bodyguard unit. They were now the undisputed masters of the German state, an independent, untouchable empire operating entirely outside the bounds of traditional law. Heinrich Himmler, the mild-mannered former chicken farmer, had successfully purged his rivals. But Himmler was a man who understood that true power is not exercised through occasional spasms of violence in the streets. True power is invisible. True power is an atmosphere. It is the ability to make a citizen police their own thoughts before they even speak them aloud. Himmler's ultimate goal was not just to protect Adolf Hitler, his goal was to completely remold the German population into a racially pure, ideologically compliant monolith. And to do that, he needed two distinct mechanisms. He needed a net to catch those who stepped out of line, and he needed a furnace to burn them. The net was the Geheime Staatspolizei. The Gestapo. The Gestapo has become a mythical monster in our collective historical memory. When we imagine them, we picture an army of thousands of men in leather coats, standing on every street corner, tapping every telephone, intercepting every piece of mail. We imagine an omniscient, all-seeing eye that held the entire nation in a grip of high-tech, industrialized surveillance. But the reality of the Gestapo is infinitely more terrifying precisely because it was so shockingly small. In major German cities, the Gestapo was often wildly understaffed. In places with populations of hundreds of thousands, there might be only a few dozen official Gestapo officers on duty. They did not have the manpower to watch everyone. They didn't have the technology to listen to every phone call. So, how did a handful of bureaucrats manage to hold a nation of millions in a state of absolute, paralyzing terror? They didn't do it through manpower. They did it through the weaponization of human nature. They did it by turning the German people against themselves. The Gestapo relied almost entirely on denunciations from ordinary citizens. They relied on the petty jealousies, the neighborhood grudges, the workplace rivalries, and the deep-seated fears of everyday people. Imagine you are living in an apartment block in Berlin in 1935. You are a good person. You keep your head down. You work hard. But you have a neighbor, let us call him Herr Weber. Herr Weber is a bit eccentric. Perhaps he doesn't raise his arm high enough during the Hitler salute. Perhaps he occasionally listens to foreign radio broadcasts at night with the volume turned down low. Or perhaps, more simply, Herr Weber has a larger apartment than you do, and you have just had a second child, and you really need the space. In a normal society, you might bicker with Herr Weber. You might gossip about him. But in the society built by Heinrich Himmler and Reinhard Heydrich, you have another option. You can sit down at your kitchen table, pull out a piece of paper, and write a letter. You don't even have to sign your name. You simply write that you suspect Herr Weber of having Marxist sympathies, or of making defeatist remarks about the economy. You drop that letter in the postbox on your way to the bakery. You tell yourself it is just a precaution. You tell yourself that if he has done nothing wrong, he has nothing to fear. That phrase, if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear, became the poisonous mantra that allowed ordinary, decent people to justify betraying their friends. A few days later, in the dead of night, you hear the squeal of tires on the cobblestones outside. You hear the heavy thud of car doors slamming. You lie in the dark, your heart pounding against your ribs, listening to the heavy, synchronized footsteps climbing the wooden stairs of your apartment building. They pass your door. You hold your breath. They stop at Herr Weber's door. There is a loud knock. Muffled shouting. The sound of a man weeping, begging to put on his shoes. And then, the footsteps recede. The car drives away. The next morning, Herr Weber's door is sealed. He is gone. He will never return. And a few weeks later, the housing authority mysteriously offers you his larger apartment. This is how the Gestapo operated. It was an administration built on the dark, rotting foundation of human selfishness and fear. The Gestapo officers sitting at their desks in the massive, gloomy headquarters at Prinz-Albrechtstrasse 8 in Berlin did not have to go out hunting for enemies of the state. The German people were enthusiastically mailing them in. The Gestapo's primary job was simply sorting through the avalanche of betrayal that flooded their mailrooms every single morning. At the center of this web of informants sat Reinhard Heydrich. If Himmler was the architect of the SS, Heydrich was its apex predator. He was known as the Blonde Beast, a man of terrifying intellect, boundless energy, and an absolute void of human empathy. Heydrich was a classically trained violinist. He could play Mozart with tears in his eyes, appreciating the exquisite beauty of the music, and then calmly put down his bow, walk to his desk, and sign a stack of execution orders without his pulse ever rising. Heydrich organized the Gestapo as a massive, bureaucratic machine of index cards. Every rumor, every whisper, every anonymous letter was meticulously filed, cross-referenced, and categorized. He created a society where trust was completely eradicated. You could not trust your postman. You could not trust your favorite bartender. You could not even trust your own children, who were being heavily indoctrinated in the Hitler Youth to report any anti-state conversations they overheard at the dinner table. This invisible, suffocating atmosphere of suspicion is what gave the black uniform of the SS its power. When an SS officer walked down the street, people practically flattened themselves against the brickwork to get out of his way. They didn't just see a man in a uniform, they saw the physical manifestation of the midnight knock on the door. But what happened to the people who were taken away in the night? Where did Herr Weber go when the Gestapo dragged him out of his apartment? This brings us to the second mechanism of Himmler's empire. The net had caught the prey. Now, they needed the furnace. In the spring of 1933, shortly after the Nazis took power, a new type of facility was quietly established in a disused munitions factory outside the picturesque town of Dachau, near Munich. It was called a Konzentrationslager, a concentration camp. Initially, the German public was not overly terrified of Dachau. In fact, the Nazi propaganda machine actually publicized the camp in newspapers. They didn't present it as a death camp. They presented it as a tough, rigorous re-education center for hooligans, communists, and enemies of the state. The public, weary from the chaos of the Weimar years, often nodded in approval. They thought these political dissidents just needed some hard labor, discipline, and fresh air to straighten them out. But the reality inside the wire of Dachau was a laboratory of human suffering. And the mad scientist running that laboratory was a man named Theodor Eick. We met Eick briefly in the previous act. He was the hardened, brutal SS officer who had walked into Ernst Röhm's prison cell and shot him point blank in the chest. As a reward for his ruthless efficiency during the Night of the Long Knives, Himmler gave Eick total control over the burgeoning concentration camp system, appointing him the inspector of concentration camps. Theodor Eick was not an intellectual like Heydrich, nor a pedantic bureaucrat like Himmler. Eick was a thug. He had spent time in a psychiatric facility before the Nazis took power, diagnosed with severe, violent paranoia. This was the man Heinrich Himmler chose to design the system that would hold the enemies of the Reich. Eick arrived at Dachau and immediately began to codify terror. Before Eick, the abuse in the early camps was chaotic, random, and unorganized. Guards would beat prisoners on a whim, whenever they felt like it. Ike hated chaos. He wanted the terror to be systematic, institutionalized, and absolute. He drafted the disciplinary and penal code for the prison camp. This chilling document laid out, in excruciating, legalistic detail, the exact punishments for every conceivable infraction. If a prisoner was missing a button, he received 25 lashes with a whip. If a prisoner spoke back to a guard, he was tied to a post for hours. If a prisoner stepped out of line during roll call, he was shot for attempting to escape. Ike took the random sadism of the guards and turned it into the official, binding law of the camp. But Ike's most profound and terrifying legacy was not what he did to the prisoners. It was what he did to his own men. Ike understood that it is actually quite difficult to make a normal human being inflict daily, agonizing torture on defenseless people without eventually suffering a psychological breakdown. Human beings have a natural, inbuilt aversion to causing pain. To run a massive system of concentration camps, Ike needed guards who were completely devoid of pity. So, he created a specialized, independent branch of the SS designed solely to guard the camps. He called them the Totenkopfverband. The Death's Head Units. They wore the standard black uniform of the SS, but on their right collar patch, instead of the traditional SS runes, they wore a silver skull and crossbones. The Death's Head. How do you take a 19-year-old boy, a baker's apprentice, a farmhand, a mechanic, and turn him into a man who can calmly beat a prisoner to death with a shovel and then go eat a hearty lunch? You do it through a brutal, systematic process of psychological conditioning. Let us follow the journey of a young, hypothetical recruit into the Totenkopfverband. We will call him Hans. Hans is 18 years old. He grew up during the crushing poverty of the Depression. He feels small, insignificant, and desperate for a place in the world. He joins the SS because he loves the sleek black uniform, the polished boots, and the sudden, intoxicating respect he gets from the girls in his village when he walks down the street. He doesn't join to be a murderer. He joins to be somebody. Hans is assigned to Dachau under the command of Theodor Eicke. Ike, known to his men as Papa Ike, understands exactly what Hans needs. Papa Ike gives Hans a sense of elite brotherhood. He tells Hans that he is part of the most important, sacred mission in the history of the world, protecting the pure German bloodline from the diseased, subhuman elements trying to destroy it. But then the training begins. And the core philosophy of Ike's training is a single, chilling phrase: tolerance means weakness. Hans is taught, day in and day out, that the people behind the barbed wire are not human beings. They are vermin. They are a biological threat to Hans's family, to his future, and to the fatherland. Ike preaches a gospel of absolute hardness. If a guard shows even a flicker of hesitation, a single moment of pity, he is mercilessly bullied, humiliated, and punished in front of his peers. In the first weeks, Hans is forced to stand and watch veteran guards brutally beat a prisoner. The first time he sees a man's teeth shattered by a rifle, but Hans feels a sick feeling in his stomach. His natural human empathy recoils. His hands shake. He wants to look away. But he can't. His commanding officer is watching him. His fellow recruits are watching him. If he looks away, if he shows weakness, he will be cast out of the brotherhood. He will be labeled a coward. He will lose the uniform, the status, the identity that means everything to him. So, Hans forces himself to watch. He forces his face into a mask of cold indifference. The next week, Hans is not just watching. He is ordered to deliver the blows himself. The prisoner is tied to a whipping block. Hans is handed the leather whip. The commanding officer stands behind him, screaming at him to strike harder, harder, harder. Hans strikes. He hears the skin tear. He hears the man scream. It goes against everything he was ever taught by his parents, by his church, by normal society. But a terrifying psychological shift happens. To survive the immense cognitive dissonance of what he is doing, Hans's brain must rationalize the violence. He cannot believe he is a monster, so he must believe that the victim deserves it. He must fully internalize the propaganda. He looks at the bleeding, starving, terrified man chained to the block, and he tells himself, this is not a man. This is an enemy. This is a disease. I am the surgeon cutting out the rot. I am a hero. Once that psychological threshold is crossed, Hans is lost. He has outsourced his morality to the SS. His conscience is no longer guided by right and wrong, it is guided entirely by the orders of his superiors. When his commander praises him for a particularly brutal beating, Hans feels a rush of pride. He feels like he belongs. This was the dark magic of Theodor Eich's system. He weaponized peer pressure, tribalism, and extreme ideology to completely sever the empathetic nerve in thousands of young German men. He created an environment where cruelty was the only currency, and compassion was a fatal flaw. The ordinary citizens of Germany, the people walking past the bakeries and reading the newspapers, knew the camps existed. They knew what the death's head on the collar meant. They whispered about it in hushed tones behind closed doors. Lieber Gott, mag Michigan stum, das ich nicht nach Dachau komme, went a popular, terrified little rhyme of the era. Dear God, make me dumb, so that I to Dachau shall not come. They convinced themselves that the SS were noble protectors, guarding the state from dangerous criminals. It was a massive, collective delusion. It was easier to believe that the men in the black uniforms were heroes than to confront the terrifying reality that they had handed their nation over to a cult of sociopaths. As we dive deep into the psychology of how normal people can be corrupted into committing unspeakable acts, it's vital to recognize how much of this history was deliberately obscured by propaganda and carefully manicured narratives. The Nazi regime wanted the world to see only the polished boots and the synchronized marching. They desperately hid the raw, ugly, unvarnished truth of the terror they inflicted. If you are passionate about uncovering the real, unfiltered history of this era, the kind of history that makes you truly understand the human stakes, you have to look beyond the surface. For those who want to go deeper, I highly recommend checking out the Patreon community for Uncensored and podcasts. It's a space where history lovers can access free, deep-dive podcasts, view raw and unblurred historical video sections that simply cannot be shown elsewhere, and support the massive research effort that goes into these documentaries through a tip jar. Connecting with a community that values the unvarnished truth is the best way to keep this history alive. Please, to keep yourself safe, only use the secure link I've placed in the description below. If you try to search for this on the internet, the top results are unfortunately often fake websites designed to scam you, and I want to make sure you are protected. By 1936, the transformation of the German state was complete. Heinrich Himmler achieved his ultimate domestic victory. He was officially appointed the chief of the German police in the Ministry of the Interior. This was not a mere administrative title. This was the final snapping shut of the trap. Before 1936, the SS was a party organization, and the regular police were a state organization. They were separate. But Himmler violently fused them together. He took the traditional, uniformed police officers, the men who directed traffic, who caught petty thieves, who walked the neighborhood beats, and he systematically brought them under the control of the SS. The Gestapo, the SD, the regular criminal police, and the Totenkopfverband were now all tentacles of the same massive, terrifying kraken. The line between the Nazi Party and the German government had been completely erased. The law was no longer an instrument of justice, it was merely an instrument of the Führer's will, enforced by Heinrich Himmler's loyal black-clad knights. Inside the borders of the Reich, the Black Order had achieved total victory. The political enemies were dead, imprisoned in Eich's brutal camps, or driven into terrified silence. The population was policing itself, dropping letters of denunciation into mailboxes, eagerly betraying their neighbors to secure their own safety. The youth were being relentlessly indoctrinated, marching in the Hitler Youth, preparing to take up the silver death's head themselves. The machine was built. The net was cast. The furnace was burning. But Himmler's vision was never confined merely to the borders of Germany. The SS was built on a foundation of racial supremacy, and a master race cannot be contained. They believed they were destined to rule the continent, to push eastward, to carve out Lebensraum, living space, from the inferior peoples of Europe. The Black Order had spent the last 3 years turning inward, terrorizing its own people, sharpening its knives in the dark, and perfecting the industrialization of human misery. Now, incredibly dangerous and thoroughly purged of human empathy, the SS prepared to turn its gaze outward. The storm they had unleashed upon their own neighbors was about to break across the rest of the world, and the true, apocalyptic horror of Himmler's vision was only just beginning to reveal itself. Imagine the exact moment when the illusion of civilization shatters, not metaphorically, but with the deafening, visceral crash of a heavy iron axe tearing through your front window in the dead of night. By the autumn of 1938, a fragile, deeply deceptive calm had settled over the Jewish population of Germany. It was the kind of agonizing, suffocating normalcy that takes hold when people are trying desperately to survive a nightmare they cannot wake up from. For 5 years, ever since Adolf Hitler had seized power, the Jewish citizens of the Reich had endured a slow, methodical, bureaucratic strangulation. The Nuremberg laws had stripped them of their citizenship. They had been pushed out of the civil service, banned from the medical and legal professions, and forbidden from sitting on public park benches. But human beings possess a remarkable, sometimes tragic capacity for denial. If you were a Jewish father living in Berlin or Frankfurt in October of 1938, you might look at your family sitting around the dinner table and try to convince yourself that the worst was over. You might tell yourself that the Nazi regime, obsessed with international optics and the upcoming threat of war, would eventually settle down. You might look at the Iron Cross medal sitting in your drawer, the medal you earned bleeding for Germany in the trenches of the First World War, and believe, with every fiber of your being, that this country, your country, would not completely abandon you to the wolves. You adapted. You kept your head down. You walked a little faster past the men in the brown and black uniforms. You accepted the indignities because the alternative, leaving your home, your language, your entire history behind to become a penniless refugee, was too terrifying to comprehend. You believed that the violence would remain cold, legal, and contained to the paperwork on Heinrich Himmler's desk. But the men who commanded the Schutzstaffel, the SS, did not deal in boundaries. They dealt in absolute subjugation. And they were waiting for a spark. They were waiting for the perfect excuse to cross the threshold from bureaucratic persecution into open, explosive, unbridled terror. That spark did not ignite in Berlin. It ignited hundreds of miles away, on a cold, damp street in Paris, in the heart of a desperately lonely 17-year-old boy. His name was Herschel Greenspan. He was a Polish-Jewish teenager who had been living in Paris, trying to carve out a meager existence while the world rapidly darkened around him. In late October of 1938, the SS and the Gestapo had orchestrated a massive, sudden deportation of Polish Jews living in Germany. Tens of thousands of people, men, women, children, the elderly, were dragged from their beds in the middle of the night, shoved onto freezing trains, and dumped in the mud at the Polish border. Because the Polish government initially refused to accept them, these thousands of terrified people were left stranded in a freezing, rain-soaked no-man's land near a town called Zbacin. Among those shivering in the mud were Herschel Greenspan's parents and his beloved sister, Berta. From the squalor of that border camp, Berta managed to send a postcard to her teenage brother in Paris. We can only imagine the profound, suffocating despair that washed over Herschel as he read his sister's desperate words. He was 17. He was thousands of miles away. He had no money, no political power, no voice. He was watching the people he loved most in the world be discarded like garbage by a towering, invincible machine of state terror. When a human being is pushed into a corner of absolute helplessness, grief often violently transmutes into rage. On the morning of November 7, 1938, Herschel Greenspan walked into a Parisian gun shop and purchased a 5-shot revolver. He then walked to the German embassy. He didn't have a grand political strategy. He didn't have an escape plan. He was a boy drowning in sorrow, lashing out at the monster that was destroying his family. He asked to speak to a German official. A low-ranking diplomat named Ernst von Rath was sent out to meet him. Herschel pulled the revolver from his pocket, shouted that he was acting in the name of the persecuted Jews, and fired. Ernst von Rath collapsed, mortally wounded. When the news of the shooting reached Germany, the architects of the Third Reich realized instantly that they had been handed the ultimate gift. On the evening of November 9th, the highest-ranking members of the Nazi Party were gathered in Munich to commemorate the anniversary of Hitler's failed 1923 beer hall putsch. It was an atmosphere thick with nostalgia, cigar smoke, and aggressive bravado. When word arrived that Ernst von Rath had finally died of his wounds in Paris, the Minister of Propaganda, Joseph Goebbels, saw an opportunity. Goebbels had recently fallen out of favor with Hitler over a scandalous affair, and he desperately needed to prove his radical, anti-Semitic credentials. Goebbels stood up before the gathered party faithful and delivered a venomous, highly calculated speech. He claimed that the assassination in Paris was not the act of a desperate teenager, but a grand, orchestrated Jewish conspiracy against the German nation. He declared that spontaneous demonstrations against the Jews would not be hampered by the police. It was a dog whistle, blown through a megaphone. The message was clear: the leash is off. Do what you want. But while Goebbels was providing the fiery rhetoric, it was the SS that provided the cold, terrifyingly efficient structure for the chaos. Reinhard Heydrich, the brilliant, sociopathic architect of the Gestapo and the SD, was sitting in his office in Munich. Heydrich despised the chaotic, drunken street brawling of the SA stormtroopers. He knew that thousands of rioting thugs could easily lose control, burning down entire city blocks and destroying valuable German property in the process. For Heydrich, violence needed to be methodical. It needed to serve the state. So, before the first brick was even thrown, Heydrich sent out an urgent, top-secret teletype message to all state police and SS headquarters across the Reich. His orders were chilling in their bureaucratic detachment. He explicitly outlined the rules of the pogrom. Synagogues were to be burned, but only if there was no danger of the fire spreading to neighboring Aryan properties. Jewish businesses were to be destroyed, but not looted, because the goods inside ultimately belonged to the German state. Foreign nationals were not to be touched. And most terrifyingly, Heydrich ordered the SS and the Gestapo to immediately prepare the local jails and coordinate with the concentration camps at Dachau, Buchenwald, and Sachsenhausen. They were ordered to arrest as many Jewish men, specifically wealthy and healthy ones, as the camps could hold. The SS was pulling the strings of the apocalypse. They were standing in the shadows, holding stopwatches, orchestrating a supposedly spontaneous riot with the precision of a military campaign. As night fell on November 9th, the storm broke. It began with a sound that survivors would never, ever forget. It was the sound of heavy jackboots moving in unison across the cobblestones, echoing off the brick facades of the cities, towns, and quiet villages of Germany and Austria. Then came the chanting, a guttural, terrifying roar of men whipped into a frenzy of sanctioned hatred. And then came the shattering of glass. Kristallnacht. The night of broken glass. The name itself sounds almost beautiful, poetic, completely betraying the savage, medieval brutality of what actually happened. Try to put yourself inside a Jewish home on that night. You are a mother, huddled in the dark with your husband and your young children. You have turned off all the lights. You are sitting on the floor of your hallway, as far away from the windows as possible. Your children are crying softly, and you have your hands clamped over their mouths, praying to God that the mob passes your door. But they don't pass. You hear the chanting stop outside your building. You hear the heavy, sickening thud of axes splintering the thick oak of your front door. The lock gives way. Suddenly, your sanctuary, the home where you celebrated birthdays and read bedtime stories, is flooded with large, angry men. They are your neighbors. They are the butcher from down the street, the postman, the teenagers who used to play football with your son. Now, their faces are twisted in rage, illuminated by the torches they carry. They don't just destroy your property, they destroy your dignity. They smash the piano in the corner. They rip the family photographs from the walls and stomp on the frames. They slash the feather beds and throw the feathers out the window, where they drift down to the street like a twisted, suffocating snow. They beat your husband with wooden clubs while you and your children are forced to watch, screaming in the corner. And through it all, you look out the shattered window, and you see the local police officers standing on the corner, their hands in their pockets, simply watching. This was the true horror of Kristallnacht. It was not just the physical destruction, it was the absolute, crushing realization of betrayal. The social contract was entirely broken. The state was no longer there to protect you, the state had officially become the murderer. In the center of the cities, the true spiritual heart of the Jewish community was being systematically eradicated. Over 1,000 synagogues were set on fire that night. Imagine the profound emotional agony of watching a building that has stood for centuries, a place of marriage, mourning, and deep spiritual peace, engulfed in roaring flames. Men in brown shirts and black uniforms rushed into the sanctuaries, not to save anything, but to drag out the sacred Torah scrolls. These scrolls, written by hand with infinite care, containing the holiest words of the faith, were thrown into the muddy streets. SA men and Hitler youth danced around them, unrolling the parchment, tearing it to shreds, and setting it on fire while laughing uproariously. And perhaps the most chilling visual of the night was the fire brigades. As the massive wooden roofs of the synagogues collapsed inward, sending showers of golden sparks into the black night sky, the German fire departments arrived. But they did not unroll their hoses to save the synagogues. They unrolled their hoses and carefully sprayed water on the roofs of the neighboring Aryan businesses, ensuring that only the Jewish houses of worship burned to ash. The state machinery was working perfectly, exactly as Reinhard Heydrich had ordered. The terror lasted throughout the night and into the next day. The streets of Berlin, Vienna, and Frankfurt were carpeted in a thick, glittering layer of shattered glass, reflecting the cold autumn sun. Jewish shop owners were dragged from their homes, handed small brushes, and forced to crawl on their hands and knees over the broken glass to sweep the streets, while crowds of ordinary German citizens stood on the sidewalks, pointing, laughing, and spitting on them. But the broken glass and the burned buildings were only the visible scars. Behind the scenes, Heinrich Himmler's black-clad SS was carrying out the second, far more sinister phase of Heydrich's orders. As the SA thugs stumbled home to sleep off the adrenaline and the alcohol, the Gestapo and the Totenkopfverband, the Death's Head units of the SS, swooped in. They moved with terrifying speed and precision. Over 30,000 Jewish men were arrested in the span of a few days. The Gestapo agents arrived with their lists. They didn't ask questions. They simply knocked on doors, gave the men 5 minutes to pack a small bag, and marched them away at gunpoint. Fathers, sons, grandfathers. Doctors, lawyers, decorated war veterans. 30,000 human stories, 30,000 lives abruptly torn from the fabric of society. The history of the Second World War is full of these shadows, the hidden, bureaucratic maneuvers that shape the destinies of millions in the dark before the world even realizes what is happening. Understanding how these massive engines of state power operate in secret is crucial to grasping the full picture of the conflict. For those of you who want to explore the hidden mechanisms, espionage, and covert realities of this era, I highly recommend checking out my free email newsletter. When you sign up, I'll send you a free copy of the ebook, The Shadow War, 5 Top Secret Operations That Shaped World War II, and you will get weekly deep dives into the forgotten facts and hidden heroes of history. Please, to keep yourself safe, only use the secure link I've placed in the description below. If you try to search for this on the internet, the top results are unfortunately often fake websites designed to scam you, and I want to make sure you are protected. For the 30,000 men arrested in the wake of Kristallnacht, the journey into the shadows began immediately. They were loaded onto heavily guarded trains and transported to the concentration camps at Dachau, Buchenwald, and Sachsenhausen. Up until this point, these camps had primarily held political prisoners, communists, socialists, and vocal critics of the regime. The arrival of 30,000 Jewish men marked a terrifying turning point in the history of the SS camp system. This was the moment the camps transitioned from political prisons into racial holding pens. Try to fathom the profound, reality-shattering shock these men experienced. One day, you are a respected doctor in a beautiful house in Munich. You wear tailored suits. You listen to Beethoven in your parlor. The next day, you are stripped naked in the freezing wind at Dachau. Your head is violently shaved. You are given a thin, striped uniform that offers no protection against the biting cold, and a yellow star is sewn onto your chest. And then, you meet the men in the black uniforms with the silver skulls on their collars. The Totenkopfverband guards, commanded by Theodor Eicke, had been trained for exactly this moment. They had been aggressively conditioned to view these men not as human beings, but as a biological plague. When the trains arrived, the SS guards unleashed a wave of unbridled, sadistic violence designed to instantly break the spirit of the prisoners. The men were forced to stand at attention on the Appelplatz, the roll call square, for 10, 12, 14 hours at a time in the freezing rain. If a man fainted from exhaustion, he was brutally beaten with a rifle butt. If he could not stand back up, he was often beaten to death on the spot. Many of the older men, the proud veterans who had pinned their World War I medals to their coats in a desperate hope it would earn them respect, found that it only painted a target on their backs. The young SS guards, men in their late teens and early 20s who had never seen a day of actual combat, took a sick, perverse joy in humiliating the older veterans. They forced them to perform grueling physical exercises until their hearts gave out. They forced them to roll in the mud, mocking their service, mocking their age, mocking their very existence. Hundreds of men died in the camps in the weeks following Kristallnacht. They died of exposure, of dysentery, of brutal beatings, and of profound, unbearable heartbreak. Some, unable to process the total destruction of their world, intentionally walked into the electrified barbed wire fences, choosing a quick, violent death over another day of endless humiliation. But for Himmler and Heydrich, the arrests were not meant to be permanent, at least, not yet. The SS was using the camps as a brutal instrument of extortion. After a few weeks or months of agonizing torture, many of these men were called into the camp commandant's office. They were told they could be released, but only on two conditions. First, they had to sign over all of their property, their businesses, and their life savings to the German state for pennies on the dollar. Second, they had to provide proof that they would leave Germany immediately and never return. The SS was systematically looting the Jewish population while simultaneously driving them out of the country. They were turning terror into a highly profitable enterprise. The men who were released returned to their families as broken, hollow shells. They were skeletal, traumatized, and terrified. They had looked into the abyss of the SS camp system, and they knew exactly what the men with the silver skulls were capable of. The psychological impact of Kristallnacht on the German Jewish community was absolute. The denial was completely shattered. There was no longer any illusion that they could ride out the storm. The desperate scramble to escape Germany accelerated into a frantic panic. Families lined up for days outside foreign consulates, begging for visas, paying exorbitant bribes for forged passports, sending their children away on the Kindertransports to England, knowing they might never see them again. They were fleeing a burning house, leaving everything they had ever known behind. But the most chilling and consequential realization in the aftermath of Kristallnacht belonged to Heinrich Himmler and the SS. When the smoke cleared and the glass was swept away, the SS looked at the German public. And they saw exactly what they had hoped to see. There were some Germans who were quietly disgusted by the violence. There were some who felt a deep sense of shame. But there was no widespread uprising. There were no mass protests. The army did not step in to restore the rule of law. The judges did not issue arrest warrants for the SA thugs or the SS orchestrators. The German public, by and large, looked the other way, kept their heads down, and went back to work. And the international community? They issued condemnations. The United States recalled its ambassador. Great Britain expressed its profound outrage. But the borders of the world remained largely closed to the desperate Jewish refugees fleeing the terror. The world wagged its finger at Adolf Hitler, but it did absolutely nothing to stop him. For the SS, this was the ultimate green light. The catalyst had worked. Kristallnacht proved to Himmler, Heydrich, and the rest of the Black Order that there were absolutely no limits to their power. They had orchestrated the burning of 1,000 places of worship, they had destroyed thousands of businesses, they had imprisoned 30,000 innocent men, and the world had let them get away with it. The Rubicon was far behind them now. The SS had proven that they could operate entirely outside the bounds of human morality, and the society they governed would simply adapt to the new, terrifying reality. They had taken total control of the so-called Jewish problem, wresting it away from the chaotic street brawlers of the SA. Now, the persecution would be handled the SS way, coldly, methodically, bureaucratically, and with industrial efficiency. The events of November 1938 were a horrifying tragedy, but in the dark, twisted timeline of the SS, they were merely a rehearsal. The men with the death's head on their collars had learned that they were untouchable. They had learned that they could extinguish human life on a massive scale without facing any consequences. As the 1930s drew to a close, and the dark clouds of global war began to gather on the horizon, the Schutzstaffel stood ready. The domestic terror apparatus was fully operational. The camp system was hungry for more prisoners. The psychological conditioning of the guards was complete. The SS had conquered Germany from within. Now, they were preparing to step out of the shadows of the homeland and unleash their terrifying, uncompromising vision upon the rest of Europe. The age of the bodyguard was a distant memory. The age of the secret police had been perfected. The age of the Black Sun, of total, apocalyptic warfare and unimaginable atrocity, was about to begin. Imagine the terrifying realization of a traditional soldier who suddenly discovers that the men charging his trenches do not care if they live or die, so long as they take you with them. For the first 6 years of the Third Reich, the Schutzstaffel, the SS, had operated primarily in the shadows. They were the masters of the midnight knock on the door. They were the cold, detached bureaucrats sorting index cards in Gestapo headquarters, and the brutal, sadistic guards walking the perimeters of Dachau and Buchenwald. They were policemen. They were jailers. They were executioners. But Heinrich Himmler, the mild-mannered former chicken farmer who had built this sprawling empire of terror, was not satisfied with ruling the shadows. He looked at the vast, traditional German army, the Wehrmacht, with its aristocratic generals, its Prussian traditions, and its millions of conscripts, and he felt a burning, obsessive jealousy. Himmler did not just want to police the German nation, he wanted to conquer the world. And to conquer the world, he needed his own private army. He needed a military wing of the Black Order. This is the story of how the SS stepped out of the prisons and onto the battlefield. It is the story of the Waffen-SS. And to truly understand the apocalyptic destruction they would soon unleash upon Europe, we must first look at how you take a young man and completely sever him from the traditional laws of human warfare, turning him into a fanatical shock troop who views mercy as a mortal sin. In the late 1930s, the traditional German army actively despised the SS. The aristocratic generals of the Wehrmacht looked at Himmler's black-clad men and saw an undisciplined, politically radical mob. The army demanded a monopoly on armed force. They vehemently argued to Adolf Hitler that there could only be one military in Germany. Hitler, always the master manipulator, played a delicate balancing act. He needed the traditional army to fight his coming wars, but he also deeply distrusted their old-school aristocratic values. He knew that the Prussian generals were loyal to the state, but he wanted men who were loyal only to him. So, Hitler allowed Himmler to quietly begin forming small, heavily armed, motorized regiments. They were initially called the SS Refugestruppe, the Special Purpose Troops. They were technically classified as a police reinforcement, a bureaucratic loophole that allowed Himmler to arm them with heavy machine guns, artillery, and eventually, tanks. But Himmler knew that weapons alone do not make an elite army. You need a completely different breed of soldier. Let us step into the worn boots of a young recruit in the late 1930s. We will call him Eric. Eric is 19 years old. He comes from a poor farming family in Bavaria. If Eric joined the regular army, the Wehrmacht, he would be immediately reminded of his low social class. His officers would be men with a von in their names, aristocrats from old military families who would look down their noses at a dirt-poor farm boy. But the SS offers Eric something completely different, something incredibly intoxicating to a young man who feels small and insignificant. The SS offers him a brotherhood. When Eric arrives at the SS Officer Training Academy at Bad Tolls, a sprawling, imposing fortress of a school built at the foot of the Alps, he is shocked to find a radically egalitarian society. In the dining halls, the commanding officers sit and eat at the exact same tables as the raw recruits. They eat the exact same food. They address each other as comrade. The traditional military barrier between the officer and the enlisted man is completely shattered. In the SS, a man is not judged by his father's wealth or his family's noble lineage. He is judged entirely on his racial purity, his physical strength, and his fanatical devotion to Adolf Hitler. For a poor boy like Eric, this is revolutionary. It binds him to the organization with an unshakable, emotional loyalty. But the physical and psychological training at Bad Tolls is brutally, intentionally dangerous. Himmler wanted to forge a new Spartan warrior. The SS recruits were pushed to the absolute limits of human endurance. They were forced to dig foxholes in the mud and then ordered to stay inside them while actual Panzer tanks drove directly over their heads, the tracks chewing up the dirt just inches from their faces. If you panicked and tried to run, you were crushed. They used live ammunition in their training exercises. Casualties during training were not just expected, they were celebrated as a necessary weeding out of the weak. The recruits were taught that the traditional rules of war, the Geneva Conventions, the old chivalric codes of the Prussian army, were pathetic relics of a dying world. They were taught that they were engaged in a biological war for the survival of the Aryan race, and in a biological war, there are no rules. You either eradicate your enemy, or you are eradicated yourself. Visually, Himmler wanted to ensure his men looked like an entirely different species from the regular army. While the Wehrmacht wore the traditional field gray uniforms, the military wing of the SS was issued something entirely new to modern warfare: camouflage. They wore reversible smocks printed with dappled patterns of oak leaves and blurred edges, designed to break up the human silhouette in a forest. It was highly effective militarily, but it also had a profound psychological effect. When the regular army looked at the SS, they didn't look like traditional soldiers. They looked like predators. They looked like hunters. On September 1st, 1939, this newly forged weapon was unleashed. Germany invaded Poland, plunging the globe into the nightmare of the Second World War. Alongside the massive columns of the traditional Wehrmacht, the small, highly motivated regiments of the SS crossed the border. And almost immediately, a violent, irreconcilable culture clash erupted between the old army and the new fanatics. For Eric and his young SS comrades, the invasion of Poland is their first taste of actual combat. They have been told for years that they are supermen, invincible warriors of a master race. But war is a brutal teacher, and bullets do not care about your racial pedigree. When the SS units encounter fierce Polish resistance, they do not use standard military tactics. They do not wait for artillery support. They simply charge. They throw themselves at heavily fortified machine gun nests with a manic, terrifying zeal. The Wehrmacht generals watch these assaults through their binoculars with absolute horror. They watch the young SS men being mowed down in the hundreds, dying in the mud because they refuse to take cover, believing that retreating or crawling is an act of cowardice. The army commanders complain bitterly to Hitler. They report that the SS is taking completely unnecessary casualties, that they are reckless amateurs playing at war, wasting valuable lives and equipment. They say the SS fight like madmen, but they die like flies. But Hitler does not care about the casualty rates. To him, the willingness of the SS to die without hesitation is exactly what makes them superior. And there is a much darker, far more sinister friction occurring behind the front lines. The Wehrmacht, for all its flaws, initially believed it was fighting a conventional war of conquest against a sovereign nation. But the SS was not fighting a conventional war. They were fighting a racial war. The military wing of the SS was operating in close proximity to the Einsatzgruppen, the specialized SS death squads tasked with eliminating the Polish intelligentsia, Catholic priests, and the Jewish population. Very quickly, the regular army commanders begin to see the horrific reality of what the SS truly is. They see SS units pulling innocent Polish civilians out of their homes and shooting them against brick walls. They see synagogues set on fire with people locked inside. One traditional army commander, General Johannes Blaskowitz, is so profoundly deeply disturbed by the rampant, psychotic murder being carried out by the SS in his sector that he actually attempts to stop it. Blaskowitz is an old-school Prussian officer. He believes in military honor. He drafts a blistering, highly detailed memorandum documenting the atrocities, the mass executions, and the rapes being committed by the SS. He sends this memo directly to Adolf Hitler, warning that the behavior of the SS is destroying the discipline of the German army and creating a dangerous, undeniable stain on the nation's honor. It takes a tremendous amount of moral courage to send a letter like that to a dictator. But Blaskowitz fundamentally misunderstands the man he is writing to. Hitler reads the memo and is furious, not at the SS, but at Blaskowitz. Hitler sneers at the general, calling his concerns childish. He famously declares that you cannot fight a revolution with Salvation Army methods. Blaskowitz is quietly relieved of his command, sidelined for the rest of his career. The message sent to the entire German military is loud, clear, and absolutely terrifying. The SS is untouchable. Their brutality is not a malfunction, it is the design. The traditional army realizes that if they want to survive, they must turn a blind eye to the slaughter or actively participate in it. By the time the Polish campaign ends, the military wing of the SS has suffered staggering casualties, but they have proven their fanatical loyalty. In early 1940, Hitler officially grants them their new name, the Waffen-SS, the Armed SS. But Himmler knows that to truly cement his private army as the elite vanguard of the Reich, they need a greater victory. They need to prove themselves not just against the outgunned Polish army, but against the premier military powers of the world. They need to face the British and the French. In May 1940, the German war machine pivots west. The Blitzkrieg, lightning war, is unleashed upon France and the Low Countries. And at the tip of this armored spear is the Waffen-SS. For the British and French soldiers waiting in the trenches and the sleepy villages of the French countryside, the arrival of the Waffen-SS is a profound psychological shock. They are used to the rhythm of traditional warfare. But the SS units do not stop. They do not sleep. Fueled by a toxic cocktail of ideological fanaticism and, very often, heavy doses of Pervitin, crystal methamphetamine issued to the troops to keep them awake for days, the SS infantry advances with a terrifying, mechanical relentlessness. And it is here, in the lush, green fields of the French countryside, that the poisonous training of bad tolls and the concentration camps finally bears its darkest fruit on Western troops. We must focus now on a specific, deeply tragic human story that perfectly encapsulates the complete moral void of the Waffen-SS. It is the story of incredible courage, unimaginable cruelty, and the haunting miracle of survival. It is late May, 1940. The British Expeditionary Force is in full retreat, desperately falling back toward the coastal town of Dunkirk, hoping to be evacuated across the English Channel. To buy time for the hundreds of thousands of men trapped on the beaches, small rearguard units are ordered to hold their ground at all costs, to fight to the last man to slow the German advance. One of these units is the 2nd Battalion of the Royal Norfolk Regiment. They are dug in around a small, quiet French farming village called Le Paradis. On May 27th, the men of the Royal Norfolks find themselves completely surrounded and under heavy attack by a specific unit of the Waffen-SS. It is the Totenkopf Division, the Death's Head Division. This division is unique and uniquely terrifying. It was formed almost entirely by pulling guards directly out of the concentration camps at Dachau, Buchenwald, and Sachsenhausen. These are men who were trained by Theodor Eicke. These are the men whose empathy was systematically destroyed by beating and torturing defenseless prisoners. And now, they have been handed heavy weapons and sent to the front line under the command of an arrogant, ruthless SS officer named Fritz Knockline. The British soldiers in Le Paradis fight with desperate, staggering bravery. They hold off the SS attacks for hours, inflicting heavy casualties on the Totenkopf troops. They fight from room to room in an old farmhouse until they run completely out of ammunition. Their commander is dead. They are surrounded, wounded, exhausted, and out of options. Following the accepted rules of war, the 99 surviving men of the Royal Norfolks tie a white towel to a rifle barrel and wave it out the window. They surrender. Under the Geneva Conventions, under every traditional military code of conduct, these men are now prisoners of war. They are unarmed. They are to be treated with dignity, given medical care, and sent to a prison camp. The British soldiers step out of the farmhouse into the bright spring sunshine. They drop their empty rifles and raise their hands. They are bleeding, covered in brick dust and cordite, but they believe they have survived the battle. Fritz Knockline, furious at the casualties his division has suffered, and deeply indoctrinated by the SS belief that the enemy is less than human, orders the British prisoners to be stripped of their helmets and their remaining gear. The 99 British soldiers are marched down a dusty country lane toward a large, open meadow beside a sprawling brick barn. As they walk, the young SS guards begin to kick them and hit them with rifle butts. The atmosphere changes. The British soldiers, veterans of a civilized world, begin to realize with a sinking, cold dread that the men guarding them are not acting like soldiers. They are acting like executioners. Knockline orders the British prisoners to line up against the solid brick wall of the barn. Across the meadow, about 100 feet away, the SS have set up 2 heavy machine guns in the tall grass. There is a moment of agonizing realization. You are standing against a warm brick wall in France. You look to your left and your right, at the men you have trained with, laughed with, and bled with. You look across the meadow and see the young men in the spotted camouflage smocks casually pulling the charging handles of their machine guns. There is no trial. There is no warning. There is just the sudden, deafening roar of automatic fire. The machine guns rip through the line of unarmed men. The bullets shatter the brick behind them, showering the dying men in red dust. In seconds, 99 men are cut down, falling over each other in a tangled, bloody heap in the tall grass. But Knockline is not finished. He wants to ensure there are no witnesses. He orders his SS men to fix bayonets and draw their pistols. The young guards walk casually through the pile of bodies. If a British soldier groans, if a leg twitches, the SS men shoot them in the head or drive a bayonet into their chest. They do it with the cold, detached efficiency of men checking inventory in a warehouse. Then, they leave the bodies to rot in the sun and march away. But human resilience is a miraculous, unpredictable thing. In that pile of 99 bodies, 2 men are still breathing. Private William O'Callaghan and Private Albert Pooley. Both men have been shot multiple times. They are bleeding heavily, buried under the weight of their dead friends. They lie perfectly, agonizingly still in the mud, holding their breath, listening to the crunch of the SS boots walking past their heads, listening to the sharp cracks of the execution pistols. They wait for hours until the sun goes down and the meadow is completely silent. In the pitch black of the French night, O'Callaghan, despite a shattered arm, manages to drag his friend Pooley out from under the bodies. They drag themselves through the mud, inch by agonizing inch, away from the slaughterhouse. For 3 days and 3 nights, they hide in a filthy pigsty, drinking muddy water from a puddle to survive, delirious with pain and infection. Eventually, they are discovered by the owner of the farm, a profoundly brave French woman named Madame Cretin. She knows that if the SS finds out she is hiding British survivors, they will burn her alive. But she looks at these 2 broken, weeping boys, and she chooses humanity. She hides them, feeds them, and tends to their wounds until they are eventually captured by a regular German army unit, who transport them to a traditional POW camp where they survive the rest of the war. It is vital to pause here. The story of Loup Parody is horrific, but it is deeply necessary to remember. It bridges the gap between abstract history and the visceral, flesh-and-blood reality of the men who fought and died to stop this darkness. We often study this war through maps and black and white photographs, but connecting with the physical history, the items they carried, the uniforms they wore, the visual depictions of their struggles, helps anchor us to the reality of their sacrifice. For those of you who want to connect more deeply with the global scale of this conflict, I highly recommend exploring Amazon for WW2 memorabilia, or watching the incredible movie Midway on Prime Video. While we are discussing the horrors of the European theater, Midway offers a stunning, visceral look at the Pacific theater, reminding us that this was a truly global inferno, fought by young men on both sides of the world who were thrust into the unimaginable. Please, to keep yourself safe, only use the secure link I've placed in the description below. If you try to search for this on the internet, the top results are unfortunately often fake websites designed to scam you, and I want to make sure you are protected. William O'Callaghan and Albert Pooley survived the war. And years later, their testimony would lead directly to Fritz Knockline being hunted down, tried for war crimes, and hanged. But in the summer of 1940, Knockline was not punished. When the regular army generals heard about the massacre at Loup Parody, they were once again appalled. They tried to bring Knockline up on charges of murder. But Himmler intervened. He protected his officer. He made it clear, once again, that the Waffen-SS answered to no one but him. The fall of France in 6 short weeks was a breathtaking military triumph for Hitler. And the Waffen-SS, despite their reckless tactics and their horrific war crimes, were lauded as the heroes of the campaign. They had proven that their fanatical aggression could break the lines of the finest armies in Europe. The traditional army, the Wehrmacht, finally gave up trying to stop the SS. The aristocratic generals bowed their heads and accepted that they now shared the battlefield with a cult of murderers. Heinrich Himmler's vision was expanding rapidly. The success in France meant that the Waffen-SS could dramatically increase its recruitment. But Himmler faced a problem. He had strict racial guidelines, and the pool of pure German recruits was running low. So, he made a decision that would forever change the makeup of the SS. He began recruiting foreigners. Himmler looked at the conquered nations of Western Europe, Denmark, Norway, Holland, Belgium, and declared that the men of these nations were actually Germanic by blood. He sent recruiters into the occupied territories, promising young men adventure, prestige, and a place in the new European elite if they joined the fight against Bolshevism. Thousands answered the call. Some joined because they genuinely believed in the fascist ideology. Others joined out of severe economic desperation or to escape the crushing boredom of occupied life. But once they put on the uniform, once they swore the oath of absolute obedience to Adolf Hitler, they were absorbed into the machine. The Waffen-SS was transforming from a small, elite German bodyguard unit into a massive, multinational army of the fanatic. They were the most ideologically poisoned military force in modern history. They had been tested in the fires of Poland and France. They had proven that they were willing to die, and more importantly, they had proven they were willing to kill without the slightest hesitation or moral restraint. As the year 1940 drew to a close, the men in the camouflage smocks rested in their barracks, cleaning their weapons and polishing their boots. They felt invincible. They had crushed the West. They believed they were the masters of the continent. But Adolf Hitler's eyes were already turning in a different direction. He was looking east. He was looking toward the vast, endless steppes of the Soviet Union. If the campaigns in Poland and France were a brutal rehearsal, the invasion of the Soviet Union would be the apocalypse. The Waffen-SS was about to be unleashed into a theater of war where all pretense of civilization would be completely abandoned. A war of absolute annihilation. A war where the young men who had been taught to view humanity as a biological disease would finally be given the ultimate, horrifying opportunity to put their education into practice. The Blitzkrieg had forged them. The blood of innocence had stained them. And now, the true nightmare was about to begin. Imagine a room where 15 highly educated men, sipping fine French cognac and smoking expensive cigars, sit around a polished mahogany table and calmly, efficiently, and politely engineer the murder of 11 million human beings in exactly 90 minutes. When we try to comprehend the absolute darkest depths of the Schutzstaffel, the SS, we instinctively look for the monsters. We look for the sadistic guards with the silver death's heads on their collars, beating prisoners in the freezing mud of a concentration camp. We look for the fanatical shock troops burning villages on the Eastern Front. We look for the visceral, screaming, blood-soaked reality of war. But the most terrifying truth of the Third Reich is that the greatest crime in the history of human civilization was not designed in a money trench, nor was it planned by uneducated, drooling psychopaths. It was designed in a breathtakingly beautiful, palatial villa on the shores of a serene, frost-covered lake. It was orchestrated by men who wore bespoke tailored suits, who held advanced doctoral degrees from the finest universities in Europe, who listened to classical music, and who kissed their wives goodbye before heading to the office to do the math of mass extermination. To understand the SS, you must understand the Schreibtischtäter, the desk murderer. You must understand the sheer, chilling banality of administrative evil. The date is January 20th, 1942. The location is an opulent mansion located at Am Grossen Wannsee 56-58, in a wealthy, quiet suburb of southwestern Berlin. The air this morning is bitterly cold, and a pristine layer of white snow covers the manicured lawns, sloping down to the frozen, glittering surface of the lake. Inside the villa, the atmosphere is warm, inviting, and impeccably organized. A crackling fire burns in the hearth of the grand dining room. SS orderlies in crisp white jackets are quietly arranging silver platters of delicate hors d'oeuvres, fresh pastries, and cured meats. They are polishing crystal glasses, preparing to serve a selection of fine wines and brandies. Around noon, a convoy of black Mercedes-Benz limousines begins to crunch up the gravel driveway. The men stepping out of these cars are the elite machinery of the German state. There is the State Secretary of the Ministry of the Interior, the State Secretary of the Ministry of Justice, representatives from the Foreign Office, the Chancellery, and the civil administration of the occupied territories. Of the 15 men who will sit at that mahogany table, 8 of them hold PhDs. They are doctors of law, philosophy, and political science. They are men who were taught the ethics of Kant, the literature of Goethe, and the music of Beethoven. They consider themselves the vanguard of global culture. and they have been summoned to this lakeside villa by a man who embodies the ultimate, terrifying paradox of the SS. The host of the WWII conference is SS Obergruppenführer Reinhard Heydrich. If Heinrich Himmler was the architect of the SS, Reinhard Heydrich was its apex predator. Adolf Hitler himself, a man not exactly known for his gentle disposition, referred to Heydrich as the man with the iron heart. To understand the terrifying atmosphere of this meeting, you must first look into the cold, pale blue eyes of the man running it. Heydrich was tall, blond, and athletically gifted, a champion fencer and an accomplished pilot. But his outward physical perfection masked a deeply insecure, ruthlessly calculating, and entirely sociopathic mind. Heydrich was not an original Nazi street brawler. He came from a cultured, middle-class, deeply musical family in Halle. His father was an opera singer and composer. Heydrich himself was a virtuoso on the violin. He could play the delicate, heartbreakingly beautiful concertos of Mozart with tears streaming down his face, completely overwhelmed by the profound emotion of the music. And then, he could place the violin in its velvet case, walk into his office, and calmly sign the execution warrants for thousands of innocent men, women, and children without his pulse ever rising a single beat. He was a man who had built his career on secrets. He was the head of the RSHA, the Reich Main Security Office, which meant he controlled the Gestapo, the criminal police, and the intelligence services. Heydrich knew everyone's secrets, and he used them like razor blades. The men walking into the WWII villa are terrified of him. They know that a single disapproving glance from Heydrich could mean the end of their careers, or perhaps a one-way trip to a concentration camp. But Heydrich did not organize this meeting alone. Standing quietly in the background, making sure the pencils are sharpened, the notepads are perfectly aligned, and the cognac is poured to the correct level, is a man whose name would eventually become synonymous with the bureaucratic machinery of the Holocaust. His name is SS Obersturmbannführer Adolf Eichmann. Eichmann is the polar opposite of the dashing, intimidating Heydrich. Eichmann is aggressively, staggeringly mediocre. He is a small, balding man with thick glasses and a slight twitch. Before joining the SS, he was a failed traveling salesman for an oil company. He had no grand political vision. He possessed no deep, burning ideological hatred. He was simply an ambitious, empty vessel of a man who desperately wanted a promotion, a larger desk, and the respect of his superiors. And Eichmann found his calling in the SS. He discovered that he possessed a terrifying, savant-like genius for logistics. He didn't care about what was being transported, he only cared about how it was transported. He viewed human beings entirely as cargo. He was the man who figured out how many people you could force into a cattle car before they suffocated, how to route the trains through the crowded European rail network so they didn't disrupt military supply lines, and how to do it all within budget. Eichmann is the secretary for this meeting. He will take the official minutes. As the 15 men take their seats around the table, the heavy oak doors are closed. The fire pops in the background. Heydrich stands up at the head of the table. He is wearing his immaculate, tailored black SS uniform. He does not yell. He does not pound his fist on the table like Hitler. He speaks in a surprisingly high-pitched, calm, almost melodic voice. He informs the room that he has received a direct mandate from Reich Marshal Hermann Göring. He holds up a piece of paper. This document grants Heydrich total, overarching authority over the preparation and implementation of the Endlösung der Judenfrage, the final solution to the Jewish question. This is the entire purpose of the WWII conference. Heydrich has not called these men here to ask for their permission. He has not called them here to debate the morality of mass murder. He has called them here to assert his absolute dominance over the German state bureaucracy, and to ensure that every single government ministry falls in line and does their part to grease the wheels of the slaughter. The language used at the WWII conference is perhaps the most chilling aspect of the entire event. When you read the surviving minutes of this meeting, the Wannsee Protocol, meticulously typed up by Eichmann, you will not find words like murder, extermination, or gas chambers. Instead, the protocol is a masterpiece of bureaucratic camouflage. It is draped in the sanitized, clinical language of a corporate board meeting. They do not speak of killing, they speak of evacuation to the east. They do not speak of mass graves, they speak of natural reduction. They do not speak of slaughter, they speak of special treatment. This language was not just for secrecy, it was an incredibly potent psychological armor. If you are a highly educated state secretary, a man who goes to church on Sunday and reads bedtime stories to your children, you cannot look in the mirror if you admit you are a mass murderer. But if you convince yourself that you are merely solving an administrative problem, that you are just managing a complex evacuation, you can sign the paperwork and sleep soundly at night. The euphemism protects the psyche. It allows the civilized man to commit unspeakable barbarity without ever getting blood on his hands. Heydrich distributes a document to the men around the table. It is a list, prepared by Eichmann. It is a country-by-country breakdown of the Jewish population of Europe. Imagine sitting at that table, sipping your cognac, and looking down at this piece of paper. It lists Germany, 131,800. Austria, 43,700. France, 165,000. It lists the vast populations of the East, Poland, the Soviet Union, numbering in the millions. But then, you look closer. The list includes countries that Germany does not even control. It lists England, 330,000. It lists Ireland, 4,000. This single piece of paper reveals the breathtaking, apocalyptic arrogance of the SS. They had not yet conquered Britain, yet here, in a cozy villa on a winter afternoon, they were already coldly tabulating the deaths of its citizens. The grand total at the bottom of the page is a number that staggers the human mind, 11 million. 11 million human beings, reduced to a column of ink on a ledger, waiting to be erased. For the next hour, the men debate. But what do they debate? Do the doctors of law raise their hands and object? Do the state secretaries bring up the German Constitution? Does anyone mention human rights, or God, or basic human decency? No. They argue about jurisdiction. Dr. Joseph Buehler, the state secretary for the general government in occupied Poland, speaks up. He does not object to the killings. In fact, he practically begs Heydrich to start the extermination in Poland first. He complains that the ghettos are overcrowded, that there is a risk of typhus, and that the Jews in Poland are a burden on his administrative budget. He urges Heydrich to solve the problem as quickly as possible. They argue about the Mischlinge, the people of mixed Jewish and German heritage. The lawyers at the table get bogged down in the pedantic, agonizingly complex legal definitions of who exactly counts as a Jew. If a man has one Jewish grandparent, does he go to the camps, or does he get sterilized? They argue over fractions of human blood with the detached, academic intensity of scholars arguing over a tax code. And then, they discuss the methods. Up until this point in the war, the SS had been utilizing the Einsatzgruppen, the mobile killing squads on the Eastern Front. These death squads were driving from village to village, lining innocent people up on the edges of ravines, and shooting them one by one. Heydrich informs the room that this method is no longer sustainable. But he does not say it is unsustainable because it is evil. He says it is unsustainable because it is too inefficient, it wastes valuable ammunition, and, most chillingly, it is causing severe psychological damage to the SS executioners. The architects of the abyss were actually concerned about the mental health of the murderers. They realized that asking young German men to look innocent women and children in the eyes and shoot them day after day was driving the SS troops to alcoholism, nervous breakdowns, and suicide. Therefore, Heydrich explains, the process must be industrialized. The killing must be removed from the hands of the individual soldier and placed into the sterile, impersonal mechanics of a factory. The victims will not be shot in the forest. They will be loaded onto trains, transported to specialized facilities in the east, and processed through gas chambers. The executioner will not have to look his victim in the eye. He will simply pour a canister of Zyklon B pellets into a vent in the ceiling, or pull a lever to start a diesel engine, and wait for the screaming to stop. Mass murder would become an assembly line. At this point in our journey into the darkness of the SS, it is vital to break through the sanitized, bureaucratic wall that Heydrich and Eichmann built that day. The documents of WW2 are cold, typed pages with neat margins. They hide the agonizing, flesh-and-blood reality of what those decisions actually meant when they reached the streets of Europe. To truly comprehend the gravity of history, we sometimes have to look at the unvarnished, uncensored truth that the paperwork was designed to hide. For those of you who want to bridge that gap and see the true, unfiltered reality of the Second World War, I highly recommend exploring the digital collections on Gumroad for Unseen Media. They offer digital products with raw, unseen images and videos of the war that are simply too restricted, too intense, and too harsh to be shown on standard platforms. It strips away the euphemisms and connects you to the undeniable realities of the conflict. Please, to keep yourself safe, only use the secure link I've placed in the description below. If you try to search for this on the internet, the top results are unfortunately often fake websites designed to scam you, and I want to make sure you are protected. The meeting at the WW2 villa lasted roughly 90 minutes. In an hour and a half, the fate of millions was sealed. When the conference concluded, the state secretaries and the doctors of law stood up, shook Heydrich's hand, put on their heavy wool overcoats, and walked back out into the freezing Berlin air. They got into their Mercedes-Benz limousines and drove back to their offices. They would go home to their wives, eat dinner, and listen to the radio, having just participated in the bureaucratic authorization of a genocide. Inside the villa, Heydrich and Eichmann were left alone. Years later, sitting in a glass booth during his trial in Jerusalem, Adolf Eichmann would recall this exact moment. He testified that Heydrich, a man usually wound-tight with tension and paranoia, was visibly, immensely relieved. Heydrich had expected pushback. He had expected the old, traditional civil servants to throw up bureaucratic roadblocks, to argue about jurisdiction, or to stall the process. Instead, he found complete, enthusiastic compliance. The German state had not just surrendered to the SS, it had eagerly volunteered to help. Eichmann remembered that for the first time in their working relationship, Heydrich relaxed. The two men sat in the luxurious leather armchairs by the roaring fire. Heydrich offered Eichmann a glass of the finest cognac, and they smoked cigars. They sat in quiet satisfaction, two bureaucrats who had just pulled off a masterpiece of administrative organization. They had the green light. The machine was ready. But what did that machine actually look like when it was turned on? How did the ink from Adolf Eichmann's pen translate into human suffering? To understand the true horror of the architects, we must follow the paperwork down to the ground level. We must leave the warmth of the villa and step into the freezing darkness of a train platform in a city like Amsterdam, or Vienna, or Frankfurt. Imagine a family. A father, a mother, and a 6-year-old daughter. They are a perfectly normal family. The father is a watchmaker. The mother is a schoolteacher. They are completely oblivious to the existence of a man named Reinhard Heydrich or a villa on Lake Wannsee. They only know that their world is shrinking. They have been forced to wear the yellow star. They have been forced to move into a cramped, freezing apartment in a designated ghetto. And then, the letter arrives. It is a very official-looking letter, typed on high-quality state stationery, bearing the stamp of the Gestapo. It is not a death warrant, it is a resettlement order. It coldly instructs the family to report to a specific railway station on a specific Tuesday morning at 5 a.m., bringing only what they can carry in a single suitcase. This letter is the direct result of the Wannsee Conference. Adolf Eichmann has calculated that there is space on a train leaving their city. He has coordinated with the Ministry of Transport, whose representative sat at the mahogany table, to secure the train cars. He has coordinated with the local police to ensure the family is forced out of their home. When the family arrives at the station in the pre-dawn darkness, they are met by the SS. The illusion of a civilized evacuation is violently shattered. There are dogs barking, spotlights blinding them, and SS guards screaming at them to move faster. They are not directed to passenger cars. They are directed to wooden freight cars, designed for cattle. The father tries to ask a guard where they are going. He is struck in the face with a riding crop. The family is shoved into the dark, filthy interior of the boxcar. They are packed in so tightly with 80 other terrified, weeping people that there is no room to sit down. The heavy wooden doors are slammed shut, and the heavy iron bolt is thrown from the outside, echoing with a hollow, terrifying finality. Inside the train, the conditions rapidly become a nightmare. There is no food. There is no water. There is a single bucket in the corner for a toilet, which quickly overflows. The air becomes incredibly foul, thick with the smell of fear, sweat, and human waste. In the summer, the boxcars become rolling ovens, the heat suffocating the young and the elderly. In the winter, they become rolling freezers, the frost building up on the inside of the wooden slats, freezing the weak to death where they stand. For 3 days and 3 nights, the train rolls across the European landscape. Through the cracks in the wood, the family can see the beautiful, snow-covered mountains, the quiet villages, the normal world continuing on outside, completely indifferent to their suffering. The father holds his daughter tightly to his chest, trying to shield her from the horror, whispering that everything will be okay, that they are just going to a labor camp, that as long as they stay together, they will survive. It is the desperate, heartbreaking lie that love forces you to tell when you are completely powerless. Eventually, the train begins to slow down. The brakes squeal against the steel tracks. The train lurches through a set of massive iron gates, and finally grinds to a halt. The heavy bolt on the door is thrown back. The doors slide open, and the brilliant, blinding light of the floodlamps floods the suffocating darkness of the boxcar. The family stumbles out onto a concrete platform. They are met with a wall of noise. SS guards are screaming "Raus! Raus! Out! Out!" German shepherd dogs are straining at their leashes, snarling. Capos, prisoners in striped uniforms forced to work for the guards, are dragging the dead bodies out of the train and throwing them onto carts. This is the end of Adolf Eichmann's logistical chain. This is the destination printed on his meticulously typed schedules. This is Auschwitz. This is Treblinka. This is Sobibor. An SS doctor, looking bored and irritated by the cold, stands at the end of the platform. He is wearing a pristine uniform, white gloves, and holding a small riding crop. As the terrified, exhausted people are marched past him, he doesn't speak. He simply flicks his crop. Left. Right. Left. Right. He is deciding, in the span of a single second, who will live for a few more months as a slave laborer, and who will die in the next hour. The father, young and healthy enough to work, is sent to the right. The mother and the 6-year-old daughter, clutching her favorite doll, are sent to the left. The father screams, tries to run to his wife, but an SS guard strikes him in the stomach with a rifle butt, driving him to his knees in the gravel. He watches, gasping for breath, as his wife and daughter are marched away down a long, barbed wire corridor toward a large brick building with a smoking chimney. He will never see them again. This profound, world-shattering agony, multiplied by millions, was the product of the Wannsee Conference. Reinhard Heydrich and Adolf Eichmann did not personally load the Zyklon B into the gas chambers. They did not personally hold the dogs on the ramp. They did not have to listen to the screams echoing from the brick buildings. They simply drew the blueprints, established the budget, and secured the cooperation of the state. They were the architects of the abyss. They proved, unequivocally, that education, culture, and high society do not immunize a nation against profound evil. In fact, when combined with absolute power and a total lack of empathy, that education merely makes the evil infinitely more efficient, more systematic, and more devastating. As the men left the WW2 villa that day in January 1942, the Holocaust shifted into its final, most apocalyptic gear. The death camps were brought online. The trains began to roll from every corner of the occupied continent, operating with a terrifying, mechanical precision. The SS had successfully weaponized the entire German bureaucracy. The line between the civil servant and the mass murderer had been completely erased. But even as the architects sat in their warm offices in Berlin, admiring their own efficiency, the true, unfiltered horror of what they had unleashed was already tearing the Eastern Front apart. Before the gas chambers were fully operational, the SS had relied on a different, far more intimate method of mass murder. To truly grasp the depths of the darkness the SS dragged humanity into, we must leave the sanitized paperwork of the capital. We must travel east, into the freezing, blood-soaked plains of the Soviet Union, and confront the men who did the killing face to face. We must confront the Einsatzgruppen, the mobile death squads, and witness the catastrophic psychological toll that intimate, industrialized murder exacts upon the human soul. The blueprints were signed. The abyss was open. And millions were about to be pushed over the edge. Imagine standing on the edge of a freshly dug trench in a quiet, sun-dappled pine forest, knowing with absolute, terrifying certainty that the man pointing a rifle at your chest is a former schoolteacher who kissed his own children goodbye just a few months ago. To truly understand the darkest, most unfathomable depths of the Schutzstaffel, the SS, we must leave the sterilized, bureaucratic offices of Berlin. We must leave the neatly typed index cards and the grand, lakeside villas where educated men debated the logistics of genocide over fine cognac. We must step out into the searing summer heat of June 1941 and look eastward, across the vast, endless, dust-choked steppes of the Soviet Union. When Adolf Hitler launched Operation Barbarossa, the invasion of the Soviet Union, he fundamentally changed the nature of the Second World War. This was not going to be a war of territorial conquest, like the invasion of France. This was not a war where armies fought, surrendered, and negotiated treaties. Hitler made it explicitly clear to his generals that this was an ideological crusade. It was a Vernichtungskrieg, a war of absolute, uncompromising annihilation. The enemy was not just the Red Army, the enemy was the entire biological and political foundation of the Soviet state, which the Nazis inextricably linked to the Jewish people. To wage a war of annihilation, the traditional German military, the Wehrmacht, was not enough. The army was designed to break through front lines, destroy enemy tanks, and capture cities. But Hitler and Heinrich Himmler needed a specialized force to come in behind the advancing army and pacify the conquered territories. They needed a force designed solely to eradicate human beings. They created the Einsatzgruppen, the deployment groups, the mobile killing squads. When we hear the term death squad, our minds immediately conjure up images of hardened, drooling psychopaths, men recruited from the dregs of the criminal underworld, men who were born with a thirst for blood. But the most terrifying truth about the Einsatzgruppen is that they were not monsters born in the dark. They were profoundly, aggressively ordinary. There were 4 main Einsatzgruppen, Groups A, B, C, and D, totaling only about 3,000 men. They were drawn from the Gestapo, the regular criminal police, and the Waffen-SS. But look at the leadership of these groups. Look at the men Heinrich Himmler and Reinhard Heydrich chose to command the slaughter. Otto Ohlendorf, the commander of Einsatzgruppe D, was a highly educated economist. He had a degree from the University of Leipzig. He was a father of 5, a man who loved literature and considered himself a deeply moral, upstanding citizen. Arthur Northeast by East, the commander of Einsatzgruppe B, was the former head of the German criminal police, a man who had built his career solving murders, not committing them. These were lawyers, academics, pastors, and civil servants. And they were given a very simple, horrific directive: follow the advancing German army into the Soviet Union, move into the newly captured towns and villages, and systematically execute every communist official, every partisan, and every single Jewish man, woman, and child they could find. Let us step into the worn boots of one of the ordinary shooters within these squads. He is a 25-year-old former bank clerk from Hamburg. He has been drafted into the Order Police and attached to an Einsatzgruppe. When he crosses the border into the Soviet Union in the summer of 1941, the heat is suffocating. The dust from the panzer columns coats his uniform in a thick, gray paste. He has been subjected to years of relentless Nazi propaganda. He has been told that the people he is about to face are not human. They are Judeo-Bolshevik subhumans, a biological plague that threatens the very existence of his family back home. He is told that if he does not kill them, they will eventually destroy Germany. But abstract propaganda is very different from the visceral reality of murder. Imagine the arrival of the Einsatzgruppe in a small, rural Ukrainian or Belarusian village. It is a world that feels centuries apart from the modern cities of Germany. The houses are made of wood, the roads are dirt. The German army has just rolled through a few days prior, leaving the population terrified and disoriented. The SS trucks pull into the town square. The officers do not immediately begin shooting. They rely on deception, a cruel psychological trick designed to maintain order and prevent panic. They put up posters, or they have the local mayor announce that the Jewish population is to be resettled to a new territory for labor. They are ordered to gather in the town square the following morning, bringing only their valuables and warm clothing. For the Jewish families in these villages, the confusion is paralyzing. Many of the older generation remember the German soldiers from the First World War. They remember them as civilized, cultured, polite men. They cannot possibly fathom that a modern European nation would dedicate its military resources to slaughtering innocent civilians. So, they tell each other to obey. They pack their meager belongings. Mothers bundle their children in warm coats, even in the summer heat, just in case the nights are cold where they are going. Fathers pocket their watches and family photographs. The next morning, they gather in the square. Hundreds, sometimes thousands of people. And it is here that the trap slams shut. The SS and their local collaborators surround the crowd with rifles. The polite deception vanishes. The screaming begins. The men are violently separated from the women and children. Valuables are stripped away. Wedding rings are pulled from fingers. And then, the march begins. They are marched out of the village, down dusty country roads, toward the outskirts of town. Often, they are marched into a dense pine forest, or toward an anti-tank ditch left over from the military advance, or to a natural ravine. Try to place yourself in that agonizing march. You are a mother, holding the hand of your terrified 5-year-old son. You are walking in a column of your neighbors. The sun is beating down on you. You are exhausted, desperately thirsty. The young men in the black and green uniforms are walking alongside you, their faces completely devoid of emotion, their dogs snapping at the heels of the elderly who cannot keep up. As you get closer to the forest, you hear it. It is a rhythmic, mechanical sound. A sharp, echoing crack. A pause. Another crack. It sounds like a horrific, industrial machine operating out of sight. When the column reaches a clearing, the full, unimaginable horror of the Holocaust is laid bare beneath the summer sun. There is a massive pit. Sometimes it is a trench dug by Soviet prisoners of war, sometimes it is a natural depression in the earth. Surrounding the pit are the men of the Einsatzgruppen. They are drinking heavily from canteens filled with vodka or schnapps, their uniform tunics unbuttoned in the heat, their sleeves rolled up. You and your child are ordered to stop. You are ordered to take off your clothes. This is a deliberate, agonizing psychological tactic. By forcing the victims to strip naked, the SS is stripping away the final vestiges of their human dignity. Clothes represent civilization. They represent individuality. Naked, a human being is vulnerable, humiliated, and suddenly reduced to mere flesh. It makes it easier for the executioner to look at them and pretend they are not murdering a fellow citizen of the world, but merely exterminating livestock. The young bank clerk from Hamburg is standing at the edge of the pit. His rifle is heavy in his hands. He has already been shooting for hours. His shoulder is bruised black and blue from the violent recoil of his Mauser rifle. He is sweating profusely. He is drunk, because the officers know that sober men cannot do this work for long without losing their minds. You, the mother, are forced to the edge of the pit with your child. You look down. The trench is already filled with a tangled, bloody mountain of bodies. Some are still moving. The smell of copper, of voided bowels, of pine needles and gunpowder is so thick it coats the back of your throat. There is no time to say goodbye. There is no time to pray. The SS officer screams an order. The young bank clerk raises his rifle. What goes through the mind of a mother in that final fraction of a second? There is only an overwhelming, primal instinct to shield the child. Women wrap their arms around their babies, turning their backs to the rifles, trying to absorb the bullet with their own flesh, a futile, beautiful, and utterly heartbreaking gesture of absolute love in the face of absolute evil. The rifle fires. The bullet shatters the spine. The mother and child fall forward into the abyss. The young bank clerk lowers his rifle. He ejects the spent casing. A wisp of gray smoke curls from the barrel. He does not look down into the pit. He takes another swig of schnapps. And he waits for the next naked family to be marched to the edge. This was the sardine packing method. It was an intimate, face-to-face, industrialized slaughter. The shooters were so close they were often splattered with the blood, bone, and brain tissue of their victims. To comprehend the sheer scale of this horror, we must look at the ravine of Babi Yar. In late September 1941, the German army captured the city of Kiev, the capital of Ukraine. Shortly after their arrival, a series of massive explosions rocked the city center. The retreating Soviet secret police had planted delayed action bombs in the buildings, killing a large number of German soldiers. The German military commander, in coordination with the SS, decided to use the bombings as a pretext for a massive retaliation against the Jewish population of Kiev, who had absolutely nothing to do with the explosions. Posters were put up across the city, ordering all Jews to gather at a specific intersection on the morning of September 29th, bringing their documents, money, and warm clothing. The penalty for failure to appear was death. Over 30,000 people arrived. They were formed into a massive, sprawling line that stretched for miles through the streets of Kiev. They believed they were being deported. But the line did not lead to a railway station. It led out of the city, toward the old Jewish cemetery, and beyond it, to a massive, deep, sandy ravine known as Babi Yar. As the people were funneled toward the ravine, the trap tightened. They were forced through a gauntlet of SS men and Ukrainian collaborators armed with heavy wooden clubs and metal pipes. The guards beat them mercilessly, forcing them to run, disorienting them, stripping them of their luggage, and driving them into a state of absolute, blind panic. At the edge of the gorge, they were forced to strip naked. Small groups of 10 or 15 people were led down the steep, sandy slopes into the bottom of the ravine. Waiting for them at the bottom were the machine gunners of Sonderkommando 4A, commanded by Paul Blobel. Blobel was a nervous, heavy-drinking architect who had fully embraced the SS ideology. He stood at the edge of the ravine, directing the slaughter like a man conducting an orchestra. The victims were forced to lie face down on top of the bleeding bodies of those who had just been shot. The SS men walked over the layers of the dead and dying, firing submachine guns directly into the backs of the victims' necks. The sheer volume of the massacre at WWII breaks the bounds of human comprehension. The shooting went on from morning until dusk. When the sun went down, the SS men simply turned on powerful floodlights and continued to kill. In just 2 days, September 29th and 30th, 1941, the Einsatzgruppen at WWII murdered 33,771 Jewish men, women, and children. Try to visualize that number. 33,771 human beings. If you were to read each of their names aloud, pausing for just 1 second per name, it would take you over 9 hours of continuous speaking. And they were erased in a single weekend, buried under a layer of sand in a ditch on the edge of the city. The psychological dissociation required to participate in this level of slaughter is profoundly disturbing. How does a human being go home after doing this? How do they write letters to their wives? We have the letters. And they are terrifying in their banality. An SS officer would spend 12 hours wading in blood, shooting grandmothers and infants in the back of the head. Then, he would return to his requisitioned quarters, wash his hands, eat a hearty dinner, and sit down to write a letter to his wife in Munich. He would write about how much he missed her cooking. He would ask about how his son was doing in school. He would complain about the dust, the mosquitoes, and the poor quality of the local coffee. When they did mention the killings, they framed it in the language of a tragic, heroic burden. They wrote things like, "We are doing the hard, dirty work for the fatherland so that our children will not have to." They painted themselves as the true victims of the war, noble martyrs who were sacrificing their own moral purity for the glorious future of Germany. But this psychological armor had deep, fatal cracks. Before we delve into the tipping point of this psychological nightmare, I want to take a brief moment to speak with you directly. Unearthing these stories, reading the letters of the perpetrators and the victims, and confronting the darkest corners of human history takes a tremendous emotional toll and requires countless hours of painstaking research. We tell these stories because forgetting them is the greatest danger to our future. If you value this kind of deep, unflinching historical preservation and want to support the massive effort it takes to craft these documentaries, I would be incredibly honored if you considered leaving a small tip, even just $1, on my Ko-Fi page. It directly allows me to keep this history alive and accessible to everyone. Please, to keep yourself safe, only use the secure link I've placed in the description below. If you try to search for this on the internet, the top results are unfortunately often fake websites designed to scam you, and I want to make sure you are protected. Now, let us return to the dark forests of the East, where the architect of the SS was about to confront the reality of his own monstrous creation. In August of 1941, Heinrich Himmler decided to take a tour of the Eastern Front to witness the work of his Einsatzgruppen firsthand. Himmler, the pedantic chicken farmer, the man who had organized the Holocaust from behind a desk, had never actually seen a mass execution. He traveled to the city of Minsk, in Belarus. Arthur Northeast by East, the commander of the local Einsatzgruppe, arranged a demonstration for the Reichsfuhrer. About 100 Jewish men and a few women were dragged from the local prison and driven to an open pit in a forest outside the city. Himmler stood at the edge of the pit, wearing his immaculate, tailored gray trench coat, flanked by his towering, hardened SS generals. The execution squad raised their rifles and fired. 2 of the women in the pit did not die instantly. They lay in the dirt, bleeding, moaning in agony. Himmler, the man who had ordered the deaths of millions, suddenly lost his composure. He became visibly agitated. He began screaming at the firing squad, "Don't torture them. Finish them off. Shoot them quickly." The squad leader fired a pistol into the women's heads. But as the shooting continued, a young Jewish man was pushed to the edge of the pit. A shot rang out. The bullet struck the young man in the back of the head. The hydrostatic shock of the high-velocity rifle round caused the man's skull to violently explode. A piece of the victim's brain matter, mixed with blood, flew through the air and landed directly on the lapel of Heinrich Himmler's pristine gray trench coat. According to the testimony of his adjutant, Karl Wolff, who was standing right next to him, Himmler's face went entirely pale. The Reichsfuhrer of the SS, the architect of the master race, the man who preached that pity was a fatal weakness, stumbled backward. His knees buckled. He nearly fainted into the dirt. Karl Wolff had to grab him by the arm to keep him from collapsing. Himmler frantically wiped the blood from his cheek and his coat, deeply shaken, his stomach churning at the visceral, horrific reality of what his orders actually looked like in the flesh. When he recovered his composure, Himmler gave a speech to the executioners. He told them that he alone carried the moral responsibility for the orders, and that they must be hard, they must not flinch from their duty to the fatherland. But as Himmler rode back to Minsk in his staff car, he was in a state of quiet panic. He realized a fundamental, devastating truth. The face-to-face murder of innocent women and children was destroying the minds of his men. The SS officers in the field were already reporting catastrophic breakdowns in discipline. The shooters were drinking themselves into a stupor just to get through the day. Some were suffering from profound nervous breakdowns, sobbing uncontrollably in their barracks. Some were committing suicide. Others, and this terrified Himmler the most, were beginning to enjoy it. They were becoming sadistic, uncontrollable butchers who were losing all sense of military discipline. Himmler realized that if this intimate, blood-soaked method of killing continued, he would not be forging an elite order of Germanic knights, he would be breeding a massive army of shattered, traumatized psychopaths. The psychological burden of the murders had to be lifted from the shoulders of the individual SS man. He summoned Arthur Northeast by East and gave him a new, urgent directive: find a cleaner way to kill. Find a way to murder millions without the shooters having to look their victims in the eyes, without the blood splattering on their coats, without the sound of the crying children echoing in their ears when they tried to sleep. Northeast by East, the former police detective, began to experiment. First, he tried explosives. He locked a group of mentally disabled patients in a bunker and blew it up. But the results were chaotic, messy, and left body parts scattered across the landscape. Then, Northeast by East and his engineers looked backward, to a method that had been used during the deeply secretive T4 euthanasia program back in Germany. They looked at carbon monoxide. The SS engineers designed specialized trucks. From the outside, they looked like large, windowless moving vans. But inside, the exhaust pipe of the powerful engine was routed directly into the sealed cargo compartment. These were the Gaswagen. The gas vans. The implementation of the gas vans represented a chilling, pivotal shift in the mechanics of the Holocaust. When the gas vans were deployed to the Einsatzgruppen in late 1941, the SS men no longer had to pull a trigger. The victims were told they were being relocated. They were loaded into the back of the heavy, dark green truck. The heavy steel doors were locked tight. The driver simply stepped on the accelerator and drove down a bumpy dirt road toward a pre-dug grave. Inside the dark, suffocating box, the victims screamed, clawed at the walls, and slowly choked to death on the toxic exhaust fumes. By the time the truck reached the grave, the screaming had stopped. The driver parked. The doors were opened by forced laborers, and the tangled, purple-faced bodies tumbled out into the dirt. For the SS man, the psychological distance had been achieved. The murderer no longer held the weapon, the machine was the weapon. The SS man was merely a driver. He was merely turning a key. But even the gas vans were not fast enough. They were prone to breaking down on the muddy Russian roads. They could only kill 50 or 60 people at a time. And as the SS looked at the millions of Jewish people trapped in the ghettos of Poland and Western Europe, they knew the vans would not suffice. The horror of the Einsatzgruppen in the East was the absolute darkest manifestation of human hatred unleashed. It was the moment when civilization stared directly into the abyss, and the abyss pulled the trigger. They had proven that thousands of ordinary men could be conditioned to commit unthinkable atrocities, day after day, week after week. But as the winter of 1941 froze the blood-soaked soil of the Soviet Union, the architects of the SS realized that their war of annihilation required a factory. The mobile killing squads had reached their limit. The psychological toll on the perpetrators was too high, and the sheer volume of the intended victims was too great. The scattered ravines and the exhaust-filled trucks were merely the prototypes. The Black Order was about to take everything they had learned in the forests of the East and combine it with the bureaucratic efficiency they had perfected in Berlin. They were about to build an industrial empire of death, an empire anchored by names that would forever stain the history of mankind: Treblinka, Belzec, Sobibor, and Auschwitz. The age of the bullet was giving way to the age of the gas chamber. And the true, industrialized nightmare of the camp system was about to solidify its grip upon the continent. Imagine stepping off a crowded, suffocating train into the freezing night, taking your first gulp of fresh air in days, only to realize that the polite, uniformed men directing your family toward the showers are not planning to wash you, but to erase you from the face of the earth. To understand the full, terrifying maturity of the Schutzstaffel, the SS, we must bridge the gap between a massacre and an industry. The mobile killing squads, the Einsatzgruppen that we followed into the blood-soaked forests of the Soviet Union, were horrific in their brutality. But from the perspective of Heinrich Himmler and the High Command in Berlin, they were a logistical failure. It took too much time to shoot people one by one. It required too much ammunition. And, most importantly to the twisted minds of the SS leadership, the intimacy of face-to-face murder was causing severe psychological breakdowns among the German executioners. Men were drinking themselves to death, they were suffering nervous collapses, they were losing the cold, disciplined edge of the Aryan warrior ideal. The SS needed a system that removed the killer from the killed. They needed to replace the passion of the trigger with the sterile, thoughtless efficiency of a factory assembly line. They didn't just need executioners anymore, they needed managers, accountants, and engineers. They needed to build an empire of death. This is the story of how the camp system solidified into a sprawling, continent-wide black hole that swallowed millions. And to understand how human beings could construct such a nightmare, we must first look at a deeply deceptive, horrifyingly clever installation hidden in the forests of occupied Poland. In the spring of 1942, the SS launched Operation Reinhard. This was the most concentrated, lethal phase of the Holocaust, designed specifically to exterminate the more than 2 million Jewish men, women, and children living in the Polish ghettos. To achieve this, the SS constructed 3 dedicated death factories: Belzec, Sobibor, and Treblinka. Notice I did not call them concentration camps. They were not designed to hold prisoners. They were not designed for forced labor. They were designed with a singular purpose: to take human beings off a train and turn them into ash within 2 hours. Let us focus on Treblinka, because Treblinka represents the absolute perfection of SS psychological manipulation. When a deportee train arrived at Treblinka, it did not look like a slaughterhouse. As the heavy wooden doors of the cattle cars were thrown open, the victims, who had been traveling for days in unimaginable squalor, were greeted by the sight of a quaint, almost charming provincial train station. There were signs pointing to a ticket counter. There were signs for a first-class waiting room and a second-class waiting room. There was a large clock on the wall. There were even flower boxes hanging from the wooden fences. But it was a Hollywood set. It was a complete illusion. The ticket counters were fake. The doors led nowhere. The hands on the clock were painted on, they never moved. Why would the SS go to such elaborate lengths to decorate a death camp? Because the SS had learned a crucial logistical lesson in the forests of the East. Panic is inefficient. When people know they are going to die, they fight back, they run, they scream, and they cause delays. The SS architects realized that the most efficient way to murder a human being is to give them a false sense of hope until the very last possible second. When the victim stepped onto the platform at Treblinka, an SS officer would often stand on a soapbox and deliver a polite, reassuring speech. He would welcome them to the transit camp. He would apologize for the harsh conditions of their journey. He would tell them that before they could be sent further east to their new homes and new jobs, hygiene regulations required them to take a disinfecting shower and have their clothes deloused. The victims, desperate to believe that the nightmare was ending, obeyed. They were instructed to hand over their valuables for safekeeping. They were given numbered claim checks for their luggage. They were told to undress and to fold their clothes neatly so they could find them after the shower. Women were told their hair needed to be cropped to prevent typhus. And then, naked, stripped of every earthly possession, they were funneled into a narrow, fenced-in pathway that the SS cruelly called the Himmelstrasse, the road to heaven. It was a sandy path lined with interwoven pine branches to block the view. The path led directly to a large brick building marked with a Star of David to further the deception that this was a Jewish bathhouse. Inside that building were no showerheads. There were only heavy steel doors that sealed hermetically. Once the rooms were packed so tightly that people could barely breathe, the doors were locked. Outside, an SS technician would turn the ignition key on a captured Soviet tank engine. But the exhaust pipe was not routed to the air, it was routed directly into the chambers. Within 20 minutes, it was over. The engines were turned off. A squad of Jewish prisoners, kept alive solely to do the gruesome manual labor of the camp, would open the doors on the other side, untangle the bodies, and carry them to massive open burn pits. At Treblinka, a staff of roughly 30 SS men, aided by about 100 Ukrainian guards, managed to murder between 800,000 and 900,000 human beings in just over a year. The efficiency of the deception was absolute. The SS had successfully engineered a system where the victims unknowingly walked themselves to their own deaths, ensuring the SS men never had to look a dying child in the eye. But while the Operation Reinhard camps were the purest expression of extermination, the true capital of the SS empire, the site that would become synonymous with the darkest capabilities of the human soul, was a sprawling complex in southern Poland. Auschwitz. To understand Auschwitz, you must understand the man who built it, the man who shaped its daily operations, and the man who lived right next door to its smoking chimneys. His name was Rudolf Höss. If you were to meet Rudolf Höss at a dinner party before the war, you would find him entirely unremarkable. He was not a sadist who took pleasure in torturing animals. He was a quiet, polite, deeply introverted man. He was a loving husband to his wife, Hedwig, and a doting father to his 5 children. He loved animals, he loved nature, and he considered himself a man of profound moral duty. But Höss's morality was entirely inverted. For him, the highest moral virtue in the universe was not the preservation of life, it was absolute, unquestioning obedience to the state. He was the perfect, hollow vessel for Heinrich Himmler's vision. When Himmler ordered Höss to expand the small concentration camp at Auschwitz into a massive facility capable of housing over 100,000 prisoners and exterminating millions more, Höss did not balk. He approached the task of building a death camp the exact same way a corporate executive would approach building a new car factory. He looked for efficiencies. He looked for cost-saving measures. He sought to optimize the workflow of murder. Höss famously realized that the carbon monoxide engines used at Treblinka were too slow, too prone to breaking down, and simply could not handle the sheer volume of transports Hitler and Himmler were planning to send him. The terrifying breakthrough at Auschwitz came in late summer of 1941. While Höss was away on business, his deputy, Karl Fritsch, decided to run a twisted experiment in the basement of Block 11, the camp's notorious torture prison. Fritsch took a group of Soviet prisoners of war and locked them in the cellar. He then took a canister of a commercial pesticide that was routinely used in the camp to kill lice in the barracks. The pesticide was called Zyklon B. It came in the form of small, chalky, bluish-white pellets. When exposed to the air, these pellets released highly toxic hydrogen cyanide gas. Fritsch dropped the pellets into the cellar and sealed the doors. When they opened the doors the next day, they found that the gas had been devastatingly lethal and incredibly fast. When Rudolf Haas returned and was briefed on the experiment, he later wrote in his memoirs that he felt a profound sense of relief. He wrote that he had been worried about the logistical nightmare of shooting so many people, but the discovery of Zyklon B meant that the SS could now process the masses calmly, cleanly, and efficiently. Take a moment to absorb the terrifying psychology of that statement. A father of 5 felt a profound sense of relief that he had discovered a faster way to suffocate children. With Zyklon B chosen as the instrument of death, Auschwitz-Birkenau rapidly expanded into a hybrid monster. It was both a massive slave labor camp designed to feed the German war machine and an industrial extermination center. Let us stand on the infamous arrival ramp at Auschwitz-Birkenau, known as the Bahnramp. Imagine it is the middle of the night. A train carrying 3,000 Jewish men, women, and children from Hungary screeches to a halt. The doors are thrown open. The blinding glare of floodlights cuts through the darkness. SS guards are screaming, cracking whips, and unleashing barking German shepherds. The sensory overload is intentional. It is designed to completely paralyze the victims with fear and confusion so they cannot think, they cannot resist, they can only obey. The people are forced to leave all their luggage on the train. They are herded onto the platform and told to form 2 lines, men on one side, women and children on the other. At the head of these lines stands an SS doctor. He is impeccably dressed, often wearing white gloves, holding a small riding crop or a walking stick. This is the moment of the selection. The selection. As the terrified, exhausted families shuffle forward, the doctor barely looks at their faces. He is assessing them as livestock. He is looking for muscle tone, age, and physical fitness. With a casual, almost bored flick of his thumb or his riding crop, he points to the left, or to the right. To the right meant life, at least temporarily. It meant you were selected for slave labor. You would be shaved, tattooed with a number, dressed in rags, and worked to death on starvation rations in the factories of IG Farben or Krupp. To the left meant immediate death. Anyone over the age of 50. Anyone under the age of 15. Pregnant women. The disabled. The sick. The weak. All were sent to the left. The tragedy of the ramp is that the victims rarely understood what the directions meant. A husband might whisper to his wife, who had just been sent to the left with their children, "I will see you on Sunday in the camp." They waved to each other. They smiled brave, heartbreaking smiles, trying to reassure their terrified children. They did not know that the left line led directly to crematoria 2, 3, 4, or V. The SS doctors who stood on that ramp, men with prestigious medical degrees from Munich, Berlin, and Heidelberg, found that playing God was surprisingly easy. Many of them would get drunk before their shifts on the ramp to numb their consciences, but over time, it became a mundane routine. They would stand there, humming a tune from a Mozart opera, flicking their thumbs, casually condemning thousands of human beings to suffocation before heading off to the SS canteen for a hot meal. As the people in the left line were marched toward the massive brick buildings at the edge of the camp, the deception continued. They were led into subterranean undressing rooms. There were signs on the walls in multiple languages instructing them to tie their shoes together so they wouldn't get lost, and to remember the number of the peg where they hung their coats. They were herded into the next room. It was designed to look like a massive shower facility. There were fake shower heads embedded in the ceiling. Once the room was packed with up to 2,000 people, the heavy, gas-tight doors were bolted shut. Above the chamber, on the flat roof, an SS man wearing a gas mask would step forward. He would lift a heavy concrete lid, open a tin canister of Zyklon B, and pour the blue pellets down a specialized wire mesh shaft directly into the crowded room below. He would then close the lid, sealing the chamber. Inside, the pellets reacted with the ambient heat and humidity of human bodies. The hydrogen cyanide gas began to rise from the floor. The panic was instantaneous and apocalyptic. As the gas filled the room, the oxygen was displaced. The people closest to the vents died first. As the gas rose, the victims would instinctively climb on top of one another, desperately clawing their way toward the ceiling, gasping for a breath of clean air that simply did not exist. The strongest, usually the young men, would end up at the top of the tangled pile of humanity, standing on the crushed bodies of the weak, the elderly, and the children. Within 20 minutes, the screaming stopped. The SS doctor would look through a thick glass peephole in the door, confirm there was no movement, and give the order to turn on the massive ventilation fans. The psychological detachment the SS sought had been achieved. The men who poured the gas never had to look their victims in the eyes. They never had to get blood on their uniforms. They simply dropped a chemical down a hole and walked away. The architects had turned the unfathomable horror of mass murder into a sanitary, bureaucratic procedure. To study this history is to stare directly into the darkest, most terrifying capabilities of the human species. It is heavy, it is heartbreaking, and it can often feel overwhelming. But understanding the unvarnished reality of these events, how normal people were conditioned to build and operate this machinery, is the only way to recognize the warning signs of tyranny in our own world. The sanitized history books often smooth over the visceral, raw truth of what happened. If you are passionate about preserving this history and exploring the deep, unfiltered realities that are often too intense for standard platforms, I invite you to join my Patreon community for uncensored and podcasts. There, you can access free, deep dive podcast episodes, view raw, unblurred historical video sections, and support this channel through a tip jar to help me continue this massive research effort. Finding a community of history lovers who value the truth is essential to keeping these stories alive. Please, to keep yourself safe, only use the secure link I've placed in the description below. If you try to search for this on the internet, the top results are unfortunately often fake websites designed to scam you, and I want to make sure you are protected. The gas had cleared from the chambers of Birkenau, but the physical reality of 2,000 dead bodies remained. And it was here that the SS committed perhaps their most profound psychological atrocity. They did not force their own men to clean up the chambers. They forced the victims to do it. They created the Sonderkommando, the special squad. These were groups of young, strong Jewish men who were selected from the incoming transports and given an impossible, agonizing choice: work in the crematoria or die today. The trauma inflicted upon the men of the Sonderkommando is beyond human language. These men were forced to open the heavy steel doors of the gas chambers. They had to wear gas masks because the stench and the residual fumes were overpowering. They had to untangle the tightly knit pyramids of corpses. They had to hose the bodies down to wash away the blood and the excrement. Before the bodies were dragged to the massive, roaring ovens to be incinerated, the Sonderkommando were ordered to perform one final, grotesque act of plunder for the German state. Using pliers, they ripped gold teeth and fillings from the mouths of the dead. They sheared the hair from the women's heads, hair that the SS would sell to German textile companies to be woven into felt for submarine crews. Imagine the sheer, reality-shattering horror of a young man in the Sonderkommando, pulling bodies from the chamber, and suddenly recognizing the face of his own mother, his own wife, or his own child. It happened. And when it happened, these men were not allowed to weep. If an SS guard saw a Sonderkommando mourning, or pausing in his grim work, the guard would simply shoot him in the head and throw him into the oven with his family. The men of the Sonderkommando were forced to turn their hearts to stone, to exist in a state of living death, knowing with absolute certainty that after a few months, the SS would execute them too, in order to erase the witnesses. Yet, even in the absolute darkest pit of hell ever constructed by man, human defiance flickered. The men of the Sonderkommando knew they were doomed, but they refused to let the SS erase the truth. They scrounged for scraps of paper and stubs of pencils. In the dead of night, they wrote diaries, detailing the transports, the numbers of the dead, the sheer mechanics of the slaughter. They stuffed these desperate testimonies into glass jars and metal thermoses, and they buried them deep in the mud and the ash around the crematoria, praying that one day the world would find them and know what happened. Those diaries were found after the war. They are the voices of men screaming from the abyss, demanding that we remember. While the Sonderkommando toiled in the smoke and the ash, another vast, bizarre economy was operating in a different section of the camp. Auschwitz was not just an extermination center, it was a massive, highly organized looting operation. The luggage that was left behind on the ramp by the incoming victims was loaded onto trucks and taken to a sprawling complex of 30 wooden warehouses. The prisoners who worked there sorted the stolen goods. They called this section of the camp Canada, because to the starving prisoners of Auschwitz, the word Canada symbolized a distant land of unimaginable wealth and plenty. The scale of the loot in Canada is staggering to comprehend. There were warehouses filled entirely with men's shoes. Warehouses filled with women's dresses. Warehouses stacked to the ceiling with eyeglasses, with prosthetic limbs, with children's toys. There was a dedicated room where prisoners sat at tables, taking apart tubes of toothpaste and ripping open the seams of coats, searching for hidden diamonds, gold coins, and foreign currency that desperate families had sewn into their clothes, hoping to use it to buy their lives. The SS amassed fortunes in Canada. Officially, all the stolen wealth belonged to the German Reich. The clothes were to be distributed to German civilians who had been bombed out of their homes. The gold from the teeth was melted into ingots and deposited in the German Reichsbank to fund the war effort. But unofficially, Canada was a den of massive, rampant corruption. The SS guards, the men who preached absolute loyalty and Aryan purity, were entirely corrupted by the staggering wealth passing through their hands. Guards routinely smuggled diamonds out of the camp in their boots. They stole fine silk underwear for their wives and girlfriends back home. They stole expensive French perfumes, vintage wines, and rare chocolates. This brings us back to Rudolf Höss and his idyllic family life. Höss lived in a beautiful, two-story stucco villa that sat literally yards away from the barbed wire of the camp. From his second-story bedroom window, he could see the crematoria chimneys belching thick, black, greasy smoke into the sky. He could smell the burning flesh. Yet, in the garden of that villa, his children played on a wooden slide. His wife, Hedwig, cultivated a beautiful flower garden. She had a team of prisoner gardeners who were forced to use the human ash from the crematoria as fertilizer for her roses. Hedwig Höss was a woman who had grown up in relative poverty, but in Auschwitz, she lived like a queen. She had a closet full of expensive fur coats, coats stripped from the backs of Jewish women before they were gassed. She had prisoners crafting bespoke furniture for her living room. She famously referred to Auschwitz as her paradise. The cognitive dissonance is almost impossible for a normal human mind to process. How does a man spend his day orchestrating the murder of 10,000 people, and then sit down at his dining room table, drink a glass of stolen French wine, and read a bedtime story to his daughter? The answer lies in the psychological conditioning of the SS. They had successfully built a mental wall of iron between their professional duties and their personal lives. They truly believed that the people they were murdering were not human beings. They viewed them the way a sanitation worker views garbage, or the way an exterminator views termites. You do not feel empathy for a termite. You do not go home and weep over the insects you eradicated. You feel pride that you did a hard, dirty job to keep your house clean. This twisted, horrifying moral inversion was perfectly articulated by Heinrich Himmler himself. In October of 1943, Himmler traveled to the city of Posen in occupied Poland to deliver a secret, unrecorded speech to a gathering of top SS generals. He wanted to bind them all together in complicity, to ensure that every man in the room knew exactly what the SS was doing, so that none of them could ever claim ignorance. Himmler stood before his commanders and spoke openly, for the first time, about the extermination of the Jewish people. His words are perhaps the most chilling ever spoken by a human being. He told his generals, "Most of you know what it means when 100 corpses lie side by side, when 500 lie there, or when 1,000 are lined up. To have endured this and at the same time to have remained decent fellows, that is what has made us hard. This is a page of glory in our history which has never been written and is never to be written. To have remained decent fellows." In the mind of the SS, the true heroes of the Holocaust were not the victims who endured unimaginable suffering with grace and dignity. The true heroes, according to Himmler, were the SS guards. They were the martyrs. They were the ones carrying the heavy, agonizing burden of committing mass murder for the sake of the future. Himmler praised them for not allowing the act of slaughtering women and children to corrupt their personal morals, to make them thieves or sadists. He praised their emotional discipline. It is the ultimate perversion of morality. It is a philosophy that allowed educated, civilized men to build factories of death and still look themselves in the mirror with immense pride. By the end of 1943, the camp system had solidified into a vast, inescapable web that stretched across Europe. From the transit camps in France to the slave labor camps in Germany, to the towering chimneys of Birkenau, the SS had constructed a parallel universe. It was a universe where the normal laws of human nature were suspended, where cruelty was the currency, and where life was measured only by its industrial utility before it was extinguished. The SS had perfected the art of erasing human beings. But there was one final, terrifying frontier they had yet to cross. Within the barbed wire of these camps, hidden away in specialized blocks and pristine white clinics, the SS doctors who had sorted the living from the dead on the ramps were not just resting between transports. They were looking at the massive, captive population of the camps not just as slave labor, but as an unlimited supply of disposable human guinea pigs. The Black Order had mastered murder. Now, they were preparing to master torture under the guise of science. The descent into the absolute darkest depths of the Nazi soul was far from over. The era of the camp system had solidified, but the era of the medical horrors was about to begin, and it would reveal a level of depravity that the world is still struggling to comprehend to this very day. Imagine the profound, world-shattering terror of looking up from a cold metal examination table, expecting the man in the pristine white coat to heal your pain, only to realize with absolute certainty that he is the one holding the scalpel to dissect your soul. When we think of a doctor, we think of the Hippocratic Oath. We think of a solemn, ancient vow taken by men and women who pledged to do no harm, to preserve life, to act as a shield between humanity and the darkness of disease and death. The doctor is, in every civilized society, a figure of ultimate trust. When we are at our most vulnerable, stripped of our clothes, our defenses, and our strength, we place our lives entirely in their hands. But within the barbed wire borders of the Schutzstaffel's empire, that sacred trust was not merely broken, it was violently, grotesquely inverted. To understand the absolute darkest psychological depths of the SS, we must confront the medical horrors. We must confront the highly educated, brilliantly trained physicians of the Third Reich who willingly, eagerly transformed themselves from healers into biological engineers of death. These were not fringe lunatics operating in back-alley basements. These were esteemed professors, celebrated researchers, and heads of prestigious medical departments in Berlin, Munich, and Heidelberg. They were men who published papers in international medical journals. And yet, under the banner of the Silver Death's Head, they walked into the concentration camps and turned millions of captive human beings into an endless, disposable supply of laboratory animals. How does a man who has sworn to save lives become a murderer? To understand the SS doctor, you must understand the twisted concept of racial hygiene that formed the very bedrock of Nazi ideology. The SS did not view humanity as a collection of individuals with inherent rights and souls. They viewed the German nation as a single, biological organism, the Volkskörper, the body of the people. In this dark, pseudo-scientific worldview, the SS doctor was not a healer of the individual, he was the physician to the state. And if the state was a body, then those deemed inferior, the Jewish people, the Romani, the disabled, the political dissidents, were viewed not as humans, but as pathogens. They were a cancer. They were a virus attacking the purity of the Aryan bloodstream. When you successfully convince a physician that his patient is not a human being, but a deadly disease, you completely untether him from traditional morality. The doctor no longer feels empathy for the person screaming on the operating table, because he believes he is performing a necessary, heroic surgery to save the life of his nation. He believes that by being ruthless, by silencing his own conscience, he is actually practicing the highest, most noble form of medicine. This terrifying cognitive dissonance allowed the SS to establish clinical, brightly lit laboratories right in the middle of the most squalid, disease-ridden death camps on Earth. Let us travel first to the concentration camp at Dachau, just outside Munich. By 1942, the German military was locked in a brutal, sprawling war. The Luftwaffe, the German Air Force, was losing pilots at an alarming rate. Planes were being shot down over the freezing waters of the English Channel and the North Sea. Pilots were bailing out at extremely high altitudes, suffering from explosive decompression and freezing to death before rescue boats could reach them. The military needed answers. They needed to know the absolute limits of human endurance, and they needed to know how to revive men who had been pushed past the brink of death. To find these answers, the SS appointed a doctor named Sigmund Rascher. Dr. Rascher was a deeply ambitious, completely ruthless young physician who had a direct line of communication to Heinrich Himmler. Rascher did not look for volunteers. He simply walked into the prisoner barracks at Dachau and selected hundreds of healthy men. Rascher's first project was the high-altitude experiments. He constructed a massive, sealed, low-pressure chamber inside the camp. He would take a prisoner, often a political dissident or a Soviet prisoner of war, and lock him inside the steel drum. Then, Rascher would turn on the vacuum pumps, rapidly sucking the air out of the chamber to simulate a pilot falling from a height of 68,000 feet without oxygen. Try to place yourself in the agonizing reality of that chamber. You are a prisoner. You are locked in a steel box. You look through the thick glass porthole, and you see Dr. Rascher standing there in his crisp SS uniform, holding a stopwatch and a clipboard, watching you with the detached curiosity of a man observing an insect in a jar. As the pressure drops, the pain becomes unbearable. The air is violently pulled from your lungs. Your eardrums rupture. The nitrogen in your blood begins to boil. Prisoners would tear at their own faces, clawing at their scalps, screaming in unimaginable agony as their internal organs expanded and hemorrhaged. Rascher didn't stop the pumps when the men began to scream. He meticulously noted the exact time it took for the screaming to stop. He noted the time of the first spasms, the time of unconsciousness, and the time of clinical death. Sometimes, when a man was on the very edge of dying, Rascher would rapidly repressurize the chamber, dragging the victim back into consciousness, just so he could subject him to the torture all over again the next day. When the high-altitude experiments concluded, Rascher moved on to the freezing experiments. He had massive wooden vats built in the camp courtyard and filled them with ice and freezing water. Prisoners were stripped naked and forced into the ice baths. They were kept there for hours. Rascher's assistants would insert thermometers directly into the victims' rectums and stomachs to measure the exact rate at which the human core temperature drops before the heart stops beating. Imagine the sheer, helpless terror of the men in those vats. Some of them were Polish Catholic priests, men of deep faith who had been imprisoned for opposing the regime. As the ice water leached the life from their bodies, as their limbs went completely numb and their vision began to blur, many of them simply prayed. They prayed for the men holding the clipboards. They prayed for a quick death. Rascher walked around the vats in his heavy winter coat, taking notes. He observed that as the body temperature dropped to a critical level, the victims would suffer violent, uncontrollable shivering, followed by a terrifying, silent rigidity as the muscles froze. He documented the erratic, failing rhythms of their hearts. And then, Rascher experimented with rewarming. He wanted to know the best way to revive a freezing pilot. He tried plunging the near-dead prisoners into vats of boiling water, deliberately scalding their skin off to see if the sudden thermal shock would restart their hearts. He tried using animal heat, forcing women who had been brought in from the Ravensbrück concentration camp to strip naked and lie in a bed with the freezing, dying men, to see if sexual arousal or body heat could reverse the effects of severe hypothermia. Hundreds of men died in Rascher's ice vats. Those who miraculously survived the experiments were almost always executed afterward, because the SS did not want any witnesses to their scientific methodology. Rascher would type up his findings, complete with neat, clinical graphs charting the deaths of human beings, and mail them directly to Heinrich Himmler. Himmler would reply with warm, encouraging letters, praising Rascher for his groundbreaking work and suggesting further, even more barbaric avenues of research. This was the complete perversion of science. It was the weaponization of the scientific method, entirely stripped of its ethical soul. The information gathered was often medically useless, tainted by the sadistic cruelty of the environment and the poor physical condition of the starving prisoners. But the SS doctors didn't care. They were operating in a void where they were accountable to no one, free to indulge their darkest curiosities on a captive, defenseless population. The sheer volume of secrets, hidden operations, and covert horrors that occurred during the Second World War is staggering. While the medical experiments represent the darkest domestic secrets of the SS, the entire war was fought in the shadows as much as it was fought on the battlefields. Understanding how intelligence, espionage, and top-secret operations shaped the outcome of the war is absolutely crucial to seeing the full picture of this global conflict. For those of you who are fascinated by the hidden mechanics of history, I highly recommend signing up for my free email newsletter. When you join, I will send you a free copy of the ebook, The Shadow War, 5 Top-Secret Operations that shaped World War II. You'll also receive weekly deep dives into the forgotten facts, the hidden heroes, and the covert missions that the history books often overlook. Please, to keep yourself safe, only use the secure link I've placed in the description below. If you try to search for this on the internet, the top results are unfortunately often fake websites designed to scam you, and I want to make sure you are protected. While Dr. Rascher was freezing men to death in Dachau in the name of military research, a different, far more sinister form of medical terror was taking shape in the heart of the Auschwitz camp system. Himmler's obsession with racial hygiene was not just about exterminating those he deemed inferior, it was about demographic control. As the SS conquered millions of people in Eastern Europe, Himmler realized that mass executions and gas chambers were resource-intensive. He envisioned a future where the conquered populations could be kept alive strictly as a slave labor force, but they needed to be prevented from ever reproducing. He needed a fast, cheap, and invisible method of mass sterilization. He turned to 2 highly respected German gynecologists, Dr. Karl Klauberg and Dr. Horst Schumann. These men were set up in Block 10 at Auschwitz, a 2-story brick building that would become known as one of the most terrifying places on the entire continent of Europe. The windows of Block 10 were heavily boarded up so no one from the outside could see what was happening. Inside, the air smelled sharply of ether, bleach, and unwashed bodies. Klauberg and Schumann were given absolute authority over hundreds of young, healthy Jewish and Romani women who were selected from the arriving transport trains. Let us focus on the human reality of Block 10. Imagine you are a 20-year-old woman. You have just been torn away from your parents on the selection ramp. You are terrified, starving, and completely alone. You are marched into this dark, suffocating brick building. You are told you are part of a medical trial. You don't know what that means. You are led into a clinical, brightly lit room that stands in jarring, horrific contrast to the mud and filth of the camp outside. You are strapped into a gynecological chair. Dr. Schumann enters the room. He does not speak to you. He does not look you in the eye. He treats you with the cold, impatient detachment of a mechanic working on a broken machine. Schumann's method was radiation. He had X-ray machines positioned over the abdomens and ovaries of the women. Without any anesthesia, without any warning, he would blast them with massive, unregulated doses of radiation. The goal was to destroy their reproductive organs in a matter of minutes. The burns were catastrophic. The women suffered agonizing, deep-tissue radiation burns that would fester and rot. Many suffered from severe radiation sickness, vomiting violently, their hair falling out in clumps. When Schumann wanted to verify if his X-rays had successfully destroyed the ovaries, he wouldn't just observe the women, he would order them back to the operating table, slice open their abdomens without proper painkillers, and surgically remove the irradiated ovaries just to examine them under a microscope. Dr. Clauberg, operating in the same block, used a different, equally horrific method. Clauberg developed a highly caustic chemical acid. He would force the women into the chair and inject this burning acid directly into their uteruses. The chemical was designed to cause severe inflammation and permanent scarring, effectively gluing the fallopian tubes shut. The pain of the injection was so blinding, so absolute, that women would scream until their vocal cords tore. They would thrash against the leather straps, begging for mercy, begging for their mothers, begging to just be killed. But amidst this unimaginable horror, a quiet, breathtakingly courageous resistance formed within the walls of Block 10. The SS doctors relied on prisoner nurses to assist them, Jewish female doctors and nurses who had been spared the gas chambers because of their medical skills. These prisoner nurses, women like Dr. Gisela Perl and Dr. Elena Bruda, found themselves in an agonizing moral nightmare. They were forced to hand the scalpels to the butchers. But when the SS doctors left the block for the evening to drink in the canteen, these prisoner nurses risked their own lives to reclaim the humanity of their patients. They would sneak through the darkened wards in the dead of night, using stolen bandages and smuggled aspirin to tend to the agonizing burns and the infected surgical wounds. They would sit by the bedsides of the young women who were weeping in the dark, holding their hands, whispering to them, reminding them of their names, reminding them that they were still human beings, still women, and that they had not been forgotten by God. These quiet moments of profound empathy in the pitch-black wards of Block 10 are a testament to the indestructible nature of the human spirit. The SS could burn their bodies, they could destroy their ability to have children, but they could not extinguish the fierce, protective love that these women showed to one another in the face of absolute despair. But the medical horrors of the SS reached their absolute, most infamous apex on the arrival ramp at Birkenau, under the meticulously polished boots of a man who would forever be known as the Angel of Death. Dr. Joseph Mengele. To understand the terror of Mengele, we must strip away the myth of the snarling monster and look at the chilling, charismatic reality of the man. Mengele was handsome. He was impeccably groomed. His SS uniform was always perfectly tailored, his boots shone like black glass, and he always wore immaculate white gloves. When the transport trains arrived in the middle of the night, unleashing thousands of terrified, screaming people into the chaos of the ramp, Mengele stood out precisely because he was so calm. Other SS officers would be shouting and beating people with whips. Mengele would stand perfectly still, a slight, pleasant smile on his face, quietly whistling classical tunes from Wagner or Puccini. He treated the selection process like a conductor leading an orchestra. With a graceful wave of his gloved hand, or a slight point of his riding crop, he sent thousands of people to the gas chambers without breaking a sweat or raising his voice. But Mengele was not there just to do the routine work of selection. He was hunting. Mengele was deeply obsessed with genetics. He believed that if he could unlock the secrets of human genetics, he could manipulate the biological future of the Aryan race. He wanted to figure out how to force German women to give birth to blonde, blue-eyed twins every single time, thereby rapidly multiplying the master race. And so, as the terrified masses surged past him on the ramp, Mengele's eyes scanned the crowd for one specific anomaly. He was looking for identical twins. When he spotted them, he would step forward, his smile widening. He would call out, "Zwilling heraus!" Twins step forward. Imagine being a young mother, clutching the hands of your 7-year-old twin daughters. You are surrounded by screaming dogs and armed men. This handsome, smiling doctor steps forward and offers you a glimmer of hope. He tells you that your daughters are special. He tells you that they are going to be taken to a special kindergarten, that they will be given extra food, warm beds, and toys. Desperate to save your children from the horror of the camp, you let go of their hands. You watch them walk away with the smiling doctor. You do not know that you are walking to the gas chamber and that you have just handed your children over to a fate arguably worse than death. Mengele gathered hundreds of pairs of twins, mostly children. He housed them in a specialized barracks that the other prisoners darkly referred to as Mengele's zoo. The psychological torment Mengele inflicted upon these children is beyond comprehension. He played the role of the benevolent uncle. He brought them chocolate. He gave them toys. He let them keep their own clothes and their hair. He would pat them on the head and ask them how they were feeling. The children, desperately traumatized and starved for affection, often ran to him when he entered the barracks, calling him Uncle Mengele. They did not understand that the man giving them candy was simply fattening his lab rats. Every day, the twins were taken to Mengele's pristine, white-tiled laboratory. The environment was completely terrifying. The sharp smell of formaldehyde, the glaring surgical lights, the glass cabinets filled with preserved human organs. Mengele's experiments were a horrific blend of pedantic measurement and sadistic butchery. First, he would subject the children to endless, agonizing hours of measurement. He would measure every single millimeter of their bodies, comparing their ears, their noses, the color of their eyes. Then, the true horror began. Because Mengele wanted to prove that genetics superseded environment, he would use one twin as the control and the other as the experiment. He would inject one child with deadly diseases, typhus, tuberculosis, or gangrene. He would watch the child suffer, meticulously documenting the raging fever, the vomiting, the excruciating pain. The healthy twin was forced to sit in the ward and watch their brother or sister die, knowing with absolute, terrifying certainty that whatever happened to the sick twin was a direct threat to their own life. When the sick twin finally succumbed to the disease, Mengele's twisted scientific method demanded a comparative autopsy. He couldn't just dissect the dead child, he needed to dissect the healthy child at the exact same time to compare the organs. So, the moment the sick twin died, Mengele would order the healthy twin to be brought into the dissection room. He would inject a lethal dose of chloroform directly into the healthy child's heart, killing them instantly. Then, he would lay the two children side by side on the cold steel tables and systematically carve them open, harvesting their organs, their eyes, and their blood, packing them into wooden crates to be shipped back to his academic mentors at the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute in Berlin. He experimented on eye color, injecting searing, blinding chemicals into the irises of children to see if he could change brown eyes to Aryan blue. He performed agonizing surgeries without anesthesia, removing lymph nodes, amputating limbs, and carrying out spinal taps that left the children paralyzed or screaming in agony on the floor of the lab. He once attempted to create artificial conjoined twins, taking two Romani children and sewing them together back to back, connecting their blood vessels and organs. The children suffered unimaginable agony, their wounds severely infected, screaming day and night until their parents somehow managed to secure some morphine and ended their suffering. Yet, even in the shadow of this smiling, whistling monster, the children of Mengele's zoo fought to survive. The bond between the twins became their only armor. They clung to each other in the dark. If one twin was taken to the lab, the other would wait by the door, praying in whispers. They shared their extra rations. They hid their sicknesses from the guards, because they knew that if one of them showed a sign of weakness, both of them would be sent to the gas chambers. They became each other's entire universe, finding a profound, heartbreaking resilience in the simple act of holding hands in the dark. The medical horrors of the SS represent the ultimate betrayal of human civilization. They proved that education, science, and the pursuit of knowledge are entirely meaningless if they are divorced from basic human empathy. The doctors who walked the ramps of Auschwitz and the wards of Dachau were not uneducated thugs. They were the product of the finest universities in the world. But the ideology of the SS had convinced them that compassion was a weakness and that the only metric of human value was utility to the state. When the camps were finally liberated, the world would walk into these white-tiled laboratories and recoil in absolute horror. The blood-stained operating tables, the glass jars filled with human eyes, the meticulous, typewritten ledgers documenting the agonizing deaths of thousands of innocent people. Many of these doctors, including Joseph Mengele, managed to escape the burning ruins of the Third Reich, stripping off their white coats and their black uniforms, slipping away into the shadows of South America, never facing justice in a courtroom. Others were caught and stood trial at Nuremberg, where they tried to hide behind the cold, cowardly defense that they were simply following orders, or that their research was for the greater good of medical science. But the victims, the survivors who bore the physical scars and the invisible, agonizing trauma of the laboratories, ensured that the truth was known. The world looked at the medical horrors of the SS and realized that humanity required a new, unbreakable ethical code. The Nuremberg Code was born from the ashes of these laboratories, a permanent, global declaration that no human being can ever be subjected to medical experimentation without their absolute, informed consent. But as the medical machinery of the SS was operating at its peak, grinding millions into ash and turning science into a weapon of torture, the people trapped within this dark empire began to realize a fundamental truth. The SS was not going to show mercy. The world was not coming to save them in time. If they were going to die, they decided they would not die silently on the examination tables or quietly in the gas chambers. A spark of desperate, breathtaking defiance was igniting in the darkest corners of the Reich. In the squalor of the ghettos and the very shadows of the crematoria chimneys, ordinary men and women were picking up smuggled weapons, sharpening knives, and preparing to fight back against the invincible men in the black uniforms. The architects had built the abyss, the doctors had perverted science, but the human spirit was refusing to be extinguished. The era of silent suffering was ending. The era of the uprising was about to begin. Imagine the profound, terrifying clarity that washes over you when you finally realize that obedience will not save your life, and that your only remaining choice is not whether you will die, but how. For years, the vast, grinding machinery of the Schutzstaffel, the SS, had relied on a very specific, deeply cynical psychological weapon to control the millions of people they intended to murder. That weapon was hope. The SS disguised their death camps as transit stations. They sent postcards from the doomed, forged to look like they were living happily in the East. They convinced the Jewish populations of Europe that if they just kept their heads down, if they just followed the rules, if they just boarded the trains, they would survive the war. It was a massive, carefully orchestrated illusion designed to prevent panic, to ensure that the victims walked quietly into the abyss. But illusions, no matter how violently enforced, cannot last forever. By the dawn of 1943, the darkest year of the Holocaust, the terrifying truth had begun to bleed through the cracks of the Nazi deception. Whispers carried on the freezing winds of Eastern Europe. A few desperate souls had managed to miraculously escape from the transport trains, or dig their way out of the mass graves in the forests, slipping back into the ghettos to deliver the unthinkable news. The trains were not going to labor camps. The showers were not for water. There was no resettlement. There was only Treblinka. There was only Belzec. There was only Auschwitz. This realization brought about a profound, earth-shattering psychological shift among the young men and women trapped behind the brick walls and barbed wire of the Nazi ghettos. The older generation, exhausted and traumatized, still clung to the desperate prayer that compliance might save a remnant of their families. But the youth, the teenagers and 20-somethings who had watched their parents humiliated, beaten, and dragged away in the night, made a different, agonizing calculation. They realized that the men in the black uniforms with the silver death's heads were invincible only as long as their victims remained passive. If death was absolutely inevitable, then the SS no longer held any true power over them. The ultimate threat of the oppressor is death, but if you have already accepted your own death, you are suddenly, terrifyingly free. This is the story of the moment the victims stopped being victims and became warriors. This is the story of the men and women who stood in the deepest, darkest shadows of the SS empire, starving, outgunned, and entirely alone, and chose to set the darkness on fire. Our journey into the heart of this resistance begins in the desolate, freezing ruins of the Warsaw Ghetto. To understand the sheer magnitude of what happened in Warsaw, you have to understand what the ghetto had become by early 1943. When the Germans first walled off this section of the city in 1940, they crammed over 400,000 Jewish men, women, and children into an area of just over 1 square mile. It was a place of unimaginable squalor, where typhus and starvation claimed hundreds of lives every single day, and the dead were simply covered with newspapers on the freezing sidewalks. But in the summer of 1942, the SS launched the Großaktion Warsaw. Over the course of a few months, they systematically emptied the ghetto. Roughly 300,000 people were marched to the Umschlagplatz, the transfer point, loaded onto cattle cars, and sent directly to the gas chambers of Treblinka. By January 1943, only about 50,000 people remained in the Warsaw Ghetto. It was a ghost town. The streets were empty, echoing with the memories of the vanished. The people left behind were mostly young, healthy men and women who had been kept alive temporarily as slave laborers for German factories. These survivors were consumed by a deep, agonizing guilt. They asked themselves the tormenting question that haunts all survivors: why am I still here, while my mother, my father, my little brother are gone? Out of this profound grief and survivor's guilt, a fierce, burning resolve was born. 2 main underground resistance groups had formed in the shadows: the ZOB, the Jewish Combat Organization, led by a charismatic, intensely driven 23-year-old named Mordecai Anielewicz, and the ZZW, the Jewish Military Union, led by Powell Frankiel. These were not trained soldiers. They were university students, factory workers, members of youth scouting groups. They had no military support, no artillery, and no hope of winning. Their goal was entirely unprecedented in the history of warfare. They were not fighting to capture territory. They were not fighting to conquer an enemy state. They were fighting for 3 specific words, 3 lines of history. They wanted the world to know that the Jewish people did not go to their slaughter like sheep. They were fighting strictly for human dignity. But how do you fight the most heavily armed, ruthlessly disciplined military force in the world when you are locked inside a walled prison? You have to build an arsenal from nothing. The smuggling operations in the Warsaw Ghetto were acts of breathtaking, daily heroism. The resistance relied heavily on young girls and teenagers to act as couriers, known as kashariot. These young women, because they often didn't look like stereotypical targets, would dye their hair blonde, slip off their Star of David armbands, and walk out into the Aryan side of Warsaw using forged papers. Imagine the sheer, suffocating terror of that walk. You are a 19-year-old girl. You are carrying a hollowed-out loaf of bread, and inside that bread is a disassembled Luger pistol, or a few sticks of dynamite, or a handful of bullets purchased at exorbitant prices from the Polish underground or corrupt German soldiers. You are walking past Gestapo patrols, past SS checkpoints, past blackmailers who make a living turning in Jews for a bounty. Your heart is pounding so hard against your ribs you are certain the guards can hear it. If you look down, you die. If you walk too fast, you die. If you hesitate, you die. Yet, these young women made that walk day after day, bringing lifeblood back into the ghetto. Every single pistol, every single bullet, was treated like a sacred relic. When a starving young man in the ZOB was finally handed his own revolver, the psychological transformation was absolute. The cold, heavy steel in his palm was not just a weapon, it was the restoration of his stolen manhood. It was a promise that he would not die in a gas chamber. He would die on his own feet. The first test of this newfound resolve came unexpectedly in January 1943. Heinrich Himmler, unsatisfied with the pace of the extermination, ordered the SS to enter the ghetto and deport another 8,000 people. The SS marched in through the gates, completely arrogant, expecting the usual terrified compliance. They marched down the cobblestone streets, their boots echoing, shouting orders. But this time, the streets did not empty in terror. This time, as the SS rounded up a column of prisoners, a group of young ZOB fighters infiltrated the line. At a prearranged signal, the young men pulled their smuggled pistols from their coats and opened fire at point-blank range. The shock was absolute. The SS men, who considered themselves the invincible apex predators of the world, suddenly found themselves bleeding on the cobblestones, shot by the very people they considered subhuman cowards. Panic erupted. The resistance fighters fought viciously, desperately, from doorways and rooftops. And then, something miraculous happened. The SS, confused, taking casualties, and entirely unprepared for armed resistance, retreated. They actually turned around and marched out of the ghetto. The psychological impact of this moment inside the ghetto cannot be overstated. It was a shockwave of euphoria. They had fired back. They had seen the invincible men in black bleed. They had seen them run. They knew the SS would return with overwhelming force. They knew they would all eventually be killed, but for a few fleeting, glorious months, the Warsaw Ghetto belonged to the resistance. It was the first piece of liberated territory in all of occupied Europe, and it was liberated by starving kids with handguns. For the next 3 months, the ghetto prepared for the apocalypse. They stopped showing up for forced labor. They dug an incredibly complex, sprawling network of subterranean bunkers beneath the basements of the buildings. These were not just hiding holes, they were fortified underground complexes with smuggled electricity, ventilation shafts connected to the sewers, and tunnels connecting entire city blocks so fighters could move invisibly under the earth. Above ground, they knocked holes through the attic walls, creating continuous sniper galleries high above the streets. They turned empty apartments into death traps, mining doorways and stockpiling thousands of homemade Molotov cocktails crafted from stolen gasoline and empty liquor bottles. They were ready. On April 19, 1943, the eve of the Jewish holiday of Passover, the SS returned to liquidate the ghetto once and for all. This was meant to be a special present for Adolf Hitler's birthday the following day. The German forces were initially commanded by an arrogant SS officer who marched a heavily armed column of over 2,000 troops, accompanied by tanks and armored vehicles, directly through the main gates. They were marching in parade formation, expecting to simply round up a frightened mob. But the streets were completely, eerily deserted. It was a ghost town. As the German column reached the intersection of Zamenhof and Mila streets, the silence was shattered. From the rooftops, the windows, and the balconies, a terrifying hail of gunfire and explosives rained down on the SS. Young girls leaned out of fourth-story windows and dropped Molotov cocktails directly onto the engine decks of the German tanks. The bottles shattered, the gasoline ignited, and the invincible German panzers were engulfed in roaring flames. SS soldiers, screaming in panic, abandoned their vehicles and were shot down in the streets. Homemade pipe bombs filled with nails and scrap metal detonated in the tightly packed ranks of the infantry. The Jewish fighters were fighting with a joyous, suicidal ferocity. They had nothing to lose, and everything to prove. For hours, the battle raged, until once again, the unthinkable happened. The German forces, taking heavy casualties, broke and retreated. They left their burning tanks and their dead comrades in the streets. The resistance had won the first day. The blue and white Jewish flag, alongside the red and white Polish flag, was raised high on a rooftop in Miranowski Square, fluttering defiantly over the ruins, visible to the entire city of Warsaw. When news of this humiliation reached Heinrich Himmler in Berlin, he was apoplectic with rage. He immediately fired the commanding officer and replaced him with SS Brigadeführer Jürgen Stroop. Stroop was a hardened, brutal, deeply ideological SS fanatic. He was ordered to crush the rebellion with absolute, merciless violence. Stroop realized very quickly that his men could not fight a traditional street battle against an invisible enemy hiding in the attics and the cellars. So, he changed the rules of engagement. He decided that if he could not capture the buildings, he would simply erase them. Stroop ordered his men to systematically burn the Warsaw Ghetto to the ground, block by block, building by building. The SS brought in flamethrowers and heavy artillery. They began setting fire to every single apartment complex. The reality of the next 3 weeks is almost impossible to imagine. The ghetto became a raging, apocalyptic inferno. The heat was so intense that the cobblestones actually melted, and the glass in the windows ran down the brick walls like liquid tears. The thick, black smoke blocked out the sun, turning day into a suffocating, choking night. The resistance fighters and the civilians were driven down into their underground bunkers. But the fires above turned the cellars into ovens. The temperatures rose to unbearable levels. Oxygen was sucked out of the air by the roaring flames above. Food spoiled. Water dried up. Yet, the resistance continued to fight. When the flames drove them out of a building, they would emerge from the smoke, faces blackened with soot, eyes red and blistered, and fire their last few rounds at the SS patrols before vanishing into the sewers. Stroop's daily reports back to Himmler revealed the profound, sadistic shock of the SS. Stroop could not comprehend the bravery he was witnessing. He wrote about Jewish families standing in the windows of burning buildings, their clothes literally on fire, holding hands and jumping to their deaths on the pavement below rather than surrender to the SS. He wrote about young women who would emerge from the cellars, hands raised in apparent surrender, only to suddenly pull a hidden grenade from their skirts and detonate it, blowing themselves and the SS guards to pieces. To Stroop, this wasn't humanity, it was fanaticism. He could not process that he was fighting people who had simply chosen dignity over submission. By early May, the resistance was running out of ammunition, out of water, and out of air. On May 8, 1943, the SS finally discovered the location of the main ZOB command bunker at Mila 18. Inside were Mordecai Anilwix and dozens of his top fighters. The SS surrounded the bunker and pumped poison gas down the ventilation shafts. The young men and women inside, coughing, suffocating in the dark, knew it was the end. Rather than let the SS have the satisfaction of dragging them out alive, rather than subject themselves to the inevitable torture and execution, they made their final, agonizing choice. In the pitch black of that subterranean tomb, they turned their weapons on themselves and each other. A mass suicide, an act of absolute defiance, denying the SS the final victory over their bodies. On May 16, 1943, Jürgen Stroop officially declared the battle over. To symbolize his victory, he ordered the massive, beautiful Great Synagogue of Warsaw, which was outside the ghetto walls, to be blown up in a spectacular explosion. In his final, arrogant report, which he bound in fine leather as a souvenir for Himmler, Stroop proudly declared, "The Jewish quarter of Warsaw is no more." He was right. The ghetto was a flattened wasteland of smoking rubble. Tens of thousands were dead, the rest were sent to the gas chambers of Treblinka and Majdanek. But physically destroying the ghetto did not destroy what the uprising had achieved. The myth of SS invincibility had been permanently shattered. A group of starving, untrained, civilian youths had held off the mighty German war machine for nearly a month. It took the German army longer to conquer the Warsaw Ghetto than it had taken them to conquer the entire nation of Poland in 1939. The shockwaves of the Warsaw Ghetto uprising radiated outward, vibrating through the dark, terrible network of the SS empire. The story of the fighters traveled on the wind, reaching the very places where resistance was supposed to be fundamentally impossible. It reached the death camps. Before we journey into the unimaginable courage required to launch a revolt inside the belly of the beast itself, it is crucial to recognize that this desperate fight against overwhelming fascist tyranny was not contained to the streets of Europe. This was a global struggle for the survival of human freedom. The bravery of the young men and women in Warsaw mirrors the incredible, against all odds courage of the young pilots and sailors fighting on the other side of the planet in the Pacific Theater. To truly comprehend the massive scale of the Second World War and honor the sacrifices made across all fronts, I highly recommend exploring Amazon for WW2 memorabilia, or taking the time to watch the incredible, visceral movie Midway on Prime Video. It offers a stunning visual history of how a few brave individuals can turn the tide against a seemingly invincible armada. Please, to keep yourself safe, only use the secure link I've placed in the description below. If you try to search for this on the internet, the top results are unfortunately often fake websites designed to scam you, and I want to make sure you are protected. If fighting in a walled ghetto was an act of desperation, fighting inside an SS death camp was an act of sheer, unimaginable madness. The camps of Operation Reinhard, Treblinka, and Sobibor were not cities. They were small, heavily fortified, isolated factories surrounded by minefields, barbed wire, and watchtowers manned by guards with heavy machine guns. The only prisoners kept alive in these camps were the Sonderkommandos, the special squads. These were the men forced to perform the most gruesome tasks on earth, sorting the stolen luggage, cutting the hair of the victims, and hauling the bodies out of the gas chambers to be burned. These men lived in a state of perpetual psychological agony. Every day, they were forced to participate in the murder of their own people. But by the summer of 1943, a profound shift occurred in the atmosphere of these camps. The transport trains began to slow down. The ghettos of Poland had largely been emptied. The SS leadership, sensing the shifting tides of the war on the Eastern Front, ordered the massive burn pits to be operated day and night to destroy the evidence of the millions they had murdered. The men of the Sonderkommando were not fools. They knew exactly what the slowing trains and the burning bodies meant. They knew that they were the ultimate witnesses to the greatest crime in human history, and the SS never left witnesses alive. Once the last body was burned, the Sonderkommando would be marched into the gas chambers themselves, and the camps would be dismantled and planted over with pine trees. They had a choice. They could wait for the inevitable bullet to the back of the head, or they could try to take a few of the SS butchers down with them. In both Treblinka and Sobibor, secret resistance committees were formed. The level of operational security required to plan an uprising in a death camp is staggering. The prisoners were watched constantly. They were exhausted, starved, and deeply traumatized. A single whispered conversation overheard by a capo, a single nervous glance caught by an SS guard, meant immediate, agonizing torture and death for everyone involved. Yet, in the shadows of the barracks, plans were laid. In Treblinka, in August of 1943, the prisoners managed to secretly duplicate a key to the camp armory. It was a painstaking, terrifying process. A young boy who worked cleaning the SS barracks managed to make an impression of the key in a piece of soap. For weeks, they waited for the right moment. On a blistering hot afternoon, when a group of SS officers had left the camp to go swimming in a nearby river, the resistance struck. Using the duplicated key, they infiltrated the armory, passing hand grenades and rifles out through a window in a garbage cart. When the signal was given, a single shot ringing out across the camp, absolute chaos erupted. The prisoners, men who had spent months hauling the dead, suddenly unleashed their fury upon the living. They threw the stolen hand grenades at the SS guardhouses. They set the fake train station, the sorting barracks, and the administration buildings on fire. The flames shot hundreds of feet into the air, consuming the architecture of their nightmare. Hundreds of prisoners rushed the barbed wire fences. The Ukrainian guards in the watchtowers opened fire with heavy machine guns, cutting dozens of men down in the dirt. But the sheer mass of desperate humanity pressed forward. They used blankets, coats, and the bodies of the fallen to cover the barbed wire, scrambling over the fences and sprinting toward the tree line. They ran through the minefields, the explosions tossing bodies into the air, but creating a bloody path for those behind them to follow. A similar, incredibly daring revolt occurred 2 months later at Sobibor. There, a group of Polish Jews and Soviet Jewish prisoners of war realized that simply storming the fences would result in a massacre. They needed a tactical plan. They decided they had to decapitate the camp leadership before attempting a breakout. Using their roles as tailors, shoemakers, and craftsmen, the prisoners lured the top SS officers into their workshops one by one under the pretense of fitting them for stolen leather coats or custom boots. As each SS man stepped into the back room, expecting to admire his stolen luxury goods, the prisoners stepped out of the shadows and struck them down with axes and heavy iron bars, quietly hiding their bodies under piles of clothes. They managed to kill nearly a dozen SS officers in an hour without raising the alarm. But when the time came for the roll call, the absence of the commanders was noticed. The alarm was sounded. The prisoners, armed only with a few stolen rifles, knives, and axes, abandoned their stealth and charged the main gates. Once again, the heavy machine guns tore into the crowd. Once again, men threw themselves onto the barbed wire and ran blindly through the minefields. Of the roughly 600 prisoners who attempted to escape from Sobibor, about 300 made it to the forest. The SS immediately launched a massive, frantic manhunt, using dogs, aircraft, and local collaborators to hunt down the escapees. Most of them were caught and murdered in the surrounding woods. But a few dozen survived. A few dozen men and women who had been condemned to the gas chambers, who had lived in the very heart of the Nazi extermination machine, managed to fade into the forests, join partisan units, and live to tell the world exactly what was happening behind the barbed wire. The revolts at Treblinka and Sobibor deeply unnerved Heinrich Himmler. The SS had built these camps to be inescapable fortresses, yet the subhumans they so deeply despised had managed to outsmart them, outfight them, and burn their death factories to the ground. Shortly after the uprisings, Himmler ordered both Treblinka and Sobibor completely dismantled. The SS bulldozed the ruins, plowed the earth, and planted trees, desperately trying to erase the physical evidence of their failure and their crimes. But the spirit of resistance had one final, tragic, and breathtakingly beautiful manifestation in the absolute darkest corner of the entire SS empire. It happened in the belly of the beast itself, Auschwitz-Birkenau. By late 1944, Auschwitz was operating at a terrifying, apocalyptic pace. The massive crematoria complexes, vast brick buildings housing enormous gas chambers and roaring industrial ovens, were running day and night, consuming the Jewish population of Hungary. The Sonderkommando in Birkenau was massive, numbering nearly 1,000 men. But, just like in Treblinka and Sobibor, they knew their time was coming. The Soviet Red Army was advancing from the east. The SS was nervous. They began to slowly liquidate the Sonderkommando, taking small groups of men away and executing them to reduce the number of witnesses. The men who worked in the crematoria knew they were doomed. But they needed weapons. And the story of how they got those weapons is one of the most remarkable, heartbreaking stories of female courage in the entire history of the war. Just outside the wire of Birkenau was the Union munitions factory, where female prisoners were forced to work making artillery fuses for the German army. Among these women was a quiet, fiercely brave 23-year-old Polish girl named Rosa Robota, along with her friends Ella Gartner, Estuja Wachblum, and Regina Safferstage. These young women were approached by the camp resistance. They were asked to do the impossible, steal explosives from the factory and smuggle them into the camp. Imagine the reality of their daily lives. They were strip-searched by SS guards going into the factory, and they were strip-searched coming out. They were starving, exhausted, wearing thin striped rags. Yet, day after day, these young women managed to steal tiny amounts of black gunpowder. We are not talking about buckets. We are talking about fractions of an ounce. They hid the powder under their fingernails. They hid it in the hems of their dresses. They hid it in small pieces of cloth tied around their waists, pressed tightly against their own skin. If a guard had noticed a bulge, if a guard had wiped a finger across their hands and smelled the sulfur, they would have been tortured and hanged on the spot. They knew this. They carried this agonizing, suffocating terror with them every single day. Once inside the camp, they secretly passed these tiny pinches of gunpowder to Rosa Robota, who then smuggled it in false-bottomed food containers to the men of the Sonderkommando working in the crematoria. Over the course of months, pinch by terrifying pinch, the men in the shadow of the ovens amassed enough gunpowder to build crude, homemade grenades, using empty sardine tins stolen from the SS canteens. On October 7, 1944, the tension in Birkenau snapped. The SS arrived at Crematorium 4 with a list. They were there to select 300 Sonderkommando workers for transfer. The men knew exactly what transfer meant. It meant a bullet to the back of the head. The time for waiting was over. The men of Crematorium 4 refused to step forward. When the SS guards raised their weapons, the prisoners attacked. They did not have rifles. They attacked heavily armed SS guards with hammers, axes, shovels, and their bare hands. They threw the SS men into the very ovens they had forced the prisoners to operate. And then, they brought out the explosive charges built from the powder smuggled by Rosa Robota and her friends. They packed the explosives around the pillars of Crematorium 4 and lit the fuses. A massive explosion rocked Birkenau. The roof of Crematorium 4, the building designed to be the ultimate, invincible engine of the final solution, blew entirely off. Flames engulfed the structure. The revolt spread to Crematorium 2 next door. The prisoners cut the barbed wire fences and made a desperate, suicidal break for the surrounding forests. The SS response was overwhelming and instantaneous. The alarm sirens wailed across the massive camp complex. Heavily armed SS troops, dogs, and machine gun units flooded the area. The breakout was doomed from the start. The men of the Sonderkommando fought viciously, but they were hopelessly outgunned. Nearly 250 prisoners died in the fighting. Another 200 who managed to escape into the woods were hunted down by the SS and shot. The physical revolt was crushed. But the moral victory was monumental. The men of the Sonderkommando had destroyed one of the primary killing engines of Auschwitz, saving countless future lives, and they had proven that even in the absolute darkest, most terrifying place on planet Earth, the human spirit could not be entirely extinguished. The aftermath, however, was tragically brutal. The SS Gestapo began an immediate, ruthless investigation into how the explosives had reached the crematoria. Through informants, they traced the gunpowder back to the Union Munitions Factory, and eventually, to Rosa Robota, Ella, Estuja, and Regina. The 4 young women were arrested and dragged into the basement of Block 11, the torture cells of Auschwitz. The SS Gestapo interrogators subjected them to horrific, agonizing torture for weeks. They were beaten, electrocuted, and broken physically. But psychologically, these 4 young women proved to be infinitely stronger than the hardened SS men torturing them. Despite the unimaginable pain, despite knowing they were going to die, Rosa Robota and her friends refused to break. They took full responsibility for the smuggling, but they absolutely refused to give up the names of any other resistance members in the camp. The Gestapo, the masters of terror, were completely thwarted by the iron will of 4 starving girls in striped dresses. On January 6, 1945, just weeks before the Soviet army liberated Auschwitz, the SS brought the 4 young women out to the gallows in the women's camp. They were forced to stand on the trapdoors in front of thousands of weeping female prisoners. The SS wanted their execution to be a lesson in terror, a final demonstration of Nazi supremacy. But as the noose was placed around her neck, Rosa Roboda did not weep. She did not beg for her life. She looked out at the sea of terrified, starving women, and she shouted her final words. Hazak via Mats. Be strong and of good courage. The trapdoors opened. The resistance in the shadows did not stop the Holocaust. It did not defeat the German army. The men and women who picked up pistols in Warsaw, who threw axes in Sobibor, and who smuggled gunpowder under their fingernails in Auschwitz almost all met a violent, tragic end. But they achieved something arguably far more important. The SS had designed a system intended to strip the Jewish people of their humanity, to turn them into nameless, faceless numbers, and to exterminate them like insects. The resistance fighters looked at that system, stared directly into the abyss, and said, no. They forced the SS to fight them as human beings. They forced the architects of the final solution to bleed, to retreat, and to feel fear. They reclaimed their dignity in the very places designed to destroy it entirely. The resistance pierced the myth of the Black Order. They proved that beneath the polished boots, the death's head insignia, and the suffocating arrogance, the SS were just men. And men who build their empires entirely on terror will ultimately find that terror is a fragile shield against those who are no longer afraid to die. But as the ashes of Crematorium 4 settled, and the smoke from the Warsaw Ghetto faded into history, a much larger, darker shadow was falling over the SS. The year was 1944. The Red Army was marching relentlessly from the east, and the Allies had landed on the beaches of Normandy in the west. The Thousand-Year Reich was beginning to crack. And as the pressure mounted, the paranoia of the SS turned inward. The men who had spent years hunting the innocent were about to realize that their greatest enemy was not hiding in a ghetto or a concentration camp. Their greatest enemy was wearing the field gray uniform of the traditional German military, sitting in the highest echelons of command, and quietly packing a briefcase with high explosives, preparing to strike directly at the heart of the monster itself. The age of absolute dominance was ending. The era of the Valkyrie paranoia was about to begin. Imagine the suffocating, paralyzing realization that the most dangerous enemy you face is not the army shelling your borders from the east or the bombers raining fire from the sky, but the man wearing the exact same military uniform as you, standing quietly in the room, holding a heavy leather briefcase. By the sweltering summer of 1944, the Thousand-Year Reich was bleeding to death. The intoxicating, arrogant days of the Blitzkrieg were a distant, fading memory. In the east, the Soviet Red Army had completely shattered the German lines, launching Operation Bagration and annihilating entire army groups, pushing relentlessly toward the borders of the fatherland. In the west, the Allies had stormed the beaches of Normandy, tearing open a massive new front. The skies over German cities were blackened by armadas of British and American bombers, reducing the proud, historic architecture of Berlin, Hamburg, and Dresden to oceans of jagged, smoking rubble. Yet, in the face of this apocalyptic collapse, the Schutzstaffel, the SS, clung to a terrifying, fanatical delusion of absolute invincibility. Under the command of Heinrich Himmler, the SS had grown into a bloated, monolithic empire. They controlled the intelligence services, the Gestapo, the concentration camps, and fielded a massive, multinational army of ideological fanatics in the Waffen-SS. They had crushed all civilian dissent. They had murdered millions. They believed that they had successfully terrorized the entire German population into a state of absolute, unblinking submission. They believed they were untouchable. They believed they heard every whisper and saw every shadow. But the SS was suffering from a fatal, blinding arrogance. They were so busy looking down at the people they were oppressing, and looking outward at the enemies they were fighting, that they failed to look up at the highest, most elite echelons of their own military establishment. They did not realize that deep within the aristocratic, traditional ranks of the German army, the Wehrmacht, a profound, desperate, and deeply moral outrage had finally coalesced into a highly organized conspiracy. The traditional Prussian officers had always hated the SS. From the very beginning, the old aristocratic generals with their monocles and their centuries-old military traditions viewed the black uniformed SS as a mob of uneducated, jumped-up street thugs. They had turned a blind eye to the SS atrocities for years, buying into the Faustian bargain that Hitler would restore Germany to military glory. But as the war turned into a catastrophic slaughter, and as the unimaginable, stomach-churning reports of the Einsatzgruppen death squads in the East continued to filter back to the officer corps, a small group of military men realized they had made a pact with the devil. They realized that Adolf Hitler and his SS were not just going to lose the war, they were going to systematically drag the entire German nation into the abyss, destroying its soul, its cities, and its people in a suicidal, fanatical final act. The conspiracy against Hitler was not a sudden, spontaneous mutiny. It was a slow, agonizingly complex web woven over years by men who were forced to live double lives. These were colonels, generals, and diplomats. They worked in the Bendler Block, the sprawling military headquarters in the heart of Berlin. They sat in meetings with SS commanders, they saluted the swastika, they said Heil Hitler, all while quietly passing encrypted messages, recruiting allies, and stockpiling British plastic explosives. At the very center of this conspiracy, the man who would eventually carry the bomb was a figure who perfectly embodied the aristocratic antithesis of the SS. His name was Klaus Schenk Graf von Stauffenberg. To understand the sheer, monumental physical and psychological courage it took to execute Operation Valkyrie, you must look closely at Klaus von Stauffenberg. He was a count, born into one of the oldest and most distinguished Catholic noble families in southern Germany. He was brilliant, fiercely patriotic, and charismatic. Initially, like many young officers, he had been seduced by Hitler's promises of national resurrection. But his service in the East, witnessing the mass starvation of Soviet prisoners and the relentless, industrialized slaughter of the Jewish population by the SS, completely broke his allegiance. He realized that the regime was a criminal enterprise of unprecedented evil. But Stauffenberg was not just a desk officer with a troubled conscience. He was a combat veteran who had paid a horrific physical price for the war. In early 1943, while serving in the blazing deserts of North Africa with the 10th Panzer Division, Stauffenberg's vehicle was strafed by Allied fighter bombers. He was brutally, catastrophically wounded. He lost his left eye. He lost his entire right hand. He lost the ring finger and pinky finger of his left hand. Imagine the reality of this man's daily existence. He had 3 working fingers. He had to learn how to dress himself, how to write, and how to navigate a military bureaucracy with a severely broken body. Yet, this was the man who volunteered to assassinate the most heavily guarded dictator on planet Earth. The plan they devised was brilliant because it turned the Nazi state's own emergency protocols against itself. The conspiracy was named Operation Valkyrie. Valkyrie was originally an official government contingency plan designed to mobilize the reserve army to protect Berlin in the event of an uprising by the millions of forced slave laborers working in the city. The conspirators secretly rewrote the Valkyrie orders. Their plan was simple in theory, but incredibly dangerous in execution. Stauffenberg would assassinate Hitler, and immediately, the conspirators in Berlin would trigger the Valkyrie orders. They would use the reserve army to arrest the top SS leadership, shut down the Gestapo, seize the radio stations, and take over the government before Himmler could react. But first, the dictator had to die. How did the Gestapo, the most feared intelligence agency in the world, completely miss this massive conspiracy brewing right in the center of the military? The answer lies in the deeply fractured, paranoid nature of the SS itself. By 1944, Reinhard Heydrich, the terrifying, brilliant architect of the Gestapo, was dead, assassinated in Prague 2 years earlier. His replacement, Ernst Kaltenbrunner, was a brutal thug and a bureaucratic infighter, but he lacked Heydrich's terrifying, omniscient genius. Furthermore, Himmler was distracted. He was juggling the administration of the Holocaust, the command of the Waffen-SS, and his own bizarre, occult obsessions. The SS was looking for communist spies and civilian dissidents. They simply could not fathom that high-ranking, decorated German generals would commit high treason. Their own ideological arrogance blinded them to the knives being sharpened in the room next door. The tension of those final days in July 1944 is almost unbearable to study. The conspirators knew the Gestapo was slowly closing in. A few peripheral members of the resistance had already been arrested. It was only a matter of time before someone broke under the brutal torture of the SS cellars and gave up the names. Major General Henning von Treschow, one of the primary architects of the plot, sent a desperate, haunting message to Stauffenberg. He said, the assassination must be attempted, at any cost. Even if it fails, we must take action in Berlin. For the practical purpose no longer matters. What matters now is that the German resistance movement has dared to take the decisive step before the eyes of the world and of history. Compared to that, nothing else matters. They were no longer just fighting to save the country. They were fighting to save the honor of the German name, to prove to history that not everyone stood by and watched the world burn. The morning of July 20th, 1944, breaks hot and incredibly humid. Stauffenberg, carrying a heavy leather briefcase, boards a Junkers Ju-52 transport plane in Berlin, bound for East Prussia. His destination is the Wolfschanze, the Wolf's Lair. The Wolf's Lair is Hitler's highly secretive, heavily fortified military headquarters, hidden deep in the damp, mosquito-infested forests of Rassenburg. It is a terrifying, oppressive place. It is surrounded by miles of barbed wire, minefields, and triple-layer SS security checkpoints. The buildings are massive, windowless concrete bunkers, designed to withstand direct hits from heavy bombers. The atmosphere is suffocating, thick with paranoia, cigar smoke, and the sycophantic whispering of Hitler's inner circle. Stauffenberg steps off the plane into the sweltering heat. Inside his briefcase are 2 blocks of British plastic explosive, wrapped in brown paper. Attached to them are chemical pencil detonators. These detonators are crucial to the story. They are not mechanical timers with a ticking clock. They consist of a thin copper tube containing a glass ampoule of acid. To arm the bomb, Stauffenberg has to use a pair of specially modified pliers to crush the copper tube, breaking the glass inside. The acid then slowly eats through a thin retaining wire. Once the wire snaps, a spring drives a firing pin into a percussion cap, igniting the explosive. Depending on the thickness of the wire, it gives him exactly 10 minutes. Shortly after noon, the conference is called. Because the weather is so oppressively hot, and because the main concrete bunker is undergoing renovations, the meeting is moved from the reinforced subterranean bunker to a wooden, above-ground briefing hut with the windows thrown wide open. This seemingly minor change of location will alter the course of global history. Stauffenberg enters a small anteroom to wash up and change his shirt before the meeting. He is accompanied by his adjutant, Werner von Haeften. Imagine the sheer, visceral panic and physical difficulty of this moment. Stauffenberg is a man with 3 fingers on his left hand. He opens the briefcase. He takes the specially designed pliers. He grips the copper detonator. His hands are sweating. He applies pressure. He hears the tiny, distinct crack of the glass ampoule breaking. The acid begins to eat the wire. The clock is running. 10 minutes. He is about to arm the second block of explosive when a sergeant knocks frantically on the door, telling him to hurry, the Führer is waiting. In the rush, Stauffenberg is unable to prime the second bomb. He places it in his adjutant's bag. He zips up his briefcase, now containing only half the explosive power intended, and walks out into the blazing sun, carrying a live bomb. He enters the briefing hut. It is a long, rectangular room. At the center is a massive, incredibly heavy oak map table, supported by 2 thick, solid oak pedestals. Leaning over the table, staring at military maps through a magnifying glass, is Adolf Hitler. Around the table are 24 high-ranking officers and aides. Stauffenberg asks to be placed near the Führer, claiming his hearing is damaged from the war in Africa. He steps up to the table, positioning himself just to the right of Hitler. He slides the heavy leather briefcase under the table, leaning it directly against the inside of the thick oak pedestal, pointing precisely at Hitler's legs. It is now 12:37 p.m. The wire is dissolving. Stauffenberg mutters an excuse about needing to make an urgent phone call to Berlin. He turns and walks out of the room. He walks past the SS guards at the door. He walks down the gravel path, trying not to run, his heart hammering against his ribs. He gets into a waiting staff car. Inside the briefing hut, Colonel Heinz Brandt, trying to get a better look at a map of the Eastern Front, finds that the heavy briefcase is in the way of his boots. He reaches down and moves it. He moves it to the outside of the heavy, solid oak pedestal, away from Hitler. At 12:42 p.m., the acid finishes its work. The wire snaps. The explosion is catastrophic. The blast rips through the wooden hut, blowing the roof completely off, shattering the windows, and throwing bodies out into the dirt. A massive column of yellow smoke and debris shoots into the hot summer sky. Stauffenberg is in his car, passing the outer SS checkpoint, when he hears the deafening roar and sees the smoke. He is absolutely certain that no one in that room could have survived. He bluffs his way past the final bewildered guards, boards his plane, and takes off for Berlin, convinced that Adolf Hitler is dead and the nightmare is finally over. But as the smoke clears in the ruins of the briefing hut, the unimaginable happens. 4 men are dead or dying. Dozens are horribly injured, covered in blood, their eardrums blown out. Their uniforms burned to their skin. But emerging from the wreckage, his trousers shredded, his arm bruised, his hair singed, but very much alive, is Adolf Hitler. The open windows of the wooden hut had allowed the concussive force of the blast to dissipate outward, rather than being contained and magnified as it would have been in a concrete bunker. And that heavy, solid oak table pedestal had acted as a perfect, impenetrable shield, absorbing the lethal shrapnel and saving the dictator's life. It was a failure of inches. Meanwhile, Stauffenberg is flying back to Berlin, completely disconnected from communication for 3 agonizing hours. In the Bindler block, the military headquarters in Berlin, the other conspirators are waiting. But they hesitate. The communications officer at the Wolf's Lair, General Erich Feldjebel, had successfully severed most of the phone lines, but not the private SS lines. Rumors begin to trickle into Berlin that a bomb went off, but that Hitler survived. The conspirators are paralyzed by this contradictory information. Instead of immediately launching the Valkyrie protocols and arresting the SS leadership, they wait. They wait for Stauffenberg to land. Those 3 hours of hesitation sealed their fate. By the time Stauffenberg lands and desperately tries to initiate the coup, the SS is already mobilizing. The Valkyrie orders go out, and for a few surreal hours, regular German army units in Paris and Berlin actually begin arresting SS and Gestapo officers, acting on the forged orders that the SS has staged a coup. But Joseph Goebbels, the Minister of Propaganda, is in Berlin. An army unit commanded by Major Otto Ernst Riemer is sent to arrest him. Goebbels, a master manipulator, uses his private, secure line to connect directly to the Wolf's Lair. He hands the telephone receiver to Major Riemer. Riemer hears a voice on the other end of the line. It is a voice he recognizes instantly. It is rough, angry, and undeniably alive. Adolf Hitler personally commands Riemer to crush the conspiracy and shoot anyone who resists. The spell is broken. The illusion of the coup collapses instantly. The army units turn around. The SS and Gestapo, furious, terrified, and out for blood, descend upon the Bindler block. Late that night, under the glare of headlights in the courtyard of the Bendler block, Klaus von Stauffenberg, Werner von Haeften, and 2 other conspirators are pushed up against a sandbag wall. They are illuminated by the harsh, blinding beams of military trucks. A firing squad of loyalist soldiers raises their rifles. Just as the fatal volley is fired, Stauffenberg cries out his final words into the humid Berlin night, Es lebe das Heilige Deutschland. Long live sacred Germany. He falls to the cobblestones. The immediate coup is dead. But the true, absolute horror of Operation Valkyrie was not the failure of the bombing, it was the psychological and physical nightmare of the SS revenge that followed. The SS had been caught entirely off guard. The realization that their own military elite had tried to murder the Führer sent a shockwave of hysterical, violent paranoia through Heinrich Himmler and Ernst Kaltenbrunner. They realized they were surrounded by enemies in their own uniforms. Hitler, consumed by a trembling, manic rage, gave Himmler absolute, terrifying authority to purge the nation. He screamed that the conspirators must be shown no mercy. He did not want them shot by firing squads. That was a soldier's death, an honorable death. He wanted them treated like cattle. The Gestapo was unleashed like a pack of starving wolves. Over the next few months, the SS swept through Germany. They arrested over 7,000 people. They didn't just arrest the generals and colonels involved in the plot. They arrested anyone who had ever spoken out against the regime, anyone whose name appeared in an old address book, anyone who had failed to show sufficient enthusiasm for the Nazi Party. The dragnet was immense, arbitrary, and utterly ruthless. The interrogations took place in the notorious Gestapo headquarters at Prinz-Albrechtstrasse. Here, the aristocratic generals of the Wehrmacht were stripped of their medals, stripped of their uniforms, and subjected to the most brutal, dehumanizing torture imaginable at the hands of the SS thugs they had once despised. Men who had commanded entire armies, who had won the Iron Cross, were beaten with steel rods, had their fingernails pulled out, and were subjected to medieval rack tortures. The Gestapo wanted names. They wanted confessions. But more than anything, they wanted to utterly break the spirit of the old Prussian military class. The reality of how this brutal, uncensored history actually played out is often smoothed over by sanitized textbooks and standard documentaries. The visceral, deeply uncomfortable truth of what happens when a state unleashes absolute terror upon its own people is difficult to look at, but it is entirely necessary if we are to understand the true nature of fascism. For those of you who want to peer behind the curtain and view the unvarnished, raw history of the Second World War, I highly recommend looking at the digital archives available on Gumroad for Unseen Media. They offer digital products featuring raw, uncensored images and video sections of the war that are simply too intense, too restricted, and too harsh to be shown on standard platforms like this one. It connects you directly to the harsh, unfiltered realities of the era we are discussing today. Please, to keep yourself safe, only use the secure link I've placed in the description below. If you try to search for this on the internet, the top results are unfortunately often fake websites designed to scam you, and I want to make sure you are protected. The men who survived the torture in the Gestapo cellars were not given a military court-martial. They were dragged before the Volksgerichtshof, the People's Court. This was not a court of law, it was an amphitheater of humiliation. The presiding judge was a man named Roland Freisler, a fanatical Nazi who wore a brilliant red robe. Freisler did not judge, he performed. He acted as the prosecutor, the judge, and the jury all at once. When the conspirators were brought into the courtroom, the SS ensured they were completely degraded. They were denied belts or suspenders, forcing these proud generals to stand before the screaming judge desperately holding up their oversized trousers with their bare hands, looking pathetic and broken. They were given clothes without collars. Some had lost their false teeth during the interrogations and could barely speak. Freisler would lean over his bench, his face purple with rage, screaming insults at the top of his lungs. He called them traitors, swine, and cowards. He rarely let them speak in their own defense. The verdicts were predetermined. The executions were designed by Hitler himself to be as degrading and agonizing as possible. The condemned men were taken to Plötzensee prison in Berlin. They were led into a small, sterile brick room. Running across the ceiling was a heavy steel beam. Attached to this beam were large, iron meat hooks, the kind used in slaughterhouses to hang carcasses of beef. The SS did not use traditional hangman's nooses, which would break the neck and cause a relatively quick death. Instead, they used thin strands of piano wire or short loops of hemp rope. The men were lifted up, the wire was slipped over the meat hooks, and they were slowly, agonizingly strangled to death. In a display of profound, sickening depravity, Hitler ordered that bright cinematic lighting and motion picture cameras be set up in the execution chamber. The SS filmed the men struggling, choking, and dying in agony. That evening, in the Wolf's Lair, the film was rushed to Hitler's private screening room, where the dictator watched his enemies die on the silver screen, reportedly enjoying the grisly spectacle. Nearly 5,000 people were executed in the aftermath of Operation Valkyrie. The SS had completely decimated the traditional German officer corps. But Himmler's revenge did not stop with the men who carried out the plot. The SS paranoia ran so deep, and their ideology of biological bloodlines was so absolute, that they enacted an ancient, barbaric legal concept known as Sippenhaft, blood guilt or family liability. Himmler stood before his SS commanders and declared, "A family that has bred such a traitor must be destroyed root and branch." The Gestapo descended upon the families of the conspirators. They arrested the wives, the mothers, the elderly fathers, and the brothers of the men involved. These innocent people, who had absolutely no knowledge of the assassination plot, were thrown into concentration camps like Ravensbrück and Buchenwald. But the most heartbreaking, chilling aspect of Sippenhaft was what the SS did to the children. The SS agents arrived at the homes of the Stauffenbergs, the Treschows, and the others, and they simply took the children. Infants, toddlers, and young teenagers were pulled from their weeping mothers' arms, loaded into trucks, and driven away into the dark. Himmler's plan for these children was deeply twisted. He did not execute them. Instead, he ordered them sent to special SS-run orphanages. There, they were stripped of their aristocratic surnames. The Stauffenberg children were told their new last name was Meister. The SS intended to completely erase their identities, re-educate them in the fanatical doctrines of Nazism, and eventually have them adopted by loyal SS families. The SS wanted to steal the biological children of their enemies and mold them into loyal servants of the very regime that murdered their fathers. Fortunately, the rapid collapse of the Third Reich prevented this psychological nightmare from being fully realized. As the Allied armies closed in, the SS abandoned the orphanages, and the children miraculously survived the war, eventually reuniting with the surviving members of their shattered families. The failure of Operation Valkyrie was the final, fatal turning point for the internal structure of the Third Reich. For the SS, it was the ultimate, paranoid vindication. Himmler had always warned Hitler that the aristocratic generals could not be trusted. Now, Hitler handed the entire nation over to the black uniforms. Heinrich Himmler, the former chicken farmer, was appointed commander-in-chief of the reserve army. He was given total control over the military home front. The SS had finally, completely swallowed its traditional rival. The Wehrmacht was no longer an independent, proud military institution. It was completely subjugated to the political terror of the SS. To cement this total psychological victory, the traditional military salute, the hand to the brow, was officially abolished in the German army. Every soldier, from the greenest recruit to the oldest field marshal, was now ordered to use the Hitlergruß, the stiff-armed Nazi salute, to prove their unquestioning ideological loyalty. The Wehrmacht had become fully Nazified in its dying hour. The atmosphere in Germany from July 1944 until the end of the war was one of absolute, suffocating terror. The SS, knowing that the war was lost, turned inward with a suicidal, rabid ferocity. Anyone caught doubting the final victory, anyone suggesting surrender, anyone found without proper travel papers, was immediately strung up from the nearest lamppost by roving SS death squads and Gestapo tribunals. They hung signs around the necks of the victims reading, "I am a coward who betrayed my country." The Valkyrie paranoia meant that no one was safe. You could not trust your neighbor, your colleague, or even your commanding officer. The SS had succeeded in building a society based entirely on fear, and in the end, that fear consumed everything. The men who tried to kill Hitler on July 20th failed to stop the Holocaust. They failed to save the German cities from the bombers. But their agonizing sacrifice, their willingness to step out of the shadows and risk the absolute destruction of their own families, cast a long, redeeming light across history. They proved that even in the absolute darkest, most terrifying totalitarian state in modern human history, the spark of human conscience could still ignite. As the winter of 1944 set in, the boundaries of the Thousand-Year Reich were rapidly shrinking. The Soviet Red Army, fueled by an unstoppable, burning desire for revenge after years of SS atrocities, was crossing into the borders of the fatherland. The SS, the men who had ruthlessly architected the deaths of millions, now faced an enemy they could not gas, they could not torture into submission, and they could not intimidate. The hunters were about to become the hunted. But the SS would not go quietly into the night. Their fanatical delusion held strong. As the bombs fell and the snow began to drift across the shattered roads of Eastern Europe, the Black Guards prepared to drag the remnants of their victims, and the entire German nation, down into the apocalyptic fire with them. The era of paranoia was culminating. The final, brutal death marches were about to begin in the freezing, unforgiving snow. Imagine the sound of 60,000 pairs of wooden clogs striking the frozen, ice-slicked roads of a Polish winter, a terrifying, rhythmic death rattle echoing under a sky completely blacked out by the smoke of burning evidence. To truly comprehend the final, agonizing spasms of the Schutzstaffel, the SS, we must stand at the edge of the abyss in the brutal winter of 1944 and 1945. The Thousand-Year Reich that Adolf Hitler had promised, the invincible empire that Heinrich Himmler had sought to build on a foundation of racial purity and absolute terror, was collapsing with breathtaking speed. In the East, the Soviet Red Army was no longer just a distant threat, it was a roaring, mechanical tidal wave of vengeance, chewing through German divisions, completely obliterating Army Group Center, and pushing relentlessly toward the borders of the German fatherland. The ground itself seemed to shake with the constant, thundering drumbeat of Soviet artillery. For the SS commanders running the vast network of extermination and concentration camps in Poland and Eastern Europe, this approaching thunder brought an unprecedented, chaotic panic. For years, they had operated in a bubble of absolute supremacy. They were the masters of life and death, unaccountable to anyone but themselves. Now, the men in the black uniforms looked eastward and realized that the very people they had considered subhuman were about to arrive at their gates with tanks, submachine guns, and an unquenchable thirst for retribution. You might assume that in the face of such overwhelming military defeat, the SS would simply abandon the camps. You might think they would drop their weapons, strip off their uniforms, and run for their lives, leaving the starving prisoners behind for the Soviets to find. But the SS did not do that. Because the SS was not a normal military organization. It was a fanatical, ideological cult. And in the twisted, paranoid minds of the SS leadership, the prisoners behind the barbed wire represented two incredibly dangerous things. First, they were the ultimate physical evidence of the greatest crime in the history of human civilization. If the Red Army captured Auschwitz fully intact, with its gas chambers, its crematoria, and its tens of thousands of starving witnesses, the SS knew the world would see them for the monsters they truly were. They had to erase the evidence. Second, and perhaps more chillingly, Heinrich Himmler and his top deputies still viewed these dying, skeletal prisoners as the ultimate biological enemy. Even as their empire burned, the SS clung to their racial delusions. They could not bear the thought of inferior races being liberated. Furthermore, in a bizarre, desperate delusion, Himmler began to believe that the surviving Jewish prisoners could be used as hostages, bargaining chips that he could personally negotiate with the Western Allies to save his own life and secure a separate peace. Because of this toxic mixture of panic, fanaticism, and delusional bargaining, the SS issued an order that would unleash the final, most agonizing nightmare of the Holocaust. The camps were to be evaluated. The prisoners were to be marched west, back into the heart of Germany, away from the advancing Soviets. These were the Todesmarsch. The Death Marches. Let us place ourselves inside the sprawling, terrifying complex of Auschwitz in the middle of January 1945. The temperature has plummeted to 20 degrees below 0 Celsius. The snow is piled high against the electrified barbed wire. The wind sweeping across the flat plains of southern Poland cuts through flesh and bone like a serrated knife. Inside the camp, the SS is in a state of frantic, destructive hysteria. The crematoria, the massive brick engines of the final solution, are being hurriedly packed with dynamite and blown into the sky, reducing the gas chambers to heaps of shattered brick and twisted steel. Massive bonfires are lit in the courtyards between the administration buildings. The SS clerks are frantically hurling millions of index cards, transport manifests, and medical records into the flames, trying to burn the paperwork of a genocide before the Soviet vanguard arrives. The air is thick with falling black ash and the smell of panic. Amidst this chaos, the prisoners are ordered to assemble on the roll call square. Try to understand the physical condition of these human beings. These are people who have survived months, perhaps years, of intentional starvation. Their bodies have already consumed their own muscle mass. They weigh perhaps 80 or 90 pounds. They are suffering from dysentery, typhus, and severe vitamin deficiencies. They are wearing thin, striped cotton pajamas that offer absolutely no protection against the sub-zero winter. Many of them do not even have shoes, their feet are wrapped in torn cement sacks, rags, or they are wearing the notorious Dutch wooden clogs that bite into the skin and offer zero traction on the ice. The SS guards, heavily bundled in thick winter coats, fur-lined boots, and wool hats, begin screaming orders. They unleash the dogs. They strike out with the butts of their rifles, organizing the tens of thousands of prisoners into massive columns. And then, the gates of Auschwitz are thrown open, not for liberation, but for a march into the freezing, white abyss. When you step out onto the road, the cold hits you with a physical, paralyzing force. Within minutes, the moisture in your breath freezes to your face. The snow is deep, and the ice underneath makes every single step a treacherous battle for balance. The rule of the march, screamed by the SS commanders as the columns move out, is terrifyingly simple, universally applied, and completely devoid of human mercy. Anyone who stops, anyone who sits down, anyone who falls behind, will be shot immediately. For the young SS guards assigned to escort these columns, the death marches represented the final, absolute severing of their human empathy. Some of these guards were hardened veterans of the Totenkopfverband, men who had been torturing prisoners for years. But by 1945, the SS manpower was severely depleted. Many of the guards were old men drafted from the reserves, or very young teenagers, or ethnic Germans from conquered territories. Yet, the institutional conditioning of the SS was so absolute that these guards, regardless of their background, executed their orders with a robotic, psychopathic efficiency. They walked at the rear of the columns, their rifles slung over their shoulders or held at the ready. As the hours dragged into days, the physical reality of starvation and extreme cold began to take its inevitable toll on the prisoners. Imagine a father and a son marching together. The father has managed to keep his son alive through the horrors of the camp by giving the boy half of his own meager bread ration every night. But the father is in his 50s, and his heart is failing. His legs, swollen with edema, simply will not move anymore. He slips on a patch of ice and falls into the snowbank on the side of the road. The son desperately tries to pull him up. He wraps his skeletal arms under his father's shoulders, weeping, begging him to stand, begging him to take just one more step. The father looks up, his eyes glazed with the absolute exhaustion of a man who has fought the darkness for years and has nothing left to give. He tells his son to let him go. He tells him to survive. The SS guard at the rear of the column approaches. The guard does not shout. He does not show anger. He simply unslings his rifle, chambers around, and points it at the father's head. The son is violently shoved forward back into the moving column by another guard. A sharp crack rings out, muffled by the falling snow. The column does not stop. The sound of the wooden clogs continues. The father's body is left in the ditch, a rapidly freezing monument to the cruelty of the Black Order, soon to be buried by the drifting snow. This scene was not a singular tragedy, it was repeated thousands upon thousands of times across the roads of Europe. The routes of the death marches became literal trails of blood and frozen corpses. The SS guards formed what they called execution squads at the tail end of the marches. Their only job was to follow the main group and put a bullet in the brain of any human being who lacked the physical strength to continue. The psychological toll this required of the perpetrators is chilling. How does a man spend 10 hours a day walking through a beautiful, snow-covered pine forest, stopping every few minutes to shoot a starving, defenseless person in the back of the head? The SS had conditioned these men to view the prisoners not as fellow humans, but as a dangerous liability. They rationalized the murder by telling themselves they were simply cleaning up the mess, maintaining order, and following the chain of command. In the mind of the SS guard, the freezing prisoner was not a tragedy, they were an annoyance, a logistical hurdle that had to be eliminated so the guard himself could keep moving westward away from the Russians. But the human spirit, even when battered, starved, and frozen, possesses an almost supernatural capacity for resilience and solidarity. Within the moving columns, prisoners performed quiet, desperate acts of unimaginable heroism to keep each other alive. If a woman began to stumble, two of her friends would hook their arms under hers, physically dragging her forward, masking her weakness from the watchful eyes of the guards. They formed protective circles around the sick during the brief, freezing rests in open fields, pooling their body heat to prevent each other from freezing to death in the night. They shared microscopic crumbs of bread. They shared the few torn blankets they had managed to steal. They whispered stories to each other in the dark, stories of their homes, of hot meals they remembered from their childhoods, of the lives they hoped to return to. They used the power of memory to fight the creeping, seductive numbness of hypothermia. And then, there was the agonizing interaction with the civilian world. The death marches did not happen in a vacuum. They did not only traverse isolated forests. The SS marched these columns of skeletal, dying people directly through the centers of German and Polish towns and villages. For the German civilians, the sudden appearance of the death marches was a profound, undeniable collision with the reality of the regime they had supported. For years, the SS had hidden the true horror of the concentration camps behind high brick walls and the sanitized lies of state propaganda. The ordinary citizen could pretend not to know. But in the winter of 1945, the horror was marching right down their main streets. Imagine standing in your warm living room in a small German village in Silesia. You hear a commotion outside. You walk to your window, wipe the frost from the glass, and look down at the street. You see thousands of people who look like walking corpses. Their faces are sunken, their eyes hollow and staring. They are covered in filth, lice, and frozen blood. You watch as a young SS guard, a boy who looks no older than your own son, casually shoots a woman who has collapsed on your front doorstep. How does the civilian population react? The tragedy of the death marches is also the tragedy of the bystander. The vast majority of the civilians who witnessed the marches did absolutely nothing. They quickly pulled their curtains shut. They locked their doors. They turned their backs, terrified of the SS, terrified of being accused of sympathizing with the enemy, or simply paralyzed by the overwhelming, grotesque horror of what they were witnessing. Some civilians were openly hostile, deeply poisoned by years of anti-Semitic and anti-communist propaganda. Some villagers actually threw stones at the freezing prisoners or yelled insults from their porches, mocking the dying people as they stumbled past. But history is a tapestry of both the darkest and the brightest threads of human behavior. Amidst the overwhelming indifference and cruelty, there were fleeting, breathtaking moments of extraordinary courage by ordinary civilians. There were women who would quietly leave a bucket of fresh water and a stack of boiled potatoes at the edge of their farmyards, risking severe beatings or imprisonment by the SS if they were caught. There were people who, under the cover of darkness, managed to hide prisoners who had slipped away from the columns into barns or haylofts, nursing them back to health while SS patrols searched the area. These acts of kindness were rare, but to the starving prisoners who received them, a single boiled potato or a cup of warm water was not just sustenance, it was a profound, life-saving reminder that compassion still existed somewhere in the world. Uncovering these stories, the moments of unimaginable cruelty and the quiet acts of breathtaking human resilience, takes a massive amount of dedication. History at this level is not just found in textbooks. It requires digging through survivor testimonies, deciphering the fading records of the perpetrators, and immersing oneself in the harrowing reality of the past so we can understand the fragility of our own present. It is an emotional and time-consuming journey to bring these documentaries to life. If you believe in the importance of keeping this history alive, and if you want to support the intensive research required to tell these stories with the depth and respect they deserve, I would be deeply grateful if you considered leaving a small tip, even just $1, on my Ko-Fi page. It is your support that makes this kind of unvarnished historical storytelling possible. Please, to keep yourself safe, only use the secure link I've placed in the description below. If you try to search for this on the internet, the top results are unfortunately often fake websites designed to scam you, and I want to make sure you are protected. As the death marches pushed deeper into the German interior, the physical logistics of moving hundreds of thousands of prisoners on foot began to break down. The roads were clogged with retreating German military units and panicked civilian refugees fleeing the Red Army. The SS commanders, desperate to move their captives faster, turned to the railway system. But in the collapsing infrastructure of early 1945, there were no enclosed boxcars left. The German military needed every available closed train for troop movements and supplies. So, the SS loaded the surviving prisoners into open-topped coal cars. The horror of the open coal cars defies basic human comprehension. The prisoners were packed so tightly into these steel wagons that they could not sit down. They were exposed directly to the freezing winter winds, the blizzards, and the sleet as the trains moved erratically across the German countryside. Because the Allied air forces completely controlled the skies, the trains could not move predictably. They would often be shunted onto side tracks, sitting for days at a time in the freezing wilderness without any food or water provided to the prisoners. Inside those open wagons, the situation devolved into absolute, unimaginable desperation. The cold turned the steel cars into rolling freezers. People froze to death standing up, their bodies held in place by the crush of the crowd around them. When the trains finally lurched forward, the living would strip the clothes from the dead, desperately trying to add a layer of rags against the biting wind. They were forced to throw the frozen bodies of their friends and family members over the sides of the cars onto the railway embankments, just to create enough room to sit down. When it snowed, the prisoners would tip their heads back and catch the snowflakes on their tongues, the only source of hydration they had for weeks. They were starving to such a severe degree that the basic social contracts of humanity began to fray at the edges. Men fought viciously over a single moldy crust of bread found in the corner of a wagon. And all the while, the SS guards rode in the warm, heated passenger cars at the front and rear of the trains, drinking coffee, smoking cigarettes, and completely indifferent to the thousands of human beings freezing to death just a few yards away. Where were these trains and marches going? Himmler's order was to consolidate the prisoners in the concentration camps deep within the interior of Germany, camps that had been established years earlier, like Dachau, Buchenwald, Sachsenhausen, and Mauthausen. But these camps were already full. They were never designed to hold the massive influx of tens of thousands of dying refugees from the east. When the death marches and the coal trains finally arrived at the gates of these interior camps in February and March of 1945, they brought the apocalypse with them. Let us look at Bergen-Belsen, a camp situated in the heathland of northern Germany. Bergen-Belsen was originally a relatively small exchange camp, holding prisoners the SS thought might be traded for German nationals held by the Allies. But as the death marches poured in from the east, the population of Bergen-Belsen exploded from a few thousand to over 60,000 in a matter of weeks. The SS camp administration completely collapsed. They stopped providing food. They stopped providing water. They simply packed the arriving, skeletal survivors into the wooden barracks until people were sleeping 3 or 4 to a single wooden bunk, or huddled on the freezing mud floors. And then, the inevitable happened. The severe overcrowding, the absolute lack of sanitation, and the weakened immune systems of the prisoners created the perfect breeding ground for disease. Typhus swept through Bergen-Belsen and the other interior camps like a wildfire. Typhus is a horrific disease, carried by lice, that causes high fevers, agonizing muscle pain, delirium, and eventually death. In the final months of the war, the concentration camps in Germany transformed into giant, open-air hospices of the damned. The death rate skyrocketed to thousands per week. The crematoria in these camps could not keep up with the volume of corpses. The SS guards, terrified of catching the disease themselves, largely retreated to the perimeters of the camps, leaving the prisoners to die in their own filth. The bodies began to pile up. They were stacked like cordwood outside the barracks, massive mountains of skeletal remains left out in the open, unburied, because the living were too weak to dig graves in the frozen earth. Among the tens of thousands who succumbed to the typhus epidemic in Bergen-Belsen during these final, chaotic weeks of the death marches was a young, brave Jewish girl from Amsterdam who had spent years hiding in a secret annex, writing a diary that would eventually break the heart of the entire world. And Frank, having survived the transports and the initial terror, died of typhus just weeks before the camp was finally liberated. Her tragedy represents the agonizing, senseless cruelty of the death marches. So many people who had fought so hard, who had endured the ghettos, the selections, and the gas chambers, were forced onto the freezing roads and into the disease-ridden interior camps, dying on the very eve of their own freedom. As the spring of 1945 finally began to thaw the frozen earth of Germany, the snow along the country roads began to melt. And as it melted, it revealed the true, horrific scale of the SS' final crime. The ditches along the highways, the railway embankments, the edges of the pine forests, they were lined with tens of thousands of bodies. The Allies, advancing from the west and the east, began to stumble upon these trails of corpses before they even reached the camps. American GIs and Soviet soldiers, hardened combat veterans who had seen their own friends blown apart on the battlefields, were physically sickened and psychologically shattered by what they found. They found open coal cars sitting on railway sidings, filled entirely with the frozen, emaciated remains of thousands of people. They found the survivors of the marches, people who looked more like ghosts than living humans, wandering aimlessly in the woods, too traumatized to even comprehend that the men in the olive-drab uniforms offering them chocolate and blankets were there to save them. The death marches were the ultimate, desperate act of a dying totalitarian beast. It is estimated that nearly 250,000 human beings were murdered or died of exposure, starvation, and exhaustion during these forced evacuations. But what was happening to the men who gave the orders? What was happening to the architects of the Black Order as their empire burned to the ground and the bodies of their victims were uncovered by the world? As the Allies closed the jaws of the trap around Germany, the high command of the SS retreated into their bunkers. The arrogance was finally shattering, replaced by a desperate, pathetic scramble for survival. Heinrich Himmler, the man who had ordered the marches, the man who had demanded that his SS be hard and uncompromising, was rapidly losing his grip on reality. He was wandering the crumbling ruins of his authority, trying to play diplomat, trying to negotiate with the very people he had sworn to destroy, while his Führer sat deep underground in Berlin, moving imaginary armies across a map, waiting for a magical victory that would never come. The fanatical SS troops who had not been destroyed on the Eastern Front retreated to the capital. They prepared to make their final stand in the rubble of Berlin. The men who had terrorized Europe, who had operated the gas chambers, who had shot fathers in the snow, were now trapped. The apocalyptic conclusion of the Third Reich was at hand. The black sun was setting in a sea of fire and blood. The skies over Berlin were turning red with Soviet artillery, and the final, violent reckoning for the men of the Schutzstaffel was about to tear the capital of the Reich apart block by block, street by street. The death marches had ended, but the fall of Berlin was about to begin. Imagine sitting in the suffocating darkness of a flooded subway tunnel, listening to the ground above you literally tear itself apart, knowing with absolute, terrifying certainty that the men guarding the exits will shoot you if you try to surrender. By April of 1945, the capital of the thousand-year Reich had been reduced to a sprawling, smoking lunar landscape. Berlin, once a glittering metropolis of wide boulevards, grand cafes, and towering neoclassical architecture, was now an ocean of shattered brick, twisted steel, and pulverized concrete. The air was so thick with brick dust and pulverized mortar that it coated the back of your throat with a dry, choking paste. And over this desolate wasteland played a constant, deafening soundtrack, the terrifying, shrieking howl of Soviet Katyusha rockets, affectionately and fearfully known as Stalin's organs, raining continuous, apocalyptic fire down upon the ruins. The Soviet Red Army had arrived. Over 1 million combat-hardened soldiers, fueled by years of unimaginable grief, rage, and a burning desire to avenge the apocalyptic atrocities committed by the SS in their homeland, had surrounded the city. They were closing a ring of steel around the heart of the Nazi beast. But as we look at the final, bloody defense of Berlin, we encounter one of the most bizarre, deeply tragic, and revealing paradoxes in the entire history of the Schutzstaffel. Adolf Hitler had built the SS to be the vanguard of a pure, Aryan master race. They were supposed to be the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Teutonic knights who would conquer the globe. But in the final, desperate hours of the war, the men defending the absolute inner sanctum of the Reich, the men fighting and dying in the blasted ruins of the Reich Chancellery and the Führer bunker, were not entirely German. Many of them were French. They were the men of the 33rd Waffen Grenadier Division of the SS, known as the Charlemagne Division. To understand the sheer, fanatical madness of the fall of Berlin, you have to understand why a 20-year-old boy from Paris or Lyon would be fighting to the death in a burning German street to protect Adolf Hitler. Let us follow the journey of a young, composite French volunteer. We will call him Henri. Henri grew up in a France deeply divided by politics. Perhaps he joined the SS out of a misguided, fierce anti-communism. Perhaps he was seduced by the dark romance of the black uniform and the promise of elite brotherhood. He swore an oath of unconditional loyalty to a foreign dictator, and he marched off to the Eastern Front, believing he was part of a grand European crusade. But war has a way of stripping away all romantic illusions. Henri has survived the freezing, blood-soaked retreats across the Russian steppes. He has seen his comrades blown apart. He has seen the true, barbaric nature of the ideological war he signed up for. By April 1945, Henri's division has been decimated. The survivors are pulled back into the flaming cauldron of Berlin. Why doesn't Henri run? Why doesn't he throw down his rifle, put his hands in the air, and surrender to the advancing Soviets? Because Henri is trapped in a psychological and physical corner with absolutely no exit. He knows what the Soviet army does to SS troops they capture. He knows that his SS blood group tattoo, located under his left arm, is a permanent death warrant if the Russians take him alive. But even more tragically, Henri knows he can never go home. To the people of France, he is the ultimate traitor. He is a collaborator who wore the uniform of the oppressor. If he somehow survives the Soviets and makes it back to Paris, he will be lined up against a wall and shot by his own countrymen. So, Henri and his fellow Frenchmen, alongside contingents of Latvians, Scandinavians, and Dutch SS volunteers, are forced to fight with the suicidal, cornered ferocity of dead men walking. The combat in the streets of Berlin is not like the grand, sweeping tank maneuvers of the Blitzkrieg. It is medieval. It is intimate, terrifying, and fought at point-blank range. Imagine Henri crouching behind a pile of rubble that used to be a bakery. The sky is dark with smoke, though it is mid-afternoon. The heat from the burning buildings around him is blistering. He is clutching a Panzerfaust, a crude, single-shot, disposable anti-tank weapon. His hands are trembling. His ears are ringing constantly from the concussive blasts of artillery. He hears the deep, metallic grinding of tank tracks echoing off the ruined walls. A Soviet T-34 tank rumbles slowly around the corner, its massive gun sweeping the street like the head of a blind, angry dragon. Soviet infantrymen are huddled behind it, their submachine guns scanning the upper windows. Henri knows that if he fires, the backblast of the weapon will immediately reveal his position. The Soviet infantry will turn their guns on him in a second. He has to wait until the tank is almost on top of him. He holds his breath. He aims for the thin armor on the side of the turret. He squeezes the trigger. A jet of flame shoots from the back of the tube. The shaped charge impacts the Soviet tank with a deafening, metallic crack. The tank shudders, stops, and immediately bursts into flames, the ammunition inside detonating and blowing the heavy steel turret clean off the chassis. Henri throws down the empty tube and sprints through the choking dust, diving through a shattered window just as a hail of Soviet bullets chips the brickwork where his head had been a fraction of a second before. This was the rhythm of the dying SS. It was a rhythm of exhausted, starving young men darting through the sewers and the rubble, destroying tanks, retreating a few blocks, and doing it again, day after day, hour after hour, sleeping in filthy cellars, drinking water from broken pipes, fueled by nothing but adrenaline, pervitin, and the absolute certainty of their own impending deaths. But the horror of the SS in Berlin was not just directed at the advancing enemy. In their final, apocalyptic death throes, the SS turned their terror inward, unleashing a wave of fanatical violence upon their own people. To the civilian population of Berlin, the final days of the war were a waking nightmare. They were living in overcrowded, disease-ridden underground bunkers, starving, terrified of the relentless Soviet bombardment. They just wanted it to end. They prayed for the Americans to arrive first, and when they realized the Soviets would win the race, they prayed for a quick surrender. But the SS would not allow Berlin to surrender. Adolf Hitler had issued orders that the city was to be defended to the last man, the last woman, and the last child. And to enforce this order, the SS deployed what became known as flying courts-martial. These were roving bands of hardened SS men, military police, and Gestapo agents who patrolled the smoking streets, looking for anyone who showed a lack of fanatical will to fight. Try to fathom the absolute, soul-crushing tragedy of this situation for an ordinary German family. Imagine you are a mother living in a damp, pitch-black cellar. You have already lost your husband on the Eastern Front. You have lost your oldest son in Normandy. All you have left is your 14-year-old boy. He is a child. He still sleeps with a stuffed bear. But the neighborhood block warden, a fanatical Nazi party member, has declared that all males over the age of 12 must join the Volkssturm, the people's militia. They come to your cellar. They pull your terrified, crying child out of your arms. They put an oversized military coat on his small shoulders, hand him a Panzerfaust that is almost as tall as he is, and send him to the barricades to face battle-hardened Soviet troops. You wait a day. You cannot bear it. You sneak through the rubble, you find your boy hiding behind a burned-out tram, weeping in terror, and you drag him back home. You hide him in a closet. The next morning, the door to your cellar is violently kicked open. It is a flying court-martial of the SS. They drag your son out of the closet. They do not care that he is a child. They do not care that the war is irrevocably lost. In their fanatical, poisoned minds, anyone who is not willing to die in the rubble is a traitor to the Führer. They drag your 14-year-old boy up to the street level. And right there, on the lamppost outside your destroyed apartment building, they hang him with a length of piano wire. They pin a piece of cardboard to his chest that reads, "I am a coward who refused to defend the women and children of Berlin." This was happening across the entire city. Hundreds of German civilians, old men, young boys, and retreating soldiers were murdered by the SS in the final weeks of the war. If a family dared to hang a white sheet from their window in an attempt to surrender, the SS would storm the building, shoot the entire family, and leave their bodies in the street as a warning. The SS had completely abandoned the pretense of being the elite protectors of the German people. They had become the executioners of their own nation, punishing the citizens for failing to achieve the impossible victory Hitler had promised them. And where was the Führer while his city burned and his people were hanged from the lampposts? He was 30 feet underground, encased in 16 feet of reinforced concrete, hiding in the claustrophobic, surreal world of the Führer bunker. The atmosphere inside the bunker was a jarring, horrific contrast to the slaughter happening just above their heads. Down in the concrete labyrinth, the air was stale, smelling of sweat, cheap cologne, diesel exhaust from the generators, and the metallic tang of fear. The corridors were crowded with SS adjutants, secretaries, and high-ranking officials who were slowly losing their minds. Hitler was a physical ruin. The man who had once mesmerized millions with his booming voice and aggressive posturing was now a trembling, gray-skinned ghost. He dragged his left leg when he walked. His left hand shook so violently from Parkinson's disease that he had to hold it behind his back. Yet, he sat in his small conference room, staring at maps laid out on a heavy table, moving colored pencils around. He was issuing orders to imaginary armies. He was commanding divisions that had been entirely wiped out weeks ago. He would launch into blistering, screaming tirades, blaming the army, blaming the German people, declaring that everyone had betrayed him, that the nation had proven itself too weak to survive, and therefore it deserved to be utterly destroyed. The men of the SS surrounding him in the bunker were trapped in this localized reality distortion field. Some bought into the delusion, blindly believing that a miracle weapon or a sudden alliance shift would save them. But others were coldly, ruthlessly calculating their own survival. And no story highlights the utter moral bankruptcy and the collapse of the SS Brotherhood better than the fate of SS Gruppenführer Hermann Fegelein. Fegelein was the epitome of the arrogant, opportunistic SS officer. He was Heinrich Himmler's personal liaison officer to Hitler's headquarters. He was handsome, charming, entirely amoral, and a notorious womanizer. He had secured his place in the absolute inner circle of power by marrying Gretel Braun, the sister of Hitler's mistress, Eva Braun. Fegelein was, practically speaking, the Führer's brother-in-law. For years, Fegelein had enjoyed the luxurious spoils of the SS empire. He had stolen wealth, worn bespoke uniforms, and lived a life of absolute privilege while sending others to their deaths. But by April 27, 1945, Fegelein looked at the maps, listened to the approaching Soviet artillery, and decided that his oath of loyalty to Hitler had officially expired. He quietly slipped out of the Führer bunker. He did not go to the barricades to fight alongside the French and Latvian boys who were bleeding for his regime. He went to his luxurious, requisitioned apartment in the Charlottenburg district of Berlin. There, he stripped off his black SS uniform, throwing the silver runes and the death's head insignia onto the floor. He put on civilian clothes. He packed a suitcase with stolen diamonds, gold watches, and foreign currency. He planned to wait for the cover of night, slip out of the city, and disappear into the chaos of the collapsing Reich with a mistress. But the paranoia of the bunker reached out and caught him. Hitler noticed Fegelein was missing. In a state of extreme paranoia, desperate to keep his inner circle tightly controlled, Hitler ordered the Gestapo to find him. An armed SS detachment kicked in the door of Fegeline's apartment. They found the golden boy of the SS deeply drunk, wearing civilian clothes, surrounded by bags of loot, preparing to desert. The psychological whiplash in the bunker when Fegeline was dragged back down the concrete stairs was profound. Hitler was apoplectic. Eva Braun pleaded for the life of her pregnant sister's husband, but Hitler was beyond reason. To him, the SS was supposed to be the one institution that would never, ever betray him. Fegeline was stripped of his rank. He was court-martialed in a hasty, surreal proceeding in the damp confines of the bunker. Drunk, weeping, and begging for his life, the man who had embodied the arrogance of the Black Order was dragged up the concrete stairs into the ruined garden of the Reich Chancellery. There, amidst the craters and the shattered trees, he was shot by a firing squad of his own SS comrades. The rats were officially eating each other in the dark. But Fegeline's desertion was nothing compared to the seismic, earth-shattering betrayal that was about to break Adolf Hitler's spirit completely. To understand this betrayal, we have to leave the burning ruins of Berlin and travel north, to the relative safety of the city of Lübeck near the Baltic coast. Here, hiding far away from the Soviet artillery, was the architect of the entire nightmare. Heinrich Himmler. The man who had designed the SS, who had built the gas chambers, who had preached the gospel of absolute, uncompromising, fanatical loyalty to Adolf Hitler, was suffering from the most breathtaking, delusional narcissism in recorded history. Himmler could see that the war was lost. But in his pedantic, deeply disconnected mind, he genuinely believed that the Western Allies, the Americans and the British, would look at him not as a mass murderer, but as a stabilizing political force. He convinced himself that General Dwight D. Eisenhower would need the SS to maintain order in a post-war Germany, and that the West would unite with the SS to fight the Soviet Union. It is a level of psychological detachment that staggers the imagination. The man who orchestrated the murder of 6 million Jewish people believed he could simply sit down at a negotiating table and shake hands with the civilized world. In late April, Himmler secretly met with Count Folke Bernadotte, a Swedish diplomat. In a quiet, dimly lit room, Himmler offered to surrender the German forces in the West to the British and Americans, provided he was allowed to remain in power to fight the Soviets in the East. To sweeten the deal, he offered the lives of the remaining Jewish prisoners in the concentration camps as bargaining chips. He was using the people he had tortured and starved for years as currency to buy his own life. When the BBC broadcast the news of Himmler's secret surrender negotiations, the transmission was picked up in the Führer bunker in Berlin. Eyewitnesses in the bunker described Hitler's reaction not just as anger, but as a complete, physical and emotional collapse. He turned pale. He trembled violently. He stared at the concrete walls in absolute silence. For Hitler, Göring's failures were expected. The army's retreats were expected. But Himmler? Der true Heinrich? The loyal Heinrich? The man who had coined the SS motto, Mein Ehre heißt true, my honor is loyalty? The realization that the head of the Praetorian Guard, the master of the Black Order, had stabbed him in the back was the final blow. The illusion of the Nazi state shattered completely in Hitler's mind. There was nothing left to fight for. The ideological foundation of his regime was a lie. It was this specific betrayal by the leader of the SS that prompted Hitler to finally accept the end. He wrote his final political testament, expelled Himmler from the party, and ordered his execution if he could be caught. And then, on April 30th, 1945, Adolf Hitler and his new bride, Eva Braun, retreated to their private quarters in the bunker, bit down on cyanide capsules, and fired a pistol. Before we witness the final, bloody crescendo of the SS on the streets above the bunker, we must acknowledge how raw and terrifying the reality of this history truly is. The sanitized versions of war often leave out the choking dust, the summary executions, the profound betrayal, and the visceral reality of urban combat. To truly understand the depths to which humanity can sink and the heroic resilience it takes to survive it, we have to look at the unvarnished truth. For those of you who want to bridge the gap between the history books and the raw, unfiltered reality of this era, I highly recommend checking out my Patreon community for Uncensored and podcasts. It is a dedicated space where history lovers can access free, deep-dive podcast episodes and view raw, unblurred historical video sections that capture the true, harsh realities of the war. Footage that is simply too intense for standard platforms. You can also support the massive research effort that goes into these scripts through the tip jar. Please, to keep yourself safe, only use the secure link I've placed in the description below. If you try to search for this on the internet, the top results are unfortunately often fake websites designed to scam you, and I want to make sure you are protected. As the bodies of Adolf and Eva Hitler were carried up the stairs and burned in a shallow crater in the Chancellery Garden, soaking the soil with gasoline while Soviet shells rained down around them, the final battle for Berlin reached its apocalyptic climax just a few hundred yards away. The focal point of the entire Soviet assault was a massive, hulking structure of stone and glass that sat in the center of the city, the Reichstag. The Reichstag building, the traditional seat of the German parliament, had been a burned-out husk since the infamous fire of 1933. It had zero strategic military value. But psychologically, to the Soviet soldiers who had marched through thousands of miles of scorched earth, murdered villages, and concentration camps, the Reichstag was the physical manifestation of the fascist beast. They wanted to plant the red flag on its roof more than anything else in the world. And the men defending the Reichstag knew it. The final defenders of the building were a few hundred SS men, a mixture of the French Charlemagne Division, Latvian volunteers, and die-hard German fanatics. They knew Hitler was dead. They knew the war was over. But they had absolutely nothing left to lose. The battle for the Reichstag was a descent into hell. The Soviets unleashed a staggering artillery barrage, firing point-blank into the stone facade, blowing massive holes in the walls. The Soviet infantry poured through the breaches. Once inside, the combat devolved into a pitch-black, suffocating nightmare. The windows of the Reichstag had been bricked up by the defenders. There was no electricity. The vast, cavernous halls and sweeping marble staircases were illuminated only by the muzzle flashes of submachine guns, the blinding, concussive glare of hand grenades, and the fires burning in the debris. Imagine fighting in that darkness. You are an SS soldier, backing up a grand marble staircase. The air is so thick with smoke and pulverized stone you cannot breathe. You are firing blindly down into the lobby, where Soviet soldiers are surging forward over the bodies of their own dead. You throw grenades down the elevator shafts. You fight room by room, hallway by hallway. When you run out of ammunition, you use bayonets, entrenching tools, and your bare hands in the dark. The Red Army soldiers fought with an unstoppable, terrifying momentum. There were clearing rooms with flamethrowers, burning the SS defenders alive in the barricaded offices. Slowly, agonizingly, the Soviets pushed the surviving SS men higher and higher up into the building. Up to the balconies. Up into the twisted, skeletal remains of the steel dome on the roof. In the flooded cellars below the Reichstag, where a makeshift hospital had been set up, the scene was one of unimaginable horror. Hundreds of wounded men, German and Soviet alike, were lying in the dark, screaming in pain, drowning as the water levels rose from shattered pipes, while the battle raged violently in the ceilings above them. By the night of April 30th, the fighting inside the Reichstag reached a brutal stalemate in the upper floors. But the Soviets had achieved their symbolic victory. A young Soviet soldier, Abdulkakim Ismailov, climbed out onto the perilous, ruined statues on the roof of the building. With the city of Berlin burning fiercely in the background, casting an orange, apocalyptic glow over the horizon, he raised a large red Soviet flag, securing it to a stone horse. The image of that flag flying over the shattered capital of the Reich would become one of the most iconic photographs of the 20th century. It signaled the absolute, undeniable death of the Nazi Empire. For the SS men still trapped inside the building, and those hiding in the cellars across the city, the realization of final defeat provoked a wave of terrifying psychological reactions. The fanatical illusion, the cult of the Black Sun, the belief that they were the masters of the universe, crashed down upon them with the weight of the collapsing city. For many, the cognitive dissonance was too much to bear. They simply could not envision a world where they were not the elite predators. They could not fathom submitting to the people they had called subhuman. Across Berlin, in the dark cellars and the ruined command posts, hundreds of SS officers and men chose to end their own lives. They sat in the dark, placed the cold barrels of their Luger pistols into their mouths, bit down on the glass ampoules of cyanide they had been issued, and pulled the triggers. It was the coward's exit. A refusal to face the justice of the world they had destroyed. On May 2, 1945, the guns finally fell silent in Berlin. The commander of the Berlin defense area, General Helmuth Weidling, surrendered the city to the Soviets. The silence that washed over the capital was profound and eerie. After weeks of deafening artillery and the rattle of machine guns, the sudden quiet felt heavy, almost unnatural. Thousands of surviving German soldiers emerged from the cellars, their hands in the air, their faces blackened with soot, exhausted and defeated. They were marched away into captivity, beginning long, brutal journeys to Soviet gulags from which many would never return. But as the regular army surrendered, a different, far more sinister phenomenon was occurring in the shadows of the ruins. The men of the Schutzstaffel knew what awaited them. They knew that the silver death's head on their collars was a target. In the cellars, in the abandoned apartments, and in the alleyways, thousands of SS men began to frantically shed their skins. They ripped the SS runes from their collars. They burned their paybooks. They stripped the uniforms off dead regular army soldiers and put them on. They stole civilian clothes from closets. They scratched at their blood group tattoos with knives, trying to mutilate their own skin to hide the permanent mark of the cult. The proud, arrogant knights of the Black Order, the men who had terrorized the continent, who had strutted through the streets of Paris and Warsaw, who had stood on the ramps of Auschwitz playing God, were suddenly reduced to terrified, shivering fugitives, desperate to blend in with the very civilian populations they had despised and abused. The fall of Berlin was the physical death of the SS empire. The bunkers were captured. The capital was conquered. The Führer was dead in a ditch, and the architect, Himmler, was a fugitive on the run in the north. But the story of the SS does not end in the rubble of the Reich Chancellery. The machine was broken, but the men who operated the machine, the desk murderers, the camp guards, the doctors of death, were now loose in a chaotic, shattered Europe. The era of absolute power was over. The era of the Radlands, the frantic scramble for survival, the false identities, and the global hunt for justice was about to begin. The world was about to discover the full, unfiltered horror of what the SS had done in the dark, and they were about to demand a reckoning that would chase the men of the Black Order to the very ends of the earth. Imagine standing on a sun-drenched, dusty street corner in Buenos Aires, waiting for an evening bus, and realizing with a sudden, suffocating coldness that the mild-mannered man standing right next to you is the architect of the apocalypse. When the 1,000-year Reich collapsed into smoking rubble in May of 1945, a profound and horrifying silence fell over the continent of Europe. The concentration camps were liberated, the mass graves were uncovered, and the absolute, unfiltered evil of the Schutzstaffel, the SS, was finally laid bare for the entire world to see. At the Nuremberg trials, the highest-ranking surviving leaders of the Nazi regime were dragged before an international tribunal. Men like Hermann Göring and Ernst Kaltenbrunner were forced to listen to the agonizing testimonies of their victims before being sent to the gallows. To the general public, it seemed as though the chapter of Nazi tyranny was being firmly, legally closed. But Nuremberg was merely the tip of a massive, dark iceberg. Below the surface of those high-profile trials, thousands upon thousands of SS officers, concentration camp commandants, Gestapo torturers, and mobile death squad executioners did not stand before a judge. When the Red Army encircled Berlin and the Western Allies pushed across the Rhine, these men realized the game was over. And so, the men who had spent years preaching about the glorious destiny of the Aryan warrior, the men who had demanded absolute fanaticism to the death, cowardly shed their skins. They ripped the silver death's head insignias from their collars. They burned their pristine black uniforms. They used knives to physically mutilate their own flesh, desperately trying to scrape away the SS blood group tattoos hidden under their left arms. They stole civilian clothes, forged discharge papers from the regular German army, and melted away into the chaotic, displaced masses of millions of refugees wandering the shattered highways of Europe. But hiding in the rubble was only a temporary solution. The Allied intelligence services were hunting. To survive, the men of the Black Order needed to vanish completely. They needed to leave the continent. For decades, popular culture has been captivated by the myth of Odessa, a highly organized, well-funded, global secret society of SS veterans operating like a shadow government to smuggle Nazis out of Europe. Thriller novels and Hollywood movies painted a picture of a sinister, omnipotent network controlling world events from hidden jungle compounds. But the historical reality of how the SS escaped is actually far more disturbing than any spy novel, because it was not orchestrated by a cartoonish villain in a secret lair. It was orchestrated through the complicity, the willful blindness, and the active assistance of some of the most respected institutions in the Western world. The escape routes became known as the Ratlins. To navigate the Ratlins, a fleeing SS officer needed two things, a hiding place and a pristine set of travel documents. Shockingly, one of the primary hubs for both of these necessities was Rome. In the immediate aftermath of the war, the Vatican was overwhelmed with refugees from across Europe. Amidst this chaos, certain highly placed clerics, driven by a blinding, fanatical hatred of Soviet communism, began to view the fleeing German and Croatian fascists not as mass murderers, but as Christian anti-communist refugees who needed protection. The most infamous of these facilitators was an Austrian bishop named Alois Hudel. Bishop Hudel operated out of a seminary in Rome, using his position and his diplomatic connections to secure international Red Cross passports for men who had the blood of thousands on their hands. An SS officer would arrive in Rome, knock on a specific door, and be provided with a bed, hot food, and a completely new identity. With these freshly minted, perfectly legal Red Cross passports, the worst criminals of the 20th century simply bought commercial boat tickets and sailed away across the Atlantic, disembarking in the welcoming ports of Argentina, Brazil, Syria, and Chile. This is how Franz Stengel, the commandant of the Treblinka extermination camp, a man directly responsible for the murder of nearly 1 million human beings, escaped to build a comfortable new life under the South American sun. But the Catholic Church was not the only institution that compromised its soul in the aftermath of the war. As the ashes of World War II cooled, the icy frost of the Cold War immediately began to set in. The United States and the Soviet Union went from uneasy allies to bitter, existential enemies. In this new, paranoid geopolitical landscape, the American intelligence services, specifically the Army's Counterintelligence Corps, the CIC, made a profoundly cynical, deeply immoral calculation. They believed that a war with the Soviet Union was imminent. And who had more experience fighting communists, interrogating communists, and infiltrating communist networks than the former officers of the Gestapo and the SS? Enter Klaus Barbie. Klaus Barbie was the Gestapo chief in Lyon, France. He was a man of terrifying, sadistic cruelty, universally known as the Butcher of Lyon. He had personally tortured French resistance heroes to death. He had raided a children's home in the village of Izu, deporting 44 innocent Jewish orphans directly to the gas chambers of Auschwitz. The French government had sentenced him to death in absentia and was desperately hunting him. But they couldn't find him, because Klaus Barbie was on the payroll of the United States government. The American CIC recruited Barbie, hiding him in a safe house in Germany, paying him a salary to act as an anti-communist informant. When the French intelligence services finally realized that their American allies were harboring the Butcher of Lyon, they demanded his immediate extradition. Instead of handing him over to face justice for the murder of children, the American intelligence officers actively shielded him. They provided Barbie with false travel documents, funneled him through the Ratlins, and put him on a ship to South America. Barbie arrived in Bolivia, where he lived freely for decades, even consulting for brutal military dictatorships on how to effectively torture political dissidents. It was the ultimate betrayal of the millions who had died fighting fascism. The executioners had been granted a free pass by the very nations that had fought to destroy them. For the survivors of the Holocaust, the realization that the men who had murdered their families were living comfortable lives, drinking coffee in Parisian cafes, or raising families in Buenos Aires, was a psychological agony that is almost impossible to articulate. The world wanted to move on. The world wanted to rebuild, to focus on the future, to forget the stench of the crematoria. But the survivors could not forget. And out of that profound, unresolved grief, a new breed of investigator emerged. They were private citizens, journalists, and survivors who refused to let the darkness simply swallow the truth. They became the Nazi hunters. The most famous of these men was Simon Wiesenthal. Simon Wiesenthal was an Austrian architect before the war. During the Holocaust, he survived 5 different concentration camps, enduring death marches, starvation, and unimaginable abuse. When he was finally liberated from Mauthausen in 1945, he weighed less than 100 pounds. He and his wife lost 89 relatives to the SS killing machine. While most survivors desperately tried to leave the graveyard of Europe behind them to build new lives in America or Israel, Wiesenthal could not walk away. He dedicated every waking second of the rest of his life to hunting the men who had destroyed his world. Wiesenthal set up a small, cluttered office in Vienna. It was a room overflowing with filing cabinets, index cards, old telephone directories, and faded photographs. He was not a spy with a gun. He was an archivist of vengeance. He cultivated a vast, global network of informants. He tracked rumors, followed postal trails, and relentlessly badgered reluctant, apathetic German and Austrian authorities to issue arrest warrants. He understood that justice is a marathon, not a sprint. He famously said, "When history looks back, I want people to know the Nazis weren't able to kill millions of people and get away with it." But the greatest, most spectacular triumph in the history of Nazi hunting did not begin with Wiesenthal in Vienna. It began with a teenage romance in the suburbs of Buenos Aires. In the 1950s, a man calling himself Ricardo Clement lived a quiet, unassuming life in Argentina. He worked as a foreman at a Mercedes-Benz factory. He raised rabbits in his backyard. He took the same bus to and from work every single day. Ricardo Clement was actually SS Obersturmbannführer Adolf Eichmann. Eichmann was not a camp guard. He was the primary logistical architect of the final solution. He was the desk murderer who had organized the transport schedules, meticulously calculating how to pack millions of Jewish men, women, and children into cattle cars and route them across Europe directly to the gas chambers. He was the absolute epitome of the banality of evil. Eichmann had used the Ratlins to escape to Argentina, where he felt completely safe. The Perón government was notoriously sympathetic to fascists. Eichmann felt so secure that he brought his wife and sons over from Europe to join him. But Eichmann's sons were arrogant. In 1956, his eldest son, Klaus, began dating a young woman named Sylvia Hermann. Klaus boasted to Sylvia about his father's true identity, bragging about his father's high-ranking role in Nazi Germany and expressing regret that the Nazis hadn't finished the job of exterminating the Jews. Klaus did not realize that Sylvia's father, Lothar Hermann, was a German Jewish refugee and a Holocaust survivor who had been blinded by Gestapo beatings in the Dachau concentration camp. When Lothar heard the name Eichmann, his blood ran cold. He immediately understood who was living in his city. He contacted the authorities in West Germany. But the West German justice system in the 1950s was deeply compromised. Former Nazi party members were still sitting as judges and police chiefs. If Lothar Hermann sent this information through official channels, Eichmann would undoubtedly be tipped off by old comrades and vanish into the jungle. The information eventually reached the desk of Fritz Bauer. Fritz Bauer is one of the great, unsung heroes of the 20th century. He was the Attorney General of the German state of Hesse, a Jewish socialist who had been imprisoned in a concentration camp before fleeing the country, only to return after the war to force Germany to look at its own sins. Bauer knew he could not trust his own government with this intelligence. So, Fritz Bauer committed an act of high treason. He secretly bypassed the German government and handed the exact location of Adolf Eichmann directly to the Mossad, the intelligence agency of the State of Israel. When Isser Harel, the legendary head of the Mossad, received the tip, he authorized one of the most audacious, high-stakes covert operations in modern history, Operation Finale. The Mossad knew they could not legally extradite Eichmann. Argentina would refuse, and the bureaucratic delay would give Eichmann time to run. The only option was abduction. They were going to steal a human being out of a sovereign nation and fly him halfway across the world to stand trial in a country that did not even exist when he committed his crimes. In May of 1960, a team of elite Mossad operatives, many of whom had lost their entire families in the Holocaust, infiltrated Buenos Aires. They rented safe houses, secured rental cars, and began a painstaking, terrifyingly tense surveillance of the man known as Ricardo Clement. They watched him walk. They watched him smoke. They studied the shape of his ears. Finally, through hidden cameras and intercepted mail, they confirmed the unthinkable. The man raising rabbits in the dirt-poor suburb of San Fernando was the logistical master of the Holocaust. On the evening of May 11, 1960, the trap was set. It was a cold, rainy night. The Mossad agents parked 2 cars on Garibaldi Street, near the bus stop where Eichmann arrived every evening from the Mercedes factory. One agent crawled under the hood of a car with a flashlight, pretending the engine had broken down. At 8:05 p.m., the bus arrived, and a solitary figure stepped off into the dark. It was Eichmann, carrying a flashlight, walking slowly toward his home. As Eichmann approached the broken-down car, a Mossad agent named Peter Malkin stepped out of the shadows. Malkin had wrapped his hands in thick leather gloves, because the thought of his bare skin touching the flesh of the man who had murdered his sister and her children was physically revolting to him. Malkin stepped into Eichmann's path and said the only Spanish phrase he knew, "Un momentito, señor." "Just a moment, sir." Eichmann froze. The instinct of the hunted kicked in. He tried to step back, opening his mouth to scream. Malkin lunged. He tackled Eichmann into the muddy ditch. In less than 10 seconds, 3 other agents swarmed them, grabbing Eichmann by the arms and legs, dragging him into the back seat of the waiting car, throwing a blanket over his head, and speeding away into the night. Inside the car, Eichmann was terrified. He expected a bullet to the brain. But the agents simply pinned him to the floorboards. They took him to a heavily fortified safe house. There, they stripped him of his clothes and searched his body for the undeniable proof, the SS blood group tattoo under his left arm. They found the scar where Eichmann had tried to burn the tattoo away with a cigarette. When the Mossad interrogator finally spoke to him in German, asking for his SS number, the terrified, trembling man in the bed, stripped of his power, his uniform, and his arrogant mythology, automatically snapped to attention in his mind. He replied, SS Obersturmbannführer Adolf Eichmann. The agents held Eichmann in that safe house for 9 agonizing days while the Argentine police desperately searched the city. Finally, on May 20th, the Mossad drugged Eichmann, dressed him in the uniform of an El Al flight attendant, and smuggled him through the airport checkpoints onto a special diplomatic flight returning to Tel Aviv, pretending he was simply a crew member who had drank too much at the hotel bar. When Israeli Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion stood before the Knesset on May 23, 1960, and announced to the world that Adolf Eichmann was in Israeli custody, a shockwave rippled across the globe. Eichmann's trial in Jerusalem the following year was a watershed moment in human history. For the first time, the Holocaust was not presented through cold military documents or the dry proceedings of Nuremberg. It was presented through the agonizing, weeping, visceral testimonies of over 100 survivors, broadcast live on television into living rooms around the planet. And sitting inside a bulletproof glass booth, listening to the horrors he had orchestrated, was Adolf Eichmann. He did not look like a demon. He did not froth at the mouth. He looked like a tired, balding accountant with a nervous twitch, meticulously arranging his notes and arguing that he was just a minor cog in the machine, simply following the law of his country. Eichmann was found guilty of crimes against humanity. In the spring of 1962, he walked to the gallows. His body was cremated, and his ashes were scattered in the international waters of the Mediterranean Sea, ensuring that no monument or grave would ever mark the resting place of the architect of the final solution. The capture of Adolf Eichmann was a masterclass in international espionage, a covert operation that reads like a thriller but carries the profound weight of human history. The world of intelligence, forged passports, secret safe houses, and extractions defined the chaotic aftermath of the Second World War. To truly understand this hidden landscape, you have to look beyond the battlefields. For those of you who want to explore the covert realities, the spycraft, and the clandestine missions of this era, I highly recommend checking out my email newsletter. When you sign up, I will send you a free copy of the ebook, The Shadow War, 5 Top Secret Operations That Shaped World War II, and you will receive weekly deep dives into the espionage, the forgotten facts, and the hidden heroes of history. Please, to keep yourself safe, only use the secure link I've placed in the description below. If you try to search for this on the internet, the top results are unfortunately often fake websites designed to scam you, and I want to make sure you are protected. While the capture of Eichmann was a monumental victory for justice, it also served as a terrifying wake-up call to the other men of the Black Order hiding in South America. The hunters were real, and they had a very long reach. No man felt this paranoia more acutely than the most infamous fugitive of them all, Dr. Joseph Mengele. The Angel of Death, the man who had conducted unimaginable, sadistic medical experiments on children and twins on the ramps of Auschwitz, was also living in South America. Like Eichmann, he had used the Ratlands to escape to Argentina. But when the Mossad snatched Eichmann, Mengele panicked. He knew he was next on the list. Mengele fled to Paraguay, and eventually to Brazil. For years, he lived a pathetic, paranoid existence. The dashing, immaculate SS officer who had whistled opera while sending thousands to the gas chambers was reduced to a terrified old man, jumping at every shadow, constantly chewing on the ends of his mustache, relying on a small network of unrepentant Nazi sympathizers to hide him on isolated farms outside of Sao Paulo. The Mossad, Simon Wiesenthal, and the West German government spent decades chasing his ghost. They came agonizingly close on several occasions, missing him by mere days. But human justice, in the end, would be denied the satisfaction of putting Joseph Mengele in a courtroom. In February of 1979, while swimming in the ocean off the coast of Bertioga, Brazil, the 67-year-old Mengele suffered a massive stroke and drowned. He was buried under the false name of Wolfgang Gerhard. For years, the world believed Mengele was still alive, still plotting. It wasn't until 1985 that West German police, raiding the home of one of his associates, found letters that pointed to a grave in Brazil. A massive, international forensic team descended upon the small cemetery, exhuming the bones. Through pioneering skull superimposition techniques, and eventually, in 1992, through groundbreaking DNA analysis matching the bones to Mengele's son, the world finally confirmed that the Angel of Death was dead. It was a deeply frustrating, hollow conclusion for the survivors who had prayed to look him in the eye and demand answers. But his death in exile, alone, paranoid, and stripped of his power, was at least a definitive end to his capacity to cause harm. As the decades marched on, the trail of the Nazi fugitives grew incredibly cold. The 1960s turned into the 1970s, and then the 1980s. The hunters were aging, and their prey were dying of natural causes. But the pursuit never truly stopped. Because the hunt for the SS was never just about punishing individuals, it was about confronting the silence of the nations that had harbored them. In 1983, the persistent pressure of Nazi hunters like Serge and Beat Klausfeld finally forced the hands of the Bolivian government. Klaus Barbie, the butcher of Lyon, the man who had been shielded by American intelligence, was finally expelled from Bolivia and put on a plane to France. Decades after his crimes, a frail, elderly Barbie was forced to sit in a French courtroom and listen to the survivors of his torture chambers. He was sentenced to life in prison, where he died of cancer in 1991, his arrogant smirk finally erased by the walls of a concrete cell. And even into the 1990s, the ghosts of the SS were still being dragged out of the South American shadows. In 1994, 50 years after the collapse of the Third Reich, a team of investigative journalists from ABC News, led by the legendary reporter Sam Donaldson and acting on intelligence from the Simon Wiesenthal Center, traveled to the idyllic, snow-capped Andean town of San Carlos de Bariloche, Argentina. Bariloche looked like a Bavarian ski resort, complete with alpine architecture and chocolate shops. It was a well-known haven for German expatriates. Donaldson and his camera crew were tracking a man named Juan Mailer, who had written a series of deeply anti-Semitic, pro-Nazi books. They knocked on his door and ambushed him on the street. Juan Mailer was actually Reinhard Kops, an old SS intelligence officer who had been intimately involved in operating the Ratlins in Rome, helping thousands of fascists escape. When Donaldson thrust a microphone into his face, the elderly Kops panicked. Desperate to deflect the heat from himself, the old SS man reverted to the cowardly self-preservation that had defined his escape decades earlier. He told the American journalists that he was just a minor player, and that if they wanted a real mass murderer, they should look down the street. He told them exactly where to find a man named Erich Priebke. Erich Priebke had been living in Bariloche for nearly 50 years. He was a pillar of the local German community, a respected school administrator, living a completely open, unapologetic life. But Erich Priebke was also an SS captain who had orchestrated the Ardeatine Caves massacre in Rome in 1944. He had overseen the execution of 335 Italian civilians, including priests and teenagers, shooting them in the back of the head in a dark cave in retaliation for a partisan attack. Donaldson tracked Priebke down to his car. When confronted with the historical documents proving his guilt, the 80-year-old Priebke did not deny it. In a chilling display of the enduring, unbreakable conditioning of the SS, he calmly told the reporter that he had simply followed orders. He blamed the victims. He showed absolutely zero remorse for shooting unarmed civilians in the back of the head. The broadcast of that interview caused an international uproar. The sight of this unrepentant mass murderer living a comfortable, respected life in a beautiful mountain town was a profound insult to the memory of the victims. Under immense diplomatic pressure, Argentina placed Priebke under house arrest and eventually extradited him to Italy. Priebke's trial was a painful, drawn-out legal battle, but eventually, the Italian courts sentenced him to life under house arrest. He lived to be 100 years old, dying in Rome in 2013, an unrepentant fascist until his very last breath. His death was met with protests, as both the city of Rome and the Vatican refused to grant him a public funeral or a marked grave, fearful it would become a shrine for modern neo-Nazis. He was buried in secret, his location marked only by a numbered wooden cross in a prison cemetery. The hunt for the men of the Schutzstaffel spanned more than 7 decades. It crossed continents, reshaped international law, and tested the limits of human perseverance. The hunters did not catch everyone. The vast majority of the men who stood in the freezing mud of the Eastern Front with rifles, or poured the gas into the chambers of Auschwitz, returned to Germany, took off their uniforms, and lived out their lives as ordinary businessmen, postmen, and grandfathers, taking their dark secrets to the grave. But the men who were caught, the Eichmanns, the Barbies, the Priebks, and the Stengels, served a purpose far greater than simple revenge. The trials of these men forced the world to listen to the survivors. They generated thousands of pages of irrefutable, legal documentation proving the mechanics of the Holocaust. They stripped away the myth of the noble, disciplined SS Knight, revealing them to be nothing more than cowardly, opportunistic butchers who ran like rats when the war was lost, willing to sell out their own comrades to save their own skins. The hunters ensured that the victims were not forgotten, and that the perpetrators were forced to look back at the nightmare they had created. But as the 21st century dawned, and the last of the perpetrators and the survivors began to pass away from old age, a new, deeply unsettling question arose. If the men who committed these crimes are gone, does the danger die with them? Or did the toxic, seductive ideology of the Black Sun survive the fall of Berlin? As we conclude our journey through the darkest empire in human history, we must turn our gaze forward. We must examine the terrifying, enduring legacy of the Schutzstaffel in the modern world. The uniforms are gone, the bunkers are destroyed, but the psychological rot that Heinrich Himmler unleashed upon the world is a virus that is agonizingly difficult to cure. The hunt for the physical men is over, but the long shadow of the Black Sun still stretches across humanity, warning us of what happens when we allow hatred to put on a uniform and call itself the law. Imagine standing in a crowded, brightly lit city square in the 21st century, surrounded by the comforts of the modern world, only to see a young man casually walking past you wearing a jacket emblazoned with a symbol that, just a lifetime ago, signaled the absolute end of the world for millions of innocent people. When the fires of the Second World War finally burned themselves out in the spring of 1945, the physical empire of the Schutzstaffel was entirely reduced to ash. The sprawling, terrifying network of concentration camps was liberated by battle-hardened Allied soldiers who wept at the sights they found inside. The Gestapo headquarters in Berlin was a pulverized mountain of rubble. The highest-ranking SS officers who had not committed suicide in their bunkers were locked in cold cells in Nuremberg, awaiting the hangman's noose. The polished black uniforms, the silver death's heads, the meticulously typed index cards of the Holocaust, all of the physical apparatus of Heinrich Himmler's grand, horrific vision had been completely and utterly dismantled. To the generations that immediately followed the war, it was comforting to believe that the SS had been eradicated. It was deeply, psychologically necessary to believe that the men of the Black Order were a bizarre, biological anomaly, a freak occurrence of localized evil that had been surgically removed from the body of human history. We wanted to believe that we had driven a stake through the heart of the monster, and that the monster was dead. But ideas do not burn in the rubble of fallen cities. Ideologies cannot be hanged from a gallows. The most terrifying truth about the Schutzstaffel is not what they did between 1925 and 1945. The most terrifying truth is that the psychological blueprint they created, the dark, intoxicating manipulation of the human soul that they perfected, did not die with them. It merely went to sleep. It retreated into the shadows. And today, the long, cold shadow of the Black Sun still stretches across the modern world, whispering to a new generation of the disenfranchised, the angry, and the lost. To understand the enduring legacy of Hitler's elite guard, we have to travel to a place that survived the war entirely intact. We have to return to the dark, spiritual heart of the SS cult, Wilsberg Castle. Deep in the German countryside of Westphalia, this massive, triangular Renaissance fortress still stands. Heinrich Himmler, the mild-mannered former chicken farmer who orchestrated the deaths of millions, had claimed this castle to be the modern Camelot for his SS knights. When the American army captured Wilsberg in 1945, they found it mostly abandoned. Himmler had ordered it destroyed, but the SS troops only managed to set a few fires before fleeing. For decades after the war, the castle was a quiet, slightly awkward historical site. It was turned into a youth hostel and a local museum. The German people, suffocating under the overwhelming weight of national guilt, did not want to talk about Wilsberg. They wanted to forget it. But on the ground floor of the castle's north tower, in the room Himmler called the Hall of the Supreme Generals, there is a design inlaid into the green marble floor. It is a large, dark green circle with 12 jagged, lightning bolt rays radiating outward. During the Third Reich, this symbol did not have a specific name. But in the decades following the war, as the remnants of the SS ideology began to quietly metastasize in the deep, dark corners of post-war Europe and South America, a new generation of neo-fascists gave this mosaic a name. They called it the Sonnenrad, the Black Sun. Because the swastika was strictly, legally banned in Germany and across much of Europe, the remaining Nazi sympathizers needed a new banner. They needed a symbol that carried the absolute, uncompromising racial hatred of the SS, but one that was obscure enough to bypass hate speech laws. They found it on the floor of Himmler's castle. The Black Sun became the new swastika. And its rise reveals the terrifying, insidious way that the SS legacy was laundered and repackaged for the modern era. If you look at the dark corners of the internet today, if you look at the manifestos of modern white supremacist mass shooters in Christchurch, or El Paso, or Buffalo, you will find the Black Sun. You will find young men who have never set foot in Germany, who do not speak a word of German, painting the SS runes on their weapons and wearing the Totenkopf, the death's head, on their tactical vests. How does this happen? How does the ideology of a defeated, universally despised regime from the 1940s manage to reach across time and infect the minds of young men in the 21st century? It happens because the SS understood human psychology better than almost any organization in history, and that psychological playbook is highly contagious. Heinrich Himmler built the SS by preying on the profound insecurities of young German men in the 1920s. He took a generation that felt humiliated, economically ruined, and stripped of their masculinity, and he offered them a uniform that made them feel like gods. He offered them an exclusive brotherhood. He told them that their failures were not their fault, but the fault of an international, biological conspiracy. He told them they were secretly the genetic elite of the planet. Today, the internet algorithms do the exact same work that the SS recruiters did in the beer halls of Munich. A young man, feeling isolated, lonely, and alienated by the complexities of the modern world, stumbles into a chat room or an online forum. He is not immediately greeted with the horrific photographs of the Auschwitz gas chambers. He is greeted with the aesthetic of the SS. The Nazi regime, and the SS in particular, weaponized aesthetics like no one else. Their uniforms were designed by Hugo Boss to be sharp, intimidating, and inherently attractive to young men seeking power. Their propaganda films were masterpieces of lighting and cinematic drama. In the modern digital age, this aesthetic is stripped of its historical context. It is turned into memes, into highly edited, pulsating music videos that glorify the masculine, uncompromising strength of the Waffen-SS marching through the snow. The young man online is seduced by the camaraderie, the strength, and the stark, black and white moral certainty that the SS aesthetic projects. The horrors of the Holocaust are slowly introduced, but they are wrapped in layers of irony, dark humor, and eventual denial. The young man is told that the history books are written by the victors. He is told that the SS were actually defending European civilization from the hordes of communism. Before he realizes what has happened, the young man has internalized the worldview of the desk murderers. He has begun to look at his neighbors not as human beings, but as categories. He has allowed the Black Sun to eclipse his human empathy. This modern radicalization is a direct continuation of the SS legacy. But the blame for the survival of this ideology does not rest solely on the shoulders of internet extremists. The mainstream world also played a deeply tragic, deeply flawed role in keeping the myth of the SS alive. In the immediate aftermath of the Second World War, the German nation was completely destroyed. The German people needed to rebuild, and to rebuild, they needed to find a way to live with themselves. They needed a psychological coping mechanism to process the absolute, apocalyptic evil that had been committed in their name. So, society made a collective, unspoken agreement. They created a scapegoat. They took all the sins of the Third Reich, the death camps, the mobile killing squads, the midnight arrests, the torture chambers, and they placed the entirety of that guilt onto the men in the black uniforms. This gave rise to the myth of the clean Wehrmacht. For decades, the narrative in Germany and in much of the West was that the regular German army, the millions of ordinary fathers and sons who wore the field gray uniforms, had fought an honorable, traditional military campaign. The atrocities, the massacres, the Holocaust, that was entirely the work of the fanatical, monstrous SS. This myth was incredibly convenient. It allowed millions of German veterans to return to their families with their dignity intact. It allowed the new West German government to rearm and integrate into NATO during the Cold War without having to purge its entire officer corps. But it was a lie. A profound, deeply dangerous lie. The regular German army was deeply involved in the atrocities on the Eastern Front. They provided the logistical support for the SS Einsatzgruppen. They starved millions of Soviet prisoners of war to death. They helped round up the Jewish populations of the conquered territories. By isolating the evil of the Third Reich entirely within the ranks of the SS, by portraying the SS as a singular, demonic force that had somehow hypnotized the rest of the nation, the world did itself a massive psychological disservice. We turned the SS into cartoon villains. We turned them into movie monsters. And monsters are not real. Monsters do not require us to examine our own souls. When we label the men of the SS as inhuman monsters, we miss the single most terrifying lesson of the Holocaust. The men who operated the gas chambers, the men who shot infants in the ravines of Ukraine, the men who sat in lakeside villas and calculated the logistics of genocide, were not monsters. They were human beings. They were doctors. They were lawyers. They were bank clerks, farmers, musicians, and fathers. They loved their dogs, they kissed their wives, they listened to Beethoven, and they wept at beautiful poetry. This is the agonizing paradox that the world has struggled to confront for 80 years. How can a loving father spend his day beating starving people to death in a concentration camp, and then return home to read a bedtime story to his daughter? In 1961, as the world watched the trial of Adolf Eichmann in Jerusalem, a young psychology professor at Yale University named Stanley Milgram watched with deep, unsettling curiosity. Eichmann did not look like a monster. He looked like a boring, bureaucratic accountant. He claimed he was merely a cog in a machine, simply following orders. Milgram wanted to know if this was a uniquely German phenomenon, or if the capacity for that kind of unthinking, devastating obedience existed in everyone. He set up an experiment that would forever change our understanding of human nature. Milgram brought ordinary American citizens, plumbers, teachers, salesmen, into a laboratory. He told them they were participating in a study on memory and learning. The volunteer, the teacher, was instructed by a man in a gray lab coat to read a list of words to a learner strapped to a chair in the next room. If the learner got an answer wrong, the teacher was ordered to press a switch on a massive console and deliver an electric shock. With every wrong answer, the voltage increased. From a mild tingle to a painful shock, all the way up to 450 volts, which was marked on the machine as danger, severe shock. The learner in the next room was actually an actor. There were no real shocks. But the teacher didn't know that. As the voltage increased, the actor would begin to grunt in pain. Then, he would shout. He would bang on the wall. He would scream that he had a heart condition and beg to be let out. Eventually, he would fall completely, terrifyingly silent. Many of the teachers were agonizingly distressed. They sweated, they trembled, they nervously laughed. They turned to the man in the gray lab coat and asked if they should stop. But the man in the lab coat, representing authority, simply gave calm, scripted responses. Please continue. The experiment requires that you continue. It is absolutely essential that you continue. You have no other choice, you must go on. Before the experiment, Milgram surveyed a group of psychiatrists. They predicted that less than 1% of the population, only the true, clinical sadists, would press the switches all the way up to the maximum 450 volts when they could hear the man screaming in the next room. The actual results shook the scientific community to its core. 65% of the ordinary, decent American citizens pressed the switches all the way to the end, delivering what they believed were potentially lethal electric shocks to a stranger, simply because a man in a lab coat politely but firmly told them to. The Milgram experiment proved that the SS did not have a monopoly on blind obedience. It proved that the thin veneer of civilization, the moral compass that we all believe we possess, is incredibly fragile. When a legitimate authority figure absorbs the responsibility for the outcome, a terrifying majority of human beings are willing to suspend their own moral judgment and inflict horrific pain on others. The men of the SS were not a different species. They were ordinary men who were subjected to an extraordinary, highly calculated system of ideological brainwashing, peer pressure, and institutionalized authority. The SS deliberately broke the empathy of its members. They created a closed universe where cruelty was the highest virtue and pity was a punishable offense. If we tell ourselves that the SS were simply monsters, we falsely immunize ourselves against the possibility that it could ever happen again. We tell ourselves, I would never do that. But the sobering, haunting truth of the long shadow of the black sun is that under the right conditions, under the sway of a charismatic demagogue and a culture of absolute obedience, the vast majority of us are capable of far more darkness than we dare to admit. This is why understanding the mechanics of totalitarianism and the history of the Second World War is not just an academic exercise. It is a fundamental requirement for the preservation of a free society. The history of the SS is a blaring, deafening alarm bell that we must never allow to be silenced. To anchor ourselves against the seductive lies of authoritarianism, we must maintain a tangible, physical connection to the reality of the past. The history of the Second World War is vast, encompassing not just the horrors of the European theater, but the monumental struggles across the globe that were required to finally extinguish the fascist threat. Connecting with this global effort reminds us of the sheer scale of the sacrifice required to defeat such darkness. For those of you who want to explore this history visually and hold a piece of the past in your hands, I highly recommend checking out Amazon for WW2 memorabilia, or immersing yourself in the incredible, visceral movie Midway on Prime Video, which brilliantly captures the desperate fight for survival in the Pacific Theater. Engaging with these historical artifacts and films honors the past and keeps the reality of these global conflicts firmly grounded in our minds. Please, to keep yourself safe, only use the secure link I've placed in the description below. If you try to search for this on the internet, the top results are unfortunately often fake websites designed to scam you, and I want to make sure you are protected. If the psychological reality of the SS is a testament to the frailty of the human soul, the legacy of their victims is a testament to its indestructible resilience. When we talk about the legacy of the Holocaust, we are often forced to focus on the perpetrators, because they left behind the paperwork. The SS kept the ledgers. They built the architecture of the camps. They defined the parameters of the nightmare. But the true, enduring light that pierces the shadow of the black sun belongs entirely to the people the SS tried to erase. Think about the profound, world-shattering arrogance of Heinrich Himmler. He truly believed that he could construct a machine that would wipe an entire people from the face of the earth, and that history would celebrate him for it. He believed that the SS would be the only voice left to tell the story. He was entirely, spectacularly wrong. The SS empire lasted just 12 years. It is a microscopic blip in the vast timeline of human history. And today, the names of Heinrich Himmler, Reinhard Heydrich, and Adolf Eichmann are universally synonymous with the absolute worst filth the human species has ever produced. Their uniform is a symbol of ultimate cowardice. But the names of their victims live on. We remember Anne Frank, whose quiet, beautiful words written in a secret annex have outlasted the thousands of tons of concrete poured to build the Führer bunker. We remember the young men and women of the Warsaw Ghetto, whose desperate, starving defiance in the burning streets is celebrated as one of the greatest acts of courage in military history. We remember the men of the Sonderkommando, who died in the smoke of the crematoria but buried their diaries in the mud so that the truth would survive them. We also remember the righteous. We remember the people who did not succumb to the Milgram effect. We remember ordinary civilians like Irina Sendler, who smuggled thousands of Jewish children out of the Warsaw Ghetto in the bottom of toolboxes and burlap sacks. We remember the White Rose movement in Munich, young German students like Sophie Scholl, who realized the SS was destroying the soul of their country, and who chose to distribute anti-Nazi leaflets right under the nose of the Gestapo. When Sophie Scholl was caught by the Gestapo, interrogated, and sentenced to the guillotine by the screaming judges of the Nazi state, she did not waver. Her final words, before the blade fell, were, "Such a fine, sunny day, and I have to go. What does my death matter, if through us, thousands of people are awakened and stirred to action?" She was 21 years old. She possessed more moral courage in her little finger than the entirety of the millions of men wearing the silver death's head on their collars. The legacy of the SS is a permanent, jagged scar across the face of humanity. We cannot undo it. We cannot unlearn the horrifying depths to which civilized people can sink when they surrender their empathy to the state. The Holocaust permanently shattered the naive illusion of human progress. It proved that technological advancement and high culture do not guarantee moral superiority. The men who engineered the gas chambers listened to Bach and read Goethe. But a scar is also proof of healing. It is proof of survival. The shadow of the black sun will always be with us. The temptation to blame our problems on a marginalized group, the seductive allure of the strongman who promises easy solutions through violence, the dark thrill of the uniform and the crowd. These are deeply ingrained human flaws. There will always be demagogues waiting in the wings, eager to exploit our fears, eager to design a new uniform and draft a new list of enemies. But because of the history of the Schutzstaffel, we have the ultimate warning. We know exactly what the blueprints of tyranny look like. We know how it begins. It does not begin with gas chambers. It begins with the dehumanization of our neighbors. It begins with the normalization of cruelty in our language. It begins when we decide that the suffering of others is not our problem, so long as our own homes are safe. The entire history of Hitler's elite guard, from the sweaty, brawling bodyguards in the Munich beer halls, to the cold, calculating desk murderers at the Wannsee conference, to the fanatical, freezing death marches across the Polish snow, demands one absolute, uncompromising response from us today. We must remain awake. We must relentlessly, fiercely guard our own empathy. We must recognize that the line dividing good and evil does not run between nations, or races, or political parties. As the Russian writer and Gulag survivor Alexander Solzhenitsyn so profoundly noted, the line dividing good and evil cuts right through the center of every human heart. The men of the SS chose to let the darkness entirely consume them. They built an empire on the illusion that power is the only truth. But empires built on terror always, inevitably, collapse under their own rotting weight. What remains, what truly endures the test of time, is the inextinguishable light of human dignity, the stubborn, beautiful resilience of those who survived, and the solemn, sacred duty of the living to bear witness. The Black Order has fallen to dust. But the memory of what they did, and the memory of those they took from us, will remain forever as humanity's ultimate shield against the dark.